Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry Potter became the defender of the wizarding realm. Here is short summary. After slaying the basilisk and proving his unmatched bravery, Harry Potter is recognized as the true protector of the wizarding world. But with power and honor come new challenges. Can he rise to defend the realm from greater threats? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Thank you, Sir Harry, for your loyal service this morning, said the Queen. I believe that the original trial was to be yours, correct? Harry nodded, and she continued, very well. Madam Bones, as the current head of magical law enforcement, please state the charges. Nobody in the room missed the emphasis on the word current, but to her credit Madam Bones simply nodded and said, yes, Your Majesty. The charges against the accused are as follows: that he did knowingly, deliberately, and in full awareness of the illegality of his actions. Having received a previous written warning from the Ministry of Magic on a similar charge, produce a Patronus charm in a Muggle-inhabited area, in the presence of a Muggle, on the 2nd of August at 9:23, which constitutes an offense under Paragraph C of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875, and also under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy. Thank you, Madam Bones, said the Queen. Turning to Harry, she asked, Sir Harry, did you produce a Patronus charm as stated in the charges? Harry looked at the Queen worriedly, then relaxed as he saw her nod and give him a brief smile. Yes, ma'am, I did cast a Patronus charm. And what was the reason for casting said charm? Asked the Queen. There were 2 Dementors attacking my cousin and me, answered Harry. There was a quiet murmur throughout the Wizengamot, and Madame Umbridge looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't. The Queen noticed Umbridge, and asked her, do you have something to say, Madame Umbridge? Umbridge opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again. After a moment, she shook her head. The Queen narrowed her eyes, then spoke to Umbridge in a dangerous tone. Madam Umbridge, we command you to answer the following question truthfully and completely. Do you know anything about Dementors in Little Whinging, Surrey, on the night of the 2nd of August? Umbridge squirmed in her chair, clearly not wanting to speak, but unable to resist the direct command of the Sovereign. Yes, ma'am, she said through clenched teeth, I sent them. The entire Wizengamot exploded with noise, as did nearly everyone else present. This went on for a few seconds before the Queen barked, silence. And everyone stopped. Her face turning cold, she asked menacingly, Madam Umbridge, are we to understand that you sent those creatures to attack Sir Harry in an area where innocent civilians could have been hurt as well? The chief wizard, his assistant, and several of the soldiers cringed, recognizing how furious the Queen was. Madam Umbridge looked scared at first, then puffed herself up and said, someone had to do something. Potter was challenging the ministry and destabilizing society. Everyone was talking about how to silence him, but only I was willing to act. It had to be done. The last was said as Umbridge crossed her arms and nodded her head forcefully. Over in the gallery, Fudge looked stunned at first, and then dropped his head to his chest. He had no idea Umbridge was so ruthless, and knew it would only reflect poorly on him when his trial came. The Queen took a moment to compose herself, as she was clearly incensed by Umbridge's admission. Finally, she looked at the members of the Wizengamot and said, Members of the Wizengamot, we believe there is more than enough evidence to render a verdict. Madam Bones, if you will call for one. Those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges, said Madam Bones. The assembled Wizengamot all raised their hands as one, even those who Fudge had clearly expected to vote for conviction. The only one present who didn't raise her hand was Madam Umbridge, but she was ignored. And those in favor of conviction. Umbridge started to raise her hand, but stopped when glared at by the Queen. Madam Bones nodded, then said, the verdict is unanimous. Cleared on all charges. Thank you, Madam Bones, said the Queen. Now, before we continue, we believe we have the matter of Madam Umbridge's confession to deal with. Umbridge looked like she'd been poleaxed. My confession? She asked plaintively. If I may, your majesty, asked Madame Bones. Receiving a nod from the queen, she addressed Umbridge saying, did you, or did you not, just admit to sending Dementors after Harry Potter in Little Whinging, Surrey, on the 2nd of August? Umbridge squirmed, then dropped her head. She mumbled something that sounded like an affirmative answer, though it could have been anything. I'll take that as a yes, said Madame Bones. Dolores Jane Umbridge, you are hereby charged with the attempted murder of Harry James Potter and at least one Muggle through improper use of Dementors. How do you plead? But before Umbridge could answer, the Queen spoke up. Madame Bones, she said sternly, we do not believe that the Ministry is the appropriate venue to charge Madame Umbridge. Additionally, since the attack occurred in a Muggle neighborhood, we feel that she should face our justice system, and not just yours. What? Shouted Umbridge. No, you can't. The Queen rounded on Umbridge and glared at her. We can, and we will, she stated imperiously. I refuse, yelled Umbridge. You're nothing but a Muggle. You can't do this to me. Suddenly she drew her wand and pointed it at the Queen. Before anyone could do anything, Harry jumped between the Queen and Umbridge and cast Expelliarmus at Umbridge as she shouted, Reducto. Umbridge's wand sailed out of her hand, much to the surprise of Harry and everyone else. He reflexively reached out and grabbed it, then looked speculatively at his wand. As he turned to the Queen, several soldiers rushed Umbridge and tackled her to the floor before securing her both magically and via handcuffs. The Queen smiled at Harry, taking Umbridge's wand as he offered it to her. Thank you, Sir Harry, we appreciate your loyalty. Turning to face a now secured Umbridge, her face took on a frightening mien. Dolores Jane Umbridge, we charge you with treason against the crown. You shall be held for trial at the time and place of our choosing. Umbridge's face paled as she was picked up to carry her away, and the Queen gave her a nasty smirk. And by the way, you're fired too. While the soldiers securing Umbridge carried her over towards Fudge, the Queen held out her wand towards her chief wizard. Please secure this, Charles, she said. The chief wizard nodded and took the wand, placing it in the pocket of his robes. When the soldiers carrying Umbridge dumped her on the floor next to where Fudge was sitting, he nearly jumped to move down one seat away from her. Whether it was out of fear of guilt by association, or just fear of Umbridge herself, it was clear that the former senior undersecretary no longer had the backing of the former minister. After Madame Umbridge had been unceremoniously dumped in the gallery, the Queen turned to Madame Bones and asked, are you prepared to hear testimony in the case of Sirius Orion Black? Madame Bones looked uncertain, and sounded as much as well when she responded. I don't know, ma'am. Nobody expected him to show up, and I don't even know if there's a case file to work from. What are your expectations for a trial? The Queen smiled, this time a much friendlier smile than she had given Umbridge earlier. We believe that if you were to start with questioning Mr. Black under Veritaserum, you would find that little else is required. Madame Bones narrowed her eyes slightly, before they went wide with understanding. You've already questioned him, haven't you? You're expecting the outcome to go a certain way. The Queen nodded. He has been questioned, and we have already rendered our own judgment in this matter. However, we believe it would be beneficial to have his case officially tried in order to ensure that the public accepts the outcome. Madame Bones looked thoughtful for a moment, then nodded. I can see that, she said. Very well, members of the Wizengamot, she said, turning to them, we will now hear evidence in the case of Sirius Orion Black with regards to the events of the 31st of October, 1981. Please keep in mind that anything you have previously heard about this case cannot be used to render judgment, only the evidence presented here matters. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Nobody raised their hand, so Madame Bones turned to where Sirius was standing on the far side of the gallery. Sirius Orion Black, she called out. Please come forth for trial before the Wizengamot. Sirius walked to the middle of the room, bowed slightly to the Queen, and sat in the witness chair. Madame Bones, he said, I formally request that I be questioned under Veritaserum. I believe that Mr. Halford there, he pointed to a wizard standing next to the chief wizard, has a supply of it for just this purpose. Madame Bones raised an eyebrow, then looked over towards the man Sirius had pointed out. Mr. Halford, please come forth, she said. He looked up, then excused himself from the chief wizard before walking over to Madam Bones. "Yes, Madam Bones. Please identify yourself for the record," she said. "Andrew Halford, Assistant Chief Wizard to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth," he replied. "I see," said Madam Bones. "And do you have, as Her Majesty stated, a supply of Veritaserum on hand?" Mr. Halford reached into his pocket and pulled out a vial of clear liquid. "I do," he said. Madam Bones frowned. "With all due respect, Mr. Halford, how are we to know for certain that this is indeed Veritaserum?" He pulled out his wand, held it up, and said, "I, Andrew Halford, swear on my magic that this vial contains properly brewed Veritaserum." "So mote it be." There was a brief flash, and then he said, "Lumos," before quickly saying, "Nox," after his wand lit up. "Is that satisfactory?" he asked. Madam Bones nodded. "Yes, I think so. May I please have the vial to dose Mr. Black myself?" Mr. Halford held out the vial and said, "Please don't spill it. We will have more need of it later." Madam Bones stopped for a moment and looked at the Queen, who merely returned her gaze impassively. She then took the vial and went over to Sirius, who opened his mouth to be dosed. After dosing Sirius with the Veritaserum and ensuring that it was working, Madam Bones quickly and efficiently established that Sirius was not responsible for betraying the Potters, nor for the supposed death of Peter Pettigrew or the 12 Muggles. There was some noise from the Wizengamot as previously known. Facts were proven to be false, but nobody questioned the new information too loudly. It wasn't until Sirius was asked how he escaped from Azkaban that any real uproar occurred, but that was mostly from the Aurors, who took offense to Sirius's ease of eluding the guards. In the end, Sirius was cleared on all charges, including the escape from Azkaban, since he shouldn't have been there in the first place. He also was credited for time served for being an unregistered animagus, and ordered to register himself as soon as possible. Given the current state of the Ministry, it was acknowledged that this might not be for a while. With both Harry and Sirius cleared of all charges, the two of them retreated to a corner and hugged, allowing the stress of their situations to finally melt away. There was still work to be done, and things to be sorted, but with Sirius's exoneration it just didn't feel that urgent. Besides, they were both emotionally exhausted, and so took the opportunity to recharge while talking quietly about the future. Once Sirius's trial was over, the Queen called her chief wizard over and said, "I have a question about the Oath of Magical Fealty. If I were to ask those who were bound to it to be judged by their own magics, would that work?" The chief wizard frowned for a moment, then said, He ruminated on the question for a minute while the Queen waited, before saying, "I don't know, ma'am, though I think it might work. Unfortunately, the only way I can think of to find out for certain would be to try it and see." Looking down, he realized he was still holding Fudge's gavel, and held it out to the Queen. "This is the Chief Warlock's gavel, and it came to me when I took control of the wards. But perhaps it should be you who holds it, at least while you are here." "Thank you, Charles," she replied as she took the gavel from him. "That is exactly what I will do. Please adjust the wards to allow anyone to light up their wand." The chief wizard concentrated for a moment, then nodded to the Queen. Turning to the Wizengamot, the Queen raised her voice and said, "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot, may we have your attention please?" Waiting a moment while they did just that, she continued, "As we said when we arrived, we are most displeased with the way magical Britain has been run under your watch. While we know that some of you may have done your best to see that just rule was applied, many of you clearly have not, or things would not be as they are. Therefore, we charge each and every one of you with treason against the crown." There were gasps from the entirety of the Wizengamot, along with Madam Bones, the Aurors, Percy, Fudge, Umbridge and Sirius. The Queen ignored the gasps, and continued speaking, raising the gavel in one hand as she did. "We invoke the Oath of Magical Fealty and command your magic to judge each of you on your own merits as to whether or not you have satisfied your oath. May those who have not done so have their magics desert them. So mote it be." There was a bright flash from the head of the gavel, followed by a number of cries from the Wizengamot as everyone tried to light up their wands. A bit less than half of them did so successfully, while many people sagged in their chairs as they attempted to light their wands and failed. And one older gentleman gasped and fell over, clutching his chest. Madam Bones and the Aurors rushed over to him, as did the chief wizard. While they were unable to do any magic, the chief wizard performed a couple of diagnostic spells before shaking his head. "He's gone," he said quietly. "I suspect his body was too old to survive without his magic." The Aurors started to protest, but Madam Bones stopped them. With a hard look on her face she said, "I may not agree with Her Majesty's method, but she clearly has the authority or their magic would not have responded." Turning to the Queen, she said, "Your Majesty, I regret to inform you that Mr. McLagan here has passed away of old age due to the loss of his magic. May we treat the body with proper respect?" The Queen nodded. "Please do, Madam Bones. While we are not happy with those who betrayed us, we will allow you to treat his body in accordance with your customs." She waited until Madam Bones and the two Aurors had moved the body to the back of the gallery before addressing the remaining members of the Wizengamot. "We are pleased to see that there are a number of you who still retain your magic, and thus have been found not guilty of treason. We acknowledge your innocence and grant you pardon for anything you may have done against us prior to this moment. You have been granted a second chance, see that you do not squander it. For those of you who have lost your magic, you have been found guilty of treason against the crown." The Queen stopped, thinking for a moment, before looking over to where Umbridge was being guarded. "Charles," she called to her chief wizard, "please give Madam Umbridge her wand. We wish to see if she still retains her magic or not." The chief wizard nodded, then took Umbridge's wand and went to hand it to her. Umbridge's eyes were wide with fear, clearly terrified at the possible loss of her magic. He nearly had to force the wand into her hand, and twice she nearly dropped it before he simply closed his hand around hers until it was secure. "Please, Madam Umbridge," he said, "cast Lumos." Umbridge shook her head, but the chief wizard just glared at her and repeated his request. She took a shaky breath, and stuttered, "LL Lumos." When nothing happened, she closed her eyes, took another breath, and steadied herself before repeating more clearly, "Lumos." She opened her eyes to see the tip of her wand dark, and her face fell. She sniffled a couple of times before giving out a great wailing, "No." As she dropped her wand on the floor. The chief wizard picked up her wand, pocketed it, then looked at the Queen. He realized that there was no way he would be able to be heard over Umbridge's wailing, so he pointed his wand at her and said, "Silencio." Once the sound of Umbridge's voice was no longer heard, he turned back to the Queen and said, "It appears that Madam Umbridge has lost her magic as well, presumably due to her attempted regicide." The Queen nodded. "As we said before, those of you who have lost their magic, including Madam Umbridge, have been found guilty of treason against the crown. There is only one penalty for treason, and that is death by hanging." There was a great cry from the Wizengamot, as several members began wailing, and others shouted various things ranging from pleas for mercy to invectives towards the Queen. "However," she said, raising her voice and holding out her hand palm forward, causing some of those shouting to subside. "However," she repeated, "with the exception of Madam Umbridge, we will exercise the royal prerogative of mercy and withdraw the death sentence. Instead, you shall remain in custody until such time as we decide to have you released. In the case of Madam Umbridge, we shall reserve my final decision for now, but grant a stay of execution until that decision is made." The volume of the Wizengamot rose again, as the Queen turned away from them. "Captain Lee," she called. He came over to her and she said, "Please investigate each and every member of the Wizengamot and determine if they still have their magic or not. Those who do not are to be taken into custody until it can be determined how to deal with them." "Yes, ma'am," he replied, then turned to organize his men to handle it. It took nearly a half hour to process the remaining 49 members of the Wizengamot, determining who was and wasn't guilty of treason and securing those who were. Of the original 50 who were present for the trial, only 22 of them retained their magic, and thus were allowed to remain in their seats. At first the Queen had merely watched the proceedings, but after a couple minutes she had gone over to Harry and asked to speak with him. "Sir Harry," she began, "I would like to thank you again for your service today. While being granted a knighthood does not actually require it, you have demonstrated yet again why you deserve it." "Thank you, Your Majesty," said Harry, blushing at the compliment. Ignoring his embarrassment, She continued, I would like to ask your opinion of this morning's proceedings before I arrived, and those members of the ministry who were involved in it. Especially Madam Bones and Mr. Weasley. Harry nodded. My original hearing was supposed to be with Madam Bones in her office. I've been told that she's strict but fair, and that she would hear me out before passing judgment. She didn't say much during the so-called trial, but she did overrule the minister trying to prevent me from asking Mr. Adlington to be my advisor, and later started yelling at him for calling for my conviction before any evidence was given. I don't know anything else about her, but she seems like a decent person. The Queen nodded. And Mr. Weasley, Percy is, well, Percy. He's one of my best mate's older brothers, and he's always been a bit of a stiff. Like he's more concerned with what the rules say than whether or not they make any sense. He hasn't been talking to his own family for a few weeks now because he sided with the ministry's official position that Voldemort wasn't back, while the rest of the family sided with me. I'm not sure he's ever really liked me, since he was a prefect at school my first 3 years and I had a tendency to break the rules on occasion. Harry looked away from the Queen, not wanting her to know just how often those occasions were. Yet he came to your defense, according to Charles, did he not? She asked. He did, much to my astonishment. After disqualifying Mr. Adlington, Fudge told me to sit down so they could get on with my conviction. I was preparing to revoke the charter when Percy announced himself as my advisor. I don't know who was more surprised, me, Fudge or Percy. He was surprised at himself. The Queen asked amusedly. I think so, at least at first. I know I was. He'd never given any indication that he was likely to do something like that in the past. When Fudge forbid him from assisting me, he said his conscience wouldn't permit him to do that, and quit his job so Fudge would have no say in his actions. I still don't understand why he did that, but I certainly appreciate it. I think his parents would approve as well, even if they aren't on speaking terms right now. The Queen nodded thoughtfully. So would you say that Mr. Weasley is both honest and a stickler for the rules? And courageous enough to stand up for what he believes is right? Harry nodded. Yes, ma'am, I'd say that's exactly what he is. He was a Gryffindor like me, and the primary trait were sorted for his courage. I'd never really seen it in Percy before, but it took a lot to stand up to Fudge like that. Thank you, Sir Harry, you've given me a number of things to think about. I believe I may have a job for Mr. Weasley, once we deal with a few more things here today. Please excuse me for now, I wish to speak to Madam Bones about some things before we continue. Of course, Your Majesty, replied Harry, and they went their separate ways. Harry went to talk to Percy, while the Queen called first to her chief wizard, and then to Madam Bones, both of whom excused themselves and went over to her. After speaking with Her Majesty, Harry went over to Percy, who was now sitting back at the scribe's table looking rather lost. He looked up at Harry's approach and gave him a nod, but then went back to staring straight ahead. Thank you, said Harry, causing Percy to look up at him. What for? Asked Percy rather flatly. For standing up for me, replied Harry. For trying to ensure that they followed the rules, even though I know you don't like me very much. For putting your life, or at least your lifestyle, on the line to try and get me a fair trial. You didn't have to do that, but you did. He paused, looking Percy in the eyes before continuing, thanks, I owe you one. Percy briefly gave a wan smile, then said, you're welcome, though I guess you didn't really need my help after all, given what happened next. Harry looked thoughtful, then said, maybe, maybe not. But that doesn't mean I don't appreciate it. You had no idea what was coming, yet you still stood up for what you believed in. Percy looked at him questioningly, but didn't say anything, so Harry continued. I was still preparing myself for revoking the charter when you stood up and announced yourself on my behalf. Up until then I still had some lingering doubts about what I was about to do, but when you were willing to quit your job just to make sure I had a proper advisor, I knew it was the only option. That took a lot of guts. Percy, you've proven yourself to be a true Gryffindor today. Percy stared at Harry for a moment, then nodded. I guess I did, didn't I? Thanks, I needed that. Now I just need to muster that courage and figure out what to do now that I don't have a job anymore. For all I know there isn't even a ministry anymore. Harry smiled. Look, I know we haven't really gotten along, and we may never be friends, but I want you to know I really respect you for what you did today. When this is over, if there's any way I can help, don't hesitate to ask." He stuck out his hand, and after a moment Percy stood up and shook it. "Thank you," said Percy, a little hesitantly. "It's hard for us Weasleys to accept help, but after today I'm starting to think that maybe I need to reevaluate all of my beliefs. I think maybe I should start by talking to my father, once all this is over." "I think he'd like that, Percy. Good luck." They shook hands one more time before Harry went back over to talk with Sirius, and Percy sat back down at the scribe's table to think. The Chief Wizard and Madam Bones approached the Queen, each giving a small bow and saying, "Your Majesty." The Queen looked first to her Chief Wizard, and then Madam Bones. "Madam Bones," she began, "my Chief Wizard tells me that you have been trying to uphold the Charter as best you can, despite the political maneuvering of the Minister and other parties. While your actions here today have shown that this may be true, we hope you'll understand if we don't take just your word for it." "Of course, Your Majesty," replied Madam Bones. "After what I witnessed personally this morning, I'm surprised you're even giving me a chance, in all honesty. Your actions, along with Sir Harry's impression of you, have convinced us that we should at least learn more before taking any action one way or another," said the Queen. "Tell me, what do you think about the fate of the members of the Wizengamot who have lost their magic?" Madam Bones was silent for a minute, knowing that her answer to this question would likely decide her own fate, or at least her job prospects. "I have mixed feelings," she finally answered. "On the one hand, the loss of one's magic is just about the most serious penalty that could have happened to them, and many of them will have no idea how to live in our world without it, assuming their own families even acknowledge them anymore. And they definitely will have no idea how to live in your world. Plus, it's quite possible that many of them had no idea that their Wizengamot oath would make them beholden to you. However, I also cannot fault your calling them on their oath, given that it was their own magic that judged them, and penalized them according to their own individual actions. And while they may not have known what that oath entailed, they should have, and failing to learn what the oath meant before swearing it is nobody's fault but their own. I will say that I appreciate your granting mercy on them with regards to their death sentences. While I understand that's what the law calls for, I do not believe that any of them personally committed any offenses that rise to that level, even if they created an environment where others could do so." The Queen nodded, taking in everything Madam Bones said before responding. "We appreciate and agree with almost everything you said, Madam Bones, and we won't fault you for the one thing we disagree with, since it's something that everybody will have to learn. Namely, that there is no our world and your world anymore. There is only one world, and we will all have to live in it together, even if certain parts are hidden from view." "I'm not sure that's such a good idea, ma'am," said Madam Bones. "Why not?" asked the Queen, keeping her tone light. "Historically there have been great difficulties with our two worlds' interaction, with both sides acting against the other out of fear and prejudice. Additionally, because wizards can do things that muggles cannot, there have been problems with jealousy, as well as wizards taking advantage of muggles in various ways." Madam Bones looked thoughtful, then added, "There's also the simple problem of those who have magic simply cannot give any of it to those who don't, making it harder for both sides to relate to each other at times." "All valid points," said the Queen, "which is why we are not proposing that we simply integrate the two worlds outright. However, it occurs to me that there needs to be much closer ties between the worlds for a number of reasons. First and foremost, at least here in Great Britain, they both fall under our rule in some form or another. Secondly, while neither side is truly aware of the other, there is still a considerable amount of interaction between them whether they know it or not. And finally, much of the reason for fear and prejudice is because neither side really knows anything about the other. Do you disagree?" Madam Bones thought carefully about what the Queen had said. Was it really that simple? That not knowing about each other was the root cause of many of the problems? She wasn't sure she completely agreed, but she didn't completely disagree either. "No, ma'am," she finally answered. "I'm not entirely sure about it, but I can't find fault in your ideas either. Perhaps if they were investigated carefully before anything was actually done." The Queen smiled. Yes, she thought, I think I can work with this woman, at least for now. She looked at her chief wizard and said, do you believe you can work with Madame Bones on these issues, Charles? The chief wizard nodded, and she turned back to Madame Bones. Madame Bones, we believe that your suggestion has merit, and will be asking you to work with Mr. Adlington to further investigate the issues and ultimately implement the appropriate changes. However, before we get to that, there is one more matter that we wish to discuss with you. While you have shown yourself to be someone that we are willing to work with, there is still the matter of how to deal with the fact that you were a significant official in a ministry of magic that as a whole tended to ignore the wizarding charter. We find ourselves with a dilemma: how to trust that you or anyone else in a position of authority has truly not been working against the spirit, if not the letter, of the charter. After all, anyone who has been working against the crown is also most likely guilty of treason, just as the members of the Wizengamot were. Do you understand my concerns? Yes, ma'am, said Madame Bones, trying not to sound worried. You wish to be sure that anyone in a position of authority has not been and will not be working against you, as well as properly punishing those who were. The Queen's face brightened. Yes, she said, that's exactly what we mean. We don't wish to simply charge everyone with treason without a good reason, but we also don't want to simply take everyone's word for it. If I may, interjected the chief wizard, perhaps a magical oath from the department heads that they did not act against the wizarding charter. Anyone unwilling to take the oath could be held for trial, while anyone who does take it could be judged by the results. Would you be willing to make that oath? The Queen asked Madame Bones. Madame Bones made a face, clearly considering the wording of the oath and its potential consequences. I would be willing to make an oath, but I think there needs to be a change to the wording. Rather than simply not acting against the charter, I would be willing to swear that I did not knowingly and indifferently act against it. After all, it's not only possible but in all honesty likely that I did act against it, but only either without knowing I was, or because it was the best I could do at the time. The Queen nodded. Your suggestion has merit. We do not want to punish people who were simply acting out of ignorance, though going forward they will have to learn and follow the law. Please work with Charles to draft the exact wording, and then we shall proceed with you taking the oath before we address the remaining members of the Wizengamot. Yes, ma'am, they chorused, before going over to the scribe's table to get the wording sorted. It only took them 10 minutes to get the wording exact, since they already had the basis for it. By the time they were finished, all of the members of the Wizengamot had been sorted, with those who had lost their magic being moved to the gallery under guard. They showed the proposed oath to the Queen, who gave her approval after looking it over. She then turned towards the remaining members of the Wizengamot, who appeared to be waiting for her as they quieted down almost immediately. Members of the Wizengamot, those of you who remain have already had your actions judged by magic, and have found to have acted in an acceptable manner. We now give you the task of witnessing what is to be the first of many others being judged for their actions. Every single department head will be given the same choice: to take the oath Madame Bones is about to take, or to be held for trial on charges of treason. Anyone who refuses will be given a fair trial, and will be convicted or acquitted based on the evidence presented at that trial. Anyone who does take the oath will be judged on the result of that oath. In any event, those found guilty will be punished based on the severity of their actions, again based on the evidence presented. Are there any questions before Madame Bones takes her oath? Nobody said anything, so she turned to Madame Bones and said, "Your oath, Madame." Madame Bones stepped forward, then raised her wand and stated, "I, Amelia Susan Bones, swear on my magic that while employed by the Ministry of Magic I did not, knowingly and indifferently, act against the principles of the Wizarding Charter. So mote it be, Lumos." The tip of her wand lit up, before she extinguished it and looked at the Queen expectantly. "Thank you, Madame Bones," said the Queen, taking on a more formal air. "Of all the people in positions of responsibility in the ministry we have seen thus far today, you have shown the most integrity and willingness to work with us rather than against us. We accept your oath as proof that you have done your best to follow our laws and thank you for your loyal service. As a reward for that service we ask you to take the position of Governor-General of the Magical Kingdom of Great Britain, and to work with our representatives to bring about positive changes in our magical realm." Madame Bones stared at the Queen in shock, then looked at the Chief Wizard before blurting out, Did you know this was coming? The chief wizard chuckled, then replied, I had a suspicion, but no proof. Madam Bones gave him a half glare, before turning back to the queen and bowing deeper than she had previously. I'm honored, Your Majesty. I accept the position in the hopes that I will be able to leave this world a better place than I found it. The queen nodded and said, Thank you, Madam Bones. May we realize your hopes by working together. To help that process along, we would like to appoint someone to assist you with some of the more time-consuming tasks that need to be done. Percy Weasley, come forth. If Madam Bones was shocked, Percy looked like he had no idea how to react. Eventually he stood, pointing to himself and asked, Me? Yes, you, young man, replied the queen. We have it on good authority that you have a fondness for the rules. Percy stared blankly for a moment, missing the slight grin on her face, before shaking his head to clear it. Yes, Your Majesty, he said, finally walking towards her and bowing. While not a department head, we believe this task is important enough that we would ask you to take the oath voluntarily, with no repercussions should you choose not to. Are you willing to do so? Percy stood up straighter and said, I would be honored to take that oath, ma'am. The chief wizard brought over the paper with the oath written on it, and Percy studied it for a moment before raising his wand. I, Percy Ignatius Weasley, swear on my magic that while employed by the Ministry of Magic I did not, knowingly and indifferently, act against the principles of the Wizarding Charter. So mote it be. He lit and then extinguished his wand, before turning to the queen expectantly. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, she said. On the recommendation of Sir Harry, we offer you the position of Solicitor General of the Magical Kingdom of Great Britain. Your task will be to document all of the laws of Magical Britain, compare them to the laws of non-Magical Britain, and prepare a report of the differences and what needs to be done about them. We expect that some laws will make sense, some will need to be modified, and some will simply need to be repealed. You will report to Governor General Bones, and through her to us. Do you accept this task? Aye, he stammered, before swallowing hard. I am honored to accept, Your Majesty, he finally said, bowing deeply as Madam Bones had. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. You're most welcome, young man. If you need any assistance, make sure you ask Governor General Bones or Mr. Adlington, she replied. I will, ma'am, and thank you again, he said, clearly overwhelmed by the Queen's generosity. An amused Madam Bones led him back to his seat while his head was clearly spinning, trying to get it wrapped around everything that had happened this morning. He had no idea how difficult the job would be, but right now he really didn't care. In the span of an hour he had gone from quitting his job at the ministry, in a way that would probably see him blacklisted no less, to having been given a new job directly by the Queen. And he had no doubts that the latter was as much due to Harry Potter as the former. He definitely needed to reconsider his opinion of Harry, or at least his attitude towards him. As Madam Bones was helping Percy over to his seat, the Queen motioned to Captain Lee, who came over and bowed. Yes, Your Majesty, he asked. I believe you have a prisoner to be questioned, she replied. Yes, ma'am, I do. I believe that now would be a good time to do that, while everyone is still present. The answers we receive may go a long way to securing further cooperation from those who remain in positions of authority. Yes, ma'am, I'll have him brought in right away. At the Queen's dismissal, he went over to another soldier and spoke to him briefly, sending him to go get the prisoner. Madam Bones, the Queen called out. Waiting a moment until Madam Bones had come back over to her, she continued in a quieter voice, We have two things to discuss with you. First, Captain Lee is bringing in someone who was taken into custody while he secured the route for our arrival. He has requested that the prisoner be questioned under veritaserum, though we don't know the exact reasons for it. However, we consider it sufficient that he believes it is necessary, and so we are approving it. Second, once that has been concluded, you will need to determine the loyalty of your own employees first, and then bring the department heads here so that they may be given the option of taking the oath or not. Madam Bones nodded. Your Majesty, may I make the same offer regarding the oath to my staff that you made to Mr. Weasley? I will need to investigate further anyone who refuses, but taking that oath will go a long way towards determining who I should or shouldn't trust. Do you have any other ways to determine the loyalty of those who refuse? asked the Queen. If needed, I can question them under veritaserum as long as 2 senior Aurors approve the questions beforehand, replied Madame Bones. At the Queen's questioning look, she added, it's a way of preventing abusive questioning, while still allowing those who are suspected of impropriety to be questioned if the evidence is sufficient. In this case, so long as I keep the questions on point, I think I can get sanction from anyone whose loyalty doesn't lie elsewhere. Very well, said the Queen. We approve of your plan. Please speak with Captain Lee and Mr. Adlington so you can assist with questioning the prisoner. Thank you, Your Majesty, said Madame Bones. She waited to be dismissed, before heading over to the Chief Wizard. Just as she approached him, the door opened and a soldier walked in carrying someone over his shoulder. She watched as he was brought in, but couldn't see who it was until the soldier turned away from her to speak with Captain Lee. Bloody hell, she swore under her breath when she realized who it was. The Chief Wizard looked up at her, then over to where she was looking, before asking, I take it you recognize him? I certainly do. That's Lucius Malfoy, she said. I've long suspected he's been bribing the minister, but I haven't been able to even investigate it. Not to mention the fact that he got away with claiming he was under the Imperious Curse during the last war. At this point Captain Lee came over to them, leading the soldier carrying Malfoy. Madame Bones, Mr. Adlington, he said. I found this gentleman, he coughed as he said the last word, skulking around the lifts when I went to inform Her Majesty that the charter had been revoked. He chose to challenge me when I approached. He grinned sardonically and added, he lost. Madame Bones couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lucius Malfoy was known to be big on words, but she always suspected that he wouldn't fare well in a stand-up fight. I look forward to questioning him, she said. Indeed, asked Captain Lee, do you know who he is? He refused to give me his name, so I stunned him to be questioned later. He might have had a good reason for being there, but the presence of the dark mark on his arm makes me think otherwise. The dark mark is back? Asked Madame Bones. I seem to recall it had faded when he claimed he was under the Imperious Curse to escape punishment. Captain Lee looked around and spotted the prisoner's chair in front of the Wizengamot. Can we put him in that? He asked, pointing to the chair. Then you can see for yourself. Madame Bones nodded, and they all moved over to assist McSherry with placing his burden in the chair. As he was arranged in the chair, his bare left forearm showed the dark mark, visible for all to see. As others in the room noticed Malfoy being placed in the prisoner's chair, there were quiet murmurs around the chamber, but no outcry like before. So it is back, said Madame Bones, before she looked at the Chief Wizard and said, I believe you should be able to secure him to the chair with your control over the wards. The Chief Wizard concentrated for a moment, before the chains hanging from the chair secured Malfoy to it. Once Malfoy was secured, he called for Mr. Halford to bring the veritaserum to question the prisoner. With Malfoy secured but still unconscious, the Chief Wizard called for everyone's attention. Not wanting to set off a cannon blast in the presence of the Queen, he waited a little longer than he would normally. Seeing that some people still weren't settling down, he turned to Captain Lee and asked, can you please get everyone's attention without startling Her Majesty? Captain Lee smiled. Certainly, sir, he said, then walked over to where the Queen was watching the proceeding. Nodding at her and making sure she was aware of his presence, he turned away from her, stood ramrod straight and shouted, Attention. Immediately the noise level dropped, and almost everyone looked in his direction. Those who didn't were quickly informed by the people next to them, and within 10 seconds the room was silent, waiting for him to speak. Instead, he simply motioned to the Chief Wizard, who nodded back at him before addressing the crowd. By order of Her Majesty, this prisoner, subsequently identified as Lucius Malfoy, will be questioned under veritaserum. He was taken into custody during the security measures to prepare for Her Majesty's arrival, and as you can see he bears the dark mark on his forearm. Those who hadn't noticed the dark mark before gasped, and everyone strained to get a better look. Someone from the gallery called out, You can't do that, purebloods are exempt from being given veritaserum unless they request it. The Chief Wizard looked shocked, as did a number of the Queen's retinue. The Queen, on the other hand, looked furious. Turning to face the gallery, she said in a loud, clear voice, do you mean to tell us that those who were born to magical parents are exempt from having the truth of their words verified unless they so choose? Several people in the gallery fidgeted, clearly not wanting to answer the queen in the affirmative. Fortunately for them, they were saved by one of the still sitting members of the Wizengamot. Unfortunately, yes, your majesty, said a middle-aged man sitting in the middle of the Wizengamot seats. It's an old law, and one that should have been repealed ages ago, but it never was. Turning to look at the man who had spoken to her, the queen said, I see. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Davies, ma'am. John Davies, he answered. Thank you, Mr. Davies, we shall start the process of rectifying that now. She shifted slightly, taking on a more regal bearing, before stating matter-of-factly, we hereby declare that nobody is exempt from being given veritaserum based on their parentage or so-called blood status. Mr. Weasley, please put that law on your list of those that need to be formally repealed. Hearing his name, Percy looked up in surprise, then parsed what had been said to him. Picking up his quill, he responded, yes, ma'am, before making a note of it. Now, she said, turning back to the chief wizard, we would like to hear what it is that Mr. Malfoy has to say. So would I, said Harry, walking over from where he had been talking to Sirius. I'd like to hear what he has to say about the night he returned to his master back in June. The chief wizard looked thoughtful for a moment, then brightened. Ah, yes, his name was on the list you provided, wasn't it? He said. Perhaps we can kill several birds with one stone. Mr. Halford, please administer the veritaserum before I wake him. His assistant nodded, then administered the requisite 3 drops to Malfoy, holding his mouth closed until he swallowed by reflex. Once that was done, he turned towards Percy and added, Mr. Weasley, please make sure that his testimony is recorded correctly. Seeing Percy set up a dictaquill, the chief wizard pointed his wand at Malfoy and said, Renervate. Malfoy's eyes opened, and he looked around in panic for a second before the veritaserum hit him and they glazed over. The chief wizard waited a few more seconds, then began the questioning. Please state your name for the record, said the chief wizard. Lucius Malfoy, he said, clearly trying to fight off the effects of the veritaserum. Are you a Death Eater? Malfoy gritted his teeth, but the truth serum was clearly too strong for him. Yes. There was a cry of, no, from the gallery, and everyone watched as Fudge buried his head in his hands in horror. Why were you waiting by the lifts outside of the courtrooms earlier? He was still struggling against the veritaserum, but after a moment he lost again. I was waiting for Minister Fudge. And why were you waiting for the minister? I wanted to know the outcome of the trial. And why did you want to know that? Malfoy grunted, struggling valiantly to keep his secrets, but then he suddenly relaxed, the fight having taken too much out of him. He took a deep breath, then answered, I had promised him a reward if he were to get Potter convicted and expelled. There were murmurs around the chamber, but the chief wizard ignored them. What kind of a reward? He asked. 100 galleons. At this Fudge started sobbing quietly, until one of the guards hit him with a quick silencing charm. Was that the only reason you wanted to know the outcome? No. And what were your other reasons? The Dark Lord wanted to know the result as well. Hearing Malfoy speak as though the Dark Lord was actually alive caused another commotion, ranging from shouts of, no, and, he's lying, to wailing and crying. It took a minute to restore order, allowing the chief wizard to continue the questioning. Has the Dark Lord returned? He asked, figuring it was best to get this line of questioning out of the way. Yes. When did he return? The night of June 24th. How do you know he has returned? The dark mark burned, summoning me to him. When I arrived, he was waiting for me and his other servants. Excuse me, came the voice of Albus Dumbledore. Might I suggest that any further questions along this line be asked in a more private setting? The chief wizard and Madame Bones both looked at him in annoyance, but it was the Queen's voice who answered him first. No, you may not, Mr. Dumbledore. If the so-called Dark Lord wishes to operate in secret, then the surest way to strike against him is to force him into the open. You should be less concerned about what might happen if his secrets are revealed, and more about what will happen to you if we find that you have aided and abetted a terrorist organization operating on our shores." Dumbledore paled at the accusation, as did several others. He nodded meekly and sat down, clearly unaccustomed to being treated like one of the schoolchildren he normally disciplined. The Queen nodded, then turned to the Chief Wizard. "Please continue, Charles. We wish for everyone to hear the truth." The Chief Wizard nodded, then resumed questioning Malfoy. "How did the Dark Lord return? He used some sort of ritual to give him a new body. How did he not pass on when he was defeated 14 years ago?" "I don't know. Who performed the ritual to resurrect the Dark Lord?" "Wormtail did." "Who is Wormtail?" "Peter Pettigrew." "Who else was present at the Dark Lord's return?" "Avery, McNair, Crabbe, Goyle, Knott, Yaxley and the Carrows." "There were others as well, but I don't know who they are." Madam Bones growled hearing McNair and Yaxley's names, but didn't say anything else. She did, however, grab a quill and parchment and began quickly writing things down. "How many others were there?" 15 or so. I didn't count them." "Who else do you know is a Death Eater but was not present?" "Karkaroff, Snape, Dolohov, Rookwood, the Lestranges, Jugson, Mulciber and Travers." "Why were they not present?" "Karkaroff is a traitor, and Snape was believed to be one as well. The rest are in Azkaban." "Do any of the Death Eaters work for the Ministry?" "McNair and Yaxley. There may be more, but if so I don't know who they are." "Where is the Dark Lord now?" "I don't know." "How do you know where to find him when he summons you?" "The Dark Mark guides me." "Do you apparate directly to him?" "That depends. If he's behind wards, I appear just outside them. If not, I appear about 10 feet away from him." Madam Bones handed the parchment to the Chief Wizard. He glanced at it and then nodded at her. "Were you under the Imperious Curse during the last war as you previously claimed?" he asked, looking at the parchment. "No." This caused the murmurs that had been going on in the background to get louder again, but not loud enough so as to interrupt the interrogation. "Did you willingly become a Death Eater?" "Yes." "Is it possible to take the Dark Mark unwillingly?" "No." "What do you need to do to receive the Dark Mark?" "Earn the Dark Lord's favor." "How do you earn the Dark Lord's favor?" "It depends. Sometime he will give it as a reward for performing a specific task that he gives you. Other times he is impressed by the things that you have done for him without specifically being asked." "How did you earn your Dark Mark?" "I impressed him with my skill at torturing Muggles, as well as being one of his biggest financial backers." "How many Muggles have you tortured or killed?" asked the Chief Wizard, nearly growling as he did so. "I don't know." "Why not?" the Chief Wizard snapped, before his assistant put a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. "Because I lost count years ago, and I don't know how many of them managed to survive." The Chief Wizard made to draw his wand, but before anyone could do anything about it the Queen's voice cut through the tension. "Enough," she said, with an air of finality. After a moment, she continued. "We believe that while it is possible that the prisoner may have further information that could be useful, there is nothing more to gain from interrogating him here and now. Please secure him for the time being, and we shall determine what to do with him later." The Chief Wizard nodded, then turned to his assistant and said, "Please administer the antidote, but leave him secured for now." He then turned away to speak with the Queen and determine her intentions. "Yes, sir," said Mr. Halford, who then pulled out the antidote and poured a little into Malfoy's mouth. In the few brief moments it took for Malfoy to come out from under the influence of the Veritaserum, he managed to suppress his outrage at his treatment and instead took stock of his situation. It very quickly became clear that this was not the same Wizengamot chamber he had been in before. There were what appeared to be Muggle soldiers standing guard throughout the chamber, and half of the Wizengamot were seated in the gallery along with the minister and his toady, Umbridge. The fact that she was trussed up like a pig for roasting, and everyone in the gallery was clearly being closely watched only strengthened his opinion that something radical had changed. The question was, what was it, and how could he get out of his current predicament? Now that his head was clear, he looked around further and saw that the man who had been questioning him was speaking with an older woman with a regal bearing, clearly deferring to her despite her obvious Muggle attire. He then noticed Madam Bones, the head of the DMLE, watching him with a rather feral grin. He turned to her and asked as haughtily as he could, "Madam Bones, just what is the meaning of this? As a pureblood, you know I'm exempt from questioning under veritaserum." To his surprise, Madam Bones just chuckled, before answering him dismissively. "Oh, right, you were still unconscious when that discussion was had. You're correct that you were exempt from questioning under veritaserum, but that's no longer the case." Malfoy was stunned by that statement. How on earth had the Wizengamot voted to end that prohibition, especially without him finding out it was coming up for a vote? How? He asked incredulously. There's no way the members of the Wizengamot would vote to end that. This time Madam Bones laughed, and didn't stop for several seconds. "Ah, Lucius, trapped by your own worldview. The Wizengamot is no longer in charge of magical Britain, just as your good friend Cornelius is no longer the minister. Things have changed around here, and it's just the beginning." Malfoy frowned, then looked back at Madam Bones. "And just who is in charge now?" he sneered. "You." Madam Bones just smiled. "Well," she replied, "I suppose in some ways the answer to your question would be yes, but the correct answer is no, I'm not." She pointed to the older Muggle woman and said matter-of-factly, "She is." "Her?" asked Malfoy, not understanding. "A Muggle is in charge of magical Britain. Impossible." Much to his surprise, the woman looked up at him and narrowed her eyes. She said something to the gentleman she was speaking to, before walking over towards him, stopping when she was about 5 feet away. "Governor General Bones, we take it you haven't made all the facts clear to our prisoner." At the shake of Madam Bones's head, the Queen continued. "We are your Queen, Mr. Malfoy, and we do not take kindly to terrorists." She glared at Malfoy until he had to look away, withering under her angry stare. As Malfoy tried to get his mind around the fact that the Queen was standing in the Wizengamot chamber, Madam Bones was wondering exactly what she intended having called Malfoy a terrorist. As it happened, they both got their answers when the Queen spoke up a minute later. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot," she said, raising her voice just enough to carry, "we thank you for your patience today, and ask your further indulgence. It has become unfortunately clear that there is much more to do today than we had originally thought, and we will not be able to remain present to witness all of it. Therefore we ask you bear witness for us, keeping in mind your oath of fealty, as additional members of the ministry are brought before you to take the oath earlier taken by Governor General Bones and Mr. Weasley. Anyone who refuses to take the oath will be held for trial, which will be arranged for by Governor General Bones and whoever she appoints as her replacement as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, as soon as the reorganized ministry is able. Also, everyone in the ministry is to be searched for the Dark Mark, and anyone found to be in possession of it is to be turned over to Captain Lee immediately. We also ask that you act as advisors to Governor General Bones, assisting her with her task of bringing about change to the wizarding world until such time as the Wizengamot can be properly reconstituted. While I am not disbanding it entirely, I am hereby declaring it suspended in all but an advisory capacity for a period of 2 weeks. After that we will determine whether the current system can be salvaged and new members appointed to fairly represent all of magical Britain, or whether to dismantle the Wizengamot entirely and start fresh with a new system. I suggest you work diligently during that time to help answer that question as well as how to accomplish that goal. Governor General Bones, we ask that the convicted members of the Wizengamot be held here at the ministry until such time as we can arrange suitable accommodations for them in Muggle prisons or determine alternate arrangements. Former Minister of Magic Fudge will also remain incarcerated here, as he is to be tried before a magical court rather than facing non-magical justice, since many of his crimes were committed against the magical world and not just us. However, we shall be taking Madame Umbridge with us when we depart, so that she can be held under our guard while she awaits her sentence." Madame Bones nodded, and said, "Of course, Your Majesty. May I request the assistance of some of your guards until we have properly determined the loyalty of the Auror Corps?" "We were about to see to that, Governor General," replied the Queen. "Until such time as you feel you have sufficient numbers of Aurors who have proven their loyalty, you will have the assistance of members of the magical military squad. Captain Lee," she said, turning towards him, "please assign half of your troops to remain behind until Governor General Bones feels they are no longer needed here." Captain Lee bowed slightly to the Queen and answered, "Yes, Your Majesty." He then turned to one of the other wizards in military garb and said, Lieutenant Whitehouse, you will remain here in charge of Z Troop when Her Majesty returns to the palace. If you need anything, send word immediately. Lieutenant Whitehouse saluted and replied, Yes, sir. Before turning to organize his troops, Captain Lee turned back to the Queen and she nodded to him. She then turned back to the remaining members of the Wizengamot and addressed them once more. Next, she began, We hereby declare the so-called Dark Lord Voldemort, along with his marked followers known as Death Eaters, to be terrorists engaged in armed insurrection against the rightful government of Great Britain. Therefore, they are no longer the province of the Ministry of Magic, but will be dealt with by our Ministry of Defense and the forces available to it. Anyone possessing the Dark Mark who is taken alive will be tried for treason and sedition. She gave Malfoy a pointed look, assuming they do not find ways to cooperate in exchange for leniency. She looked back to Madame Bones and added, I believe that Mr. Malfoy will be departing with us as well, as I believe there are more questions that he can provide answers to. Malfoy stared at the Queen in disbelief, but she ignored him and continued. Finally, we have one more item of business to take care of before we depart. Albus Dumbledore, come forth. Hearing his name, Dumbledore blinked, pulling back from his worried thoughts about what the Queen's announcement would mean for his plans for dealing with Voldemort. He looked at the Queen, then smiled and strode over from the gallery. Giving a very shallow bow, he said, Your Majesty, thank you for. Be quiet, she said sharply, causing Dumbledore to stop in mid-sentence. She spoke softly, so that it wasn't broadcast to the room, though others could certainly hear her if they tried. We did not call you over here to speak, but to listen. As you currently hold no position in the magical government, you have been allowed to stay mostly for security reasons, and otherwise simply as a courtesy. Now is not the time to deal with you properly, as there are more pressing issues that must be dealt with first, but we fully intend to have a long discussion with you once more important issues have been dealt with. Dumbledore opened his mouth as if to speak, but a glare from the Queen caused him to falter. He subsided after a few seconds, and she continued. You have held multiple positions of power in the magical world for many years, and yet you have done nothing with them to improve your world. This ends now. Raising her voice so the whole room could hear her again, she said, Albus Dumbledore, you are hereby barred from holding any office within the Ministry of Magic or on the Wizengamot, unless explicitly appointed by the Crown. Governor General Bones, please ensure that Mr. Dumbledore is removed from any and all positions that he may somehow retain at this time. Additionally, while you remain the headmaster of Hogwarts for the time being, you will need to demonstrate that you should retain that position for the future. To that end, once Governor General Bones determines it is safe for you to be allowed to leave, you will be escorted to Hogwarts by members of the Magical Military Squad where you will remain under house arrest until such time as we make a personal visit to speak with you about the changes that will be required to be made there. Your willingness and ability to implement those changes will determine whether or not you will remain the headmaster, and for how long. Do we make ourselves clear? Dumbledore was speechless. Up until now, he had been one of the most powerful wizards in Great Britain, if not the world, as well as the undisputed leader of the light. Now, here, he was cowed by a woman nearly a head shorter than he, and a muggle to boot. He desperately wanted to protest, but after everything that had happened this morning, he knew it would only make things more difficult rather than less. As she watched Dumbledore struggle with his situation, the Queen first gave him a few seconds to respond, then grew impatient. After nearly 30 seconds without any response from Dumbledore other than a few abortive openings and closings of his mouth, she narrowed her eyes and said, Mr. Dumbledore, do you understand your instructions? Dumbledore swallowed, then nodded. Yes, Your Majesty, he said. I understand. Good. We shall send word of when to expect us. Also, please remember to listen to Governor General Bones, as she speaks first until we say otherwise. She waited for Dumbledore to acknowledge her, then turned to Madame Bones, clearly dismissing him. Governor General Bones, she called out. Yes, ma'am, replied Madame Bones. We must depart for the time being, but we remain available to you should you need to bring something to our attention. We ask that you keep us informed of your progress no less often than every other day, and that you not hesitate to ask for assistance should you need it. Do you have any questions before we depart? No, ma'am, though I do have a request. Could you please leave Mr. Adlington and Mr. Halford here, at least until we have the ministry secured? I believe their assistance will be invaluable to that process. The Queen looked to her chief wizard. Charles, she said with a grin, would you be willing to remain until Governor-General Bones no longer requires your assistance? The chief wizard gave her a tired smile and nodded. Of course, Your Majesty, he said, and Mr. Halford echoed him. I expected nothing less. I just hope Governor-General Bones is right about how many of her ores are trustworthy. Thank you, Charles, she said. Turning back to Madame Bones, she said, we intend to properly reopen the Royal Ambassador's office in the coming days, but for the time being you may contact us through the Crown Wizards and the Magical Military Squad. We leave the present state of Wizarding Britain in your hands. What the future holds will be determined by how you handle things in the immediate term. I understand, Your Majesty, said Madame Bones solemnly. I won't let you down. No, we don't believe you will, replied the Queen. Looking across the room, she called out, Sir Harry, Mr. Black, would you please accompany us back to the palace? We wish to speak with you further regarding this morning's events. Harry and Sirius stood up from where they were sitting and answered, yes, ma'am, before walking over to her. She finally turned to Captain Lee and said, very well, Captain, let us return to the palace immediately. Captain Lee nodded and said, yes, ma'am, before turning and calling out, Lansdell, Penfold, stun the two prisoners and bring them with us. The rest of X troop form up on Her Majesty. Waiting a moment as they did just that, he then said, move out. Those remaining in the Wizengamot chamber watched as the group departed, the Queen in the center with Harry and Sirius, surrounded by a mix of magical and non-magical soldiers and two stunned prisoners floating behind them. Albus Dumbledore sat in the observers' gallery, watching the proceedings and thinking on both what he'd seen, as well as what he'd been told to expect after things were finished here. He knew from the start that today wasn't likely to go his way, but when he first arrived at the ministry he had no idea exactly how far from it things were going to go. It had started with the minister's refusal to stop the sham that was Harry Potter's trial, not that he had expected him to stop it. But when Harry had arrived and refused to even discuss his defense, he knew it would only go downhill from there. His shock at seeing Sirius Black in the courtroom was only compounded by Sirius's open presentation as Harry's advisor, followed by concrete proof that Sirius had never gotten a trial. At that point he knew he had lost control of Harry, but he had still had hopes that he'd be able to influence things his way. After all, it was for the greater good. With the arrival of the Queen's chief wizard, and the subsequent revocation of the Wizarding Charter, that last vestige of hope was lost. Worse yet, the arrival of the Queen herself, with first his snubbing, and later dressing down, had shown everyone just how little influence he retained in the new regime. Now, as he watched yet more changes being made right before his eyes, he considered his remaining options as well as his original plans. Madame Bones was currently going through the department and sub-department heads, asking for their oath and taking those who wouldn't or couldn't into custody. She'd already cleared out the Auror Corps, which resulted in a few surprises but no major revelations. There were half a dozen Aurors waiting to be questioned under Veritaserum, along with two who were being held for further investigation after being questioned, but the remainder of them had either taken the oath successfully or had sufficiently passed questioning to be retained on active duty. There were also two Death Eaters who worked in the ministry currently in custody, bound and stunned, awaiting transferal to Her Majesty's custody. Yaxley had been taken by surprise during the cleanup of the DMLE, and the presence of the Dark Mark had been confirmed here in the courtroom for all to see. McNair had actually put up a fight, according to the team sent to capture him, but they had anticipated it and there were only minor injuries reported. He too had had the Dark Mark confirmed in the courtroom, and the entire department for the regulation and control of magical creatures had been placed on lockdown until everyone in it had been cleared. As it was, the head of the department had yet to report for work, meaning everyone else was stuck there waiting for him. He looked up from his contemplation after hearing a familiar voice and saw Arthur Weasley speaking to Madam, make that Governor-General Bones. After a moment, Mr. Weasley raised his wand and took the oath that everyone had been asked to take, then proved its validity by lighting his wand. Governor-General Bones nodded and thanked him, and he turned to move away before spotting Dumbledore sitting in the gallery. Mr. Weasley approached Dumbledore with a concerned look on his face, and asked, "Albus, are you all right? You don't look well." Dumbledore gave a wan smile and replied, "No, Arthur, I probably don't. And I honestly don't know if I'm all right or not. I feel like everything I've worked towards for so long has come crashing down, and I don't know what I can do about it." Mr. Weasley nodded, not knowing what to say to that. "Well, I've been told that I need to wait a few before I can return to my office. Can you tell me what happened with Harry? And how is it that the wizarding charter was revoked? Madam Bones told me not to worry about it for now, but I need to tell Molly and the children something when I get home." Albus nodded. Harry was cleared of all charges, as was Sirius. But before that happened, it was clear that Fudge was trying to force a guilty verdict before even holding a trial. In fact, it was that action which resulted in Harry revoking the charter. "Harry," exclaimed Mr. Weasley, "but how is that possible? I believe that the Queen had previously given him the authority to revoke it in her name. I don't think he really wanted to, but after Percy came to his defense, and even quit the ministry after Fudge ordered him to stop, I guess he felt he had no choice." Percy came to Harry's defense. "Yes, he did. You should be proud of your son. He stood up for what was right, rather than what was easy." Dumbledore trailed off, his mind suddenly whirling about many different things. Mr. Weasley looked around the courtroom, finally spotting Percy on the far side talking to a couple of Aurors. Not realizing that Dumbledore was already lost in his own thoughts, he excused himself to go speak to his son. Percy Weasley was busy, but happy. While not part of his official job at this point, he had retaken the position of scribe while Aurors who had not taken the oath were being questioned under Veritaserum. Much to his relief, most of those questioned had not revealed any significant misdeeds, and with one exception everyone had cooperated without needing to draw wands. The one time it had happened, he ducked behind his table, only to emerge embarrassedly after it was over. He was currently finishing up annotating the latest Aurors transcript when he saw his father approaching. "Hello, Percy," said Mr. Weasley. "I hear you've had an exciting day." Percy gave a little smile, which his father returned. "You could say that, though I think the word I'd choose is unbelievable." He paused for a moment, then continued. "Thank you for our discussion earlier this week. I know we haven't seen eye to eye lately, but you helped me understand that I needed to look at things from a different perspective." "I'm proud of you, son," said Mr. Weasley, putting an arm around Percy's shoulders. "I know it must have been hard, but from what I heard you did the right thing. I know things will be hard without a job, so if you need to you're always welcome to move back home with your mother and I." Percy gave his father a confused look for a moment, then broke into a big smile. "Ah, about that, yes, I did quit my job, but I've already gotten a new one. From the Queen herself, in fact." Mr. Weasley stared at his middle son dumbfoundedly, his mouth flapping up and down making unintelligible noises. Finally he was able to say, "What?" before his words failed again. "After the charter was revoked," said Percy, "Harry apparently talked to the Queen about me, and put in a good word. She offered me the job of researching and reconciling wizarding and Muggle law, and preparing a detailed report for her on what's different and what needs to be changed in some way or another. It's going to be a lot of work, but I'm up for the challenge, and when I'm done I can probably get any job in the new ministry I want." "Wow," said Mr. Weasley, drawing Percy into a hug. "I know I already said it, but I'm very proud of you, son. And I know your mother will be as well." An embarrassed Percy returned the hug and replied, "Thank you. Now, since I can't really get started until the rest of this is done, I need to get back to acting as scribe so we can finish clearing the last of the Aurors." He pulled away gently, and Mr. Weasley let him go. "All right, Percy, good luck. And please, once things get settled a little, come home for dinner. Just send us an owl so we know when to expect you." Percy nodded. "I will, Dad. Say hi to Mum and everyone else for me." Mr. Weasley nodded and patted Percy on the shoulder, then turned and walked away while Percy went back to his papers. Albus Dumbledore's thoughts were whirling. As crazy as today had been, it was nothing compared to the self-analysis he was performing after talking to Mr. Weasley. He'd always chosen the right path over the easy one, hadn't he? While he had always advocated it, he'd never really assessed his own behavior to determine whether he'd actually followed his own advice. Now, after being treated by the Queen like a first-year caught out of bounds after curfew, he was taking a look at his own behavior for the first time since dealing with the death of his sister. "You have held multiple positions of power in the magical world for many years," the Queen had said, "and yet you have done nothing with them to improve your world. Was that really true? Wasn't he the leader of the light? Hadn't he worked for the greater good and kept the darkness at bay? Only he knew that Voldemort would return, and that only Harry Potter would be able to permanently defeat him. And it was only after Voldemort's final defeat that things could really change. Wasn't it?" As the thoughts went round and round his head, one thing slowly became clear to him. Even if he had been right before, even if he'd done the best he could for the world around him, that world was different now. And while he had never been completely in charge, the influence he used to wield was mostly, if not completely gone. If Albus Dumbledore was to remain relevant in the new magical Britain, he was going to have to find a new way of influencing people and events. The question was, would anybody listen to him? He didn't have an answer to that, and as his mind continued to whirl he knew that if one came he might not like what he found. As a thought exercise he tried to focus on something, anything really, that he could follow a specific line of reasoning from start to finish and see where he might be able to salvage something, but there was too much going on. Eventually he had to fall back to using occlumency to try and clear his mind just to settle things down, but even then it was going to take time to make some headway. Dumbledore's thoughts were interrupted by a commotion in the entrance to the courtroom. Two Aurors were carrying a woman in between them, while she was shouting at them to put her down and other invectives. A third Auror followed a couple strides behind, out of arm's reach, carrying a wand that was probably hers. As they approached Governor General Bones, he recognized her as Madame Edgecombe from the Flow Network office, who was also the mother of one of his students. Madame Bones looked up from the Auror questioning transcript she was reading and took in the sight before her. "Auror Savage," she intoned, "please explain." Before the Auror could say anything, Madame Edgecombe launched into a tirade about being accosted in the Flow Regulation office and ordered to disrobe. Madame Bones let her ramble for a moment before holding up a hand and saying, "Enough. You will get a chance to speak once I determine what's happening." Auror Savage, report. "Yes, ma'am. We were checking everyone in the Department of Magical Transportation for dark marks when Madame Edgecombe refused to comply. Since we didn't have any female Aurors with us, and given the level of protest she raised, we decided to simply bring her down here on suspicion of possessing the dark mark and having you explain things to her." Madame Edgecombe began to splutter, and was again silenced by a look from Madame Bones. "Madame Edgecombe, you have a simple choice. You can either bare your forearms and let us see whether or not you have a dark mark, or I will simply order your sleeves removed to achieve the same result." "Which will it be?" asked Madame Bones. "You can't do this to me," shouted Madame Edgecombe. "I know my rights as a pureblood." Madame Bones gave a hard-edged smile, and said, "Things have changed, madam. By order of Her Majesty the Queen, everyone entering or present in the ministry is to be checked for the dark mark. As Governor General of Magical Britain, it is my job to enforce Her Majesty's orders. Now bare your forearms, or I'll do it for you." Madame Edgecombe's face fell as Madame Bones explained the new state of affairs, then turned fearful as she was again ordered to bare her forearms. She tried to fight once more, but Madame Bones was having none of it. Pulling her wand, she pointed it at Madame Edgecombe and said, "Stupefy." Madame Edgecombe slumped, unconscious, and the Aurors took the time to check her forearms. When they did so, the reason for her reluctance to show them was clear, as the dark mark showed clearly on her left forearm. They then cut her left sleeve off to prevent any questions about its presence, before binding her both magically and physically. They were about to take her over to where Yaxley and McNair were being kept, but Madame Bones stopped them. "Renervate," she said, waking Madame Edgecombe back up. Madame Edgecombe's eyes went wide as she realized her dark mark was exposed, and that while no longer stunned she was thoroughly restrained. "Madame Edgecombe," said Madame Bones, "as you are in possession of the dark mark, you are hereby charged with treason and sedition against the crown." You will be remanded to the custody of Her Majesty's Magical Military Squad for interrogation, after which your fate will be determined by Her Majesty's courts. I would advise you to cooperate as fully as possible, as the penalty for treason is death by hanging." Turning to the oars holding her, she added, "Put her with the other traitors," before turning her back. As Madame Edgecombe was re-stunned and placed with the other 2 prisoners in possession of the Dark Mark, Dumbledore shuddered and decided that he did not want to get on Governor-General Bones's bad side either. It was nearly noon when Her Majesty and company returned to Buckingham Palace via the flow from the Crown Ambassador's office. The first thing the Queen did was declare that there had to be a better way to get to Anne from the Ministry. Harry couldn't help but agree with her, but the Crown Wizards who were waiting for them apologetically stated that there unfortunately wasn't. After asking them to investigate the possibilities, she turned to Captain Lee and said, "Captain, I need you to take care of 3 things for me right away." "Yes, ma'am," replied Captain Lee, giving a nodded bow. "First, have your men find a place where Madame Umbridge can be quietly kept in isolation for a few weeks. I want to give her an opportunity to think about her crimes before I give her a final chance at repentance. She is to be fed appropriately but plainly, and other than the times she is fed or taken for showers and exercise, she is to have no interaction with anyone. You may keep her stunned until you place her into her cell, but afterwards no magic is to be performed around her. Am I clear?" "Yes, ma'am," he responded. "I know just the place." "Good. Second, I want you to take Mr. Malfoy and give him a full military interrogation. Double-check what we already know, and find out anything else you can. Make a note of whether or not he cooperates, and let him know what awaits him for certain if he doesn't. Also, be prepared to do the same with any other prisoners that Madame Bones sends to us. If you need magical assistance with the interrogation, the Crown Wizards will be at your disposal." "Yes, ma'am. Finally, I want to see you and Major French in my study at 3 o'clock this afternoon to discuss how to deal with this terrorist organization and eliminate the threat to the realm. I do not expect to have an answer by then, just a discussion of what we can and should do." "We'll be there, ma'am. May I dismiss my men to return to their duties?" "Yes, Captain, and thank you all for your service this morning." Captain Lee gave a slightly deeper bow, then turned to his men. "Lansdell, Penfold, bring the prisoners and place them in the holding cells while we organize transport for prisoner number 1. Prisoner number 2 is to be watched at all times by at least 1 wizard. I want everyone else in the briefing room in 10, make that 15 minutes. Dismissed." The soldiers moved out 1 and 2 at a time, until only Captain Lee was left. He turned back to the Queen and said, "By your leave, ma'am." "Of course, Captain. I will see you this afternoon at 3. "Yes, ma'am," said Captain Lee. He then gave another small bow before turning and leaving as well. The Queen watched them go, then turned to Harry and Sirius and softened her expression. "Sir Harry," she said, "I would be pleased to have you and your godfather join me for lunch. While we have discussed much about the situation with the magical world, I would like to get to know my newest knight a little better without the urgency of your trial hurrying us along." "Thank you, ma'am," said Harry, looking over at Sirius. Getting a nod in response, he continued, "We would be honored to join you." "Very good," replied the Queen. Looking over at one of the Crown Wizards, she asked, "Will you please escort Sir Harry and Mr. Black to freshen up, and then bring them to my private dining room?" Addressing the other, she added, "Please summon my steward." Both wizards chorused, "Yes, ma'am." The one she addressed second picked up the phone to call for a steward, while the first said, "If you'll follow me, please," and led Harry and Sirius out of the Crown Wizard's office. Harry and Sirius ate a quiet lunch with the Queen, with Her Majesty asking questions about their lives and Harry and Sirius doing their best to answer them. It was hard for Harry to open up about his time at the Dursleys, but Her Majesty seemed to know when to push and when to back off, and he found himself relaxing a little and telling her more than he expected. In many ways, she reminded him of how he had first thought of Dumbledore. She was a famous, powerful person who could also be a kind grandparent when she wanted to be. As he was answering a question about his schooling before Hogwarts, admitting that he had lowered his performance to avoid getting better grades than Dudley, he realized that he was telling the Queen things that he'd never even told Sirius. He looked at his godfather, who was watching him with sadness in his eyes. As he finished his story, Sirius gave him a wan smile, and he felt his own eyes tearing up. "I'm sorry I never told you," said Harry. Sirius shook his head. "It's okay, we'll have plenty of time to talk about the past. I'm just glad you're getting it off your chest." They sat there for a few seconds, looking at each other and thinking about future conversations, before the Queen cleared her throat to get their attention. "Mr. Black," she said, "if I remember correctly, last night you requested to formally adopt Sir Harry in the non-magical world, yes?" Sirius nodded at her, then looked at Harry. "Assuming you still want to, pup." Harry nodded, then looked at the Queen. "Yes, I'd like that very much." The Queen smiled, saying, "That answers my next question, thank you. While I cannot simply make it happen, I would be happy to assist in that process in any way that I can. If nothing else, I can put you in touch with an excellent solicitor with experience in adoption cases and provide a reference if needed." The last was said with a slight smirk, causing Harry and Sirius to chuckle. "Yes, please," answered Sirius. "I wouldn't have the foggiest idea of what to do. I just know I don't want anything to prevent Harry and I from being together as a family." Harry just nodded, tears of happiness dripping slowly down his face as he was overcome by emotion. He had only vaguely remembered the conversation from last night because he had been so tired, but now it came back to him clearly. Sirius planned to adopt him in both worlds, and one way or another they were going to be a family. The Queen nodded, and they finished their meal in silence, each just enjoying the knowledge that things were going to work out for them. After lunch, the Queen dismissed Harry and Sirius, asking them to come back for the 3 o'clock meeting with Major French and Captain Lee. They had returned to their rooms where they'd each taken a brief nap, enjoying the comfort of the beds for a second time. They'd had to get back up all too soon, but both felt refreshed and ready to face the coming discussion. Neither was certain exactly how the MMS would handle Voldemort, but they knew it was likely to be something they weren't expecting. They were escorted back to the Queen's study shortly before 3, and were joined by the 2 soldiers a minute later. At exactly 3, the steward knocked on the door, and when it opened he announced the Queen's guests and led them in. After the initial pleasantries, the Queen got down to business, addressing Major French. "Major, as I'm sure you've been briefed already, there is a magical terrorist group operating on British soil. The last time they did so they engaged in open warfare against British subjects, both magical and non-magical. This is not acceptable, and I expect you to deal with them post-haste. This is now a Ministry of Defense operation, and I expect you to use all available resources to eliminate the threat. Have I made myself sufficiently clear?" The Major nodded and said, "Yes, ma'am. We will do our best to eliminate the threat as soon as possible. If I may ask a few questions about our remit." "You may," she said. "Are there any magical resources we can call upon to assist with any operations we undertake, or is the magical military squad the only source of wizards I may call upon? I will make the Crown Wizards available to you if they can be of assistance, but other than that I do not think there are sufficient resources from the former Ministry of Magic to supplement your forces. I will ask, but plan for now as though the answer is no." "Thank you, that will make planning clearer. Are we required to take these terrorists alive, or are we permitted to eliminate them? Anyone who surrenders or otherwise voluntarily gives themselves up is to be treated as a prisoner and charged with treason and sedition. Anyone engaging in hostile activity is to be considered an unlawful combatant and may be treated accordingly. Additionally, anyone in possession of the dark mark should be assumed to be armed and dangerous, as well as having a history of committing violent offenses. I will not order you to take any particular action when dealing with them, but I do not expect many of them to give up easily, if at all." Major French and Captain Lee both nodded, as did Harry and Sirius after a minute. "I believe we have an understanding, Your Majesty," said the Major. "Do we have any ideas where this organization is based at this time? I know the one prisoner you interrogated already was unable to provide that information." "Not that I am aware of, unless Sir Harry or Mr. Black have any suggestions," said the Queen. The Major looked at Harry and Sirius, who thought for a moment. "I don't know if he's staying there, but he pointed out his father's house in the distance after he was resurrected in the graveyard. But I only know his name, Tom Riddle, and nothing else." What about Snape? Asked Sirius. Of course, said Harry, snapping his fingers. Malfoy said Snape was thought to have been a traitor, but that implies he's not actually, or possibly is a double agent. Do you know where to find this Snape? Asked the Major. He's probably at Hogwarts, replied Sirius. Between his teaching and spying for the Order, Dumbledore likes to keep him close. Plus, if he's really working for Dumbledore, he might be just who you need to infiltrate Voldemort's camp. Both the Major and Captain Lee chuckled at this. The Queen said, "May I ask what's so funny?" At Her Majesty's inquiry, both soldiers stopped and Major French said, "We have no intention of infiltrating his operation unless we absolutely have to. We just need to know where it is, and then we'll move against them hard and fast." Understandable, she said. What about the potential for civilian casualties? That's why we need to find their base fast. If we can find it soon enough, we can get Sport and SAS, to clear out the civilians quietly before we strike. But that assumes we can find them in time to move non-magical troops in to assist. Otherwise, we'll just have to go in quickly and hope for the best. Well, I'd say Snape's your best chance to find him quickly, said Sirius. He'll probably be summoned to give Dumbledore's side of things as soon as Voldemort hears about what's happened to the Ministry. Then I think we need to get him and interrogate him right away, said the Major. In the meantime, I'll see if we can get SAS on alert to help us, along with our friends in the RAF. The RAF? Asked the Queen worriedly. You're not thinking of bombing them, I hope. Not exactly, ma'am, replied Captain Lee. We need to take out their wards, and we've come up with a way to do it using physics. We use inert training bombs with special runes painted on them as wardbusters. There's no explosives involved, and it should only take 1 or 2 to do the job. Once the wards are down, we can go it and do our thing as needed. As long as there's no danger to the public, she said, not sounding convinced. We won't use them if there is, said Major French. But I'd rather have them on standby than not have them available when we need them. Very well. And once the wards are down, we treat them like any other terrorist group. We go in hard and fast, and anything that isn't actively surrendering gets taken down. The only difference is that the targets are using wands instead of guns. While we've never actually had to do it, this is what we've all been trained for, and now it's time to put that training to good use. Captain Lee was just nodding in agreement, while Harry and Sirius both looked unsure of what to say. Her Majesty looked thoughtful for a moment, then gave a sharp nod. Indeed it is, Major. Please keep me informed of any progress you make towards resolving this issue, but I won't take up any more of your time, nor do I need to know any operational details. I will inform the Prime Minister that he is to provide full support to your operation, and will make sure that both the Defense Minister and the Home Secretary are informed as well within the bounds of the Statute of Secrecy. If you need SAS support, you'll get it. Thank you, ma'am, he replied. Is there anything else you wish to discuss before we move out? No, I don't think so. She turned to Harry and Sirius. Sir Harry, Mr. Black, I would ask that you remain here at Buckingham Palace until this operation is complete. Both for your safety, as well as for your knowledge of the enemy. I will make sure you have access to anything you need, and that you're not too bored. The last was said with a grin, which Harry and Sirius returned. Thank you, ma'am, said Sirius. Perhaps you can have someone assist me with the paperwork needed to adopt Harry while we're waiting. I believe I can do that, yes, she said, and pushed a button on her phone. Major, Captain, please provide a daily summary briefing for my morning reports, and if you need to speak with me let my scheduler know. I'll make her aware that you have priority. Yes, ma'am, thank you, ma'am, said the Major. The door buzzed and the Queen pushed the button to unlock it. A steward entered and bowed, saying, "Ma'am, Sir Harry and Mr. Black will be remaining here at Buckingham for a few days while some matters are sorted out. Please escort them to a small conference room, then notify Mr. Adlington's office where they are in case they need to speak to them. Also, please ensure that their accommodations are maintained until they leave." "Yes, ma'am. Anything else?" asked the steward. "While I know this goes without saying, I will stress the need for discretion regarding their presence here until I say otherwise," said the Queen seriously. I understand, ma'am. It won't be a problem. Thank you, replied the Queen. She turned to Harry and Sirius, saying, I will send a message to Mr. Adlington's office requesting that they provide you with the necessary paperwork and someone to assist you if needed. Thank you, ma'am, chorused Harry and Sirius, who then grinned at each other. You're most welcome, she replied, clearly dismissing them. She then turned to the soldiers and said, Major, Captain, I look forward to your report in the morning, and leave you to your duties. Both stood and saluted, saying, Yes, ma'am, before turning and departing. Harry and Sirius also stood, bowed and said, Ma'am, before turning and following the steward out. Once she was alone, the Queen allowed herself to relax a little and spend a minute collecting her thoughts before she turned to see what she could accomplish before tea time. As much as she agreed with the necessity of everything that was happening, she wished she could have pawned some of it off onto Prince Charles to deal with. Unfortunately, between his own personal issues regarding his separation from Diana, combined with the events surrounding the 50th anniversary of the end of the Second World War, he was just too visible right now to disappear for a couple of days to deal with this. While she, too, had a rather high profile, her schedule had allowed her to disappear for a morning, as well as scheduling a few unplanned meetings without upsetting too many people. Perhaps it was for the best that Charles was in the spotlight right now. It kept a lot of eyes off of her so long as she wasn't too blatant about things. As 5 o'clock approached, Madame Bones was gratified to see that the list of people who still needed to be cleared was rapidly dwindling to nothing, and that there hadn't been any more Death Eaters found among the Ministry employees and visitors. They had finally administered the oath to all of the department heads, and were nearly finished searching all of the active employees for the Dark Mark. In addition to 3 department heads who had refused to take the oath, they had arrested 5 others who had resisted the search for the Dark Mark, not including the 3 Death Eaters and 2 Aurors who had proven to be untrustworthy under Veritaserum. Of those 5 employees, at least one of them would likely be released without a trial. Rumor had it that they were an unexposed werewolf, but under the new rules she didn't think that would be considered a crime by itself. They would certainly be investigated, but unless they had done something else worthy of being tried, she had more important things to worry about. Plus, given Her Majesty's emphasis on removing inequality, she suspected that more than just werewolves would be seeing their rights increased in short order. Her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a soldier she hadn't seen before. He walked over to her and saluted, saying, Major French sends his compliments, ma'am, before holding out a folded letter. She took the paper and looked him over briefly, noting the name on his uniform before replying, Thank you, Lieutenant Flynn. Do you require a response? No, ma'am, but I do need to speak to Lieutenant Whitehouse, he said. Very well, you may continue your duties, she said, dismissing him before she opened the letter and read it. After reviewing it twice, she folded it back up and looked around the chamber, spotting her target in a corner of the gallery. Raising her voice in his direction, she stated, Albus Dumbledore, please come here. Dumbledore looked up at the mention of his name, then shook his head as though to clear it before standing and making his way down to the floor. He approached Governor General Bones cautiously, noting the serious expression on her face. Deciding that discretion was the better part of valor, he said, Yes, Governor General, how may I be of assistance? Albus, she said, softening her expression slightly, we've known each other long enough that you may still call me Amelia, as long as you don't make me come down on you in an official capacity. Dumbledore nodded, slightly relieved, then said, Thank you, Amelia, though I fear I may do that even unintentionally. Madame Bones smiled and said, Then you should listen to me very carefully so that you understand your instructions and carry them out appropriately. She hardened her expression again as she finished, causing Dumbledore's eyebrows to raise as he nodded. I'm glad we understand each other, Albus. The MMS has requested that Professor Snape be given to them right away so that they can question him about the so-called Dark Lord. You are to return to Hogwarts with an escort as soon as they are ready, and once there you are to summon Snape immediately to be handed over to them. Dumbledore started to open his mouth to say something, but Madame Bones headed him off with a look and a sharp, Don't interrupt, Albus, or do I have to call you Mr. Dumbledore? He closed his mouth and shook his head, motioning for her to continue. Thank you, she continued. As you know, Snape has been named as having the dark mark, and everyone in possession if it is to be arrested and tried. I have been given assurances that if Professor Snape cooperates fully, the charges will be reduced at the very least if not dropped completely. It has also been implied that if he resists they will not hesitate to take him down hard, so I suggest you convince him to cooperate, at least with being taken into custody. She motioned for him to speak, indicating she was done for now. Professor Snape has my complete trust. Dumbledore started. And that is irrelevant, Mr. Dumbledore, interjected Madame Bones. Regardless of whether or not you trust him, Her Majesty does not trust you. And while I may personally have some faith in you, as Her Majesty's appointed administrator of Magical Britain I have no choice but to put that faith aside and follow her example. The orders issued to the MMS are very clear. Snape is to be taken into custody using any means necessary to do so. I suggest you think about what that includes, both for yourself and your associate. Now, so you understand your instructions so far. Dumbledore stared at her for a moment, feeling her occlumency shields preventing even the lightest of surface scans. Realizing he would get nothing more from her, he blinked before she did, then nodded. Yes, Amelia, I understand, he said, sounding slightly defeated. Good, she said. Now, Albus, I have something else to ask of you. This is not something that Her Majesty has requested, but something that I am requesting from you. I'd prefer you to do it as a favor to me, but if needed I'll make it an order as Governor General. I'll try, Amelia, he replied. When you get back to Hogwarts, please don't send out messages to everyone about what happened. I know it's going to get out quickly, but I want to be the one to send the official message, and if you send something out people are not likely to listen to anyone else. I'll let you know when it's okay to do so in a couple of days, but I need time to consolidate things before people's loyalties get any more divided than they already will be. Can you do that for me, Albus? Dumbledore looked at her, trying to read her without legitimacy. After a moment he nodded, saying, I'll give you a couple days, Amelia, but I really do have things that need to be discussed with others about what has happened here. Not to mention Hogwarts business to conduct. I understand, Albus, she said. I'll try to make it that fast, but it may be a little longer. Please try to work with me on this, if you can. It will also look good to Her Majesty when she comes to talk to you as well. Dumbledore nodded, understanding the implied threat as well as the request. All right, Amelia, I suppose I should prepare to return to Hogwarts and speak to Professor Snape. If I may. Just remember what I said. It's in his best interest to cooperate fully, just as it's in yours to do the same. Now let me see if we can finish here in time for most people to go home for dinner, and she turned back to her papers, dismissing him. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, found himself in an unusual position. He had just returned to the castle via portkey with a half-dozen members of the MMS, and while they were in his office he very much was not the one in charge. For starters, immediately upon arrival he had been told to sit in one of the guest chairs while the soldiers searched his office for anything they deemed dangerous. When asked what they meant, the only answer he got was, "Please be quiet and let us work," before being mostly ignored until the finished. And once that was done he was ordered to summon Professor Snape before he did anything else. While he was now back behind his desk in his own chair, he couldn't help shake the feeling that he was just a figurehead for the soldiers who were spread around his office watching both him and the door very carefully. He was about to offer them a drop when there was a knock at his door. "Come in," he called, sitting back in his chair and trying to look like he was in charge. Professor Snape entered the office, his cloak billowing behind him, and said, "You summoned me, Headmaster." It was only after he said it that he noticed the soldiers around the room, now pointing both wands and muggle weapons at him. "Severus Snape," said one of the soldiers, "you have been named as having the dark mark. Please expose your forearms so that we may determine if this is true or not." Snape scowled, and began to reply when Dumbledore raised his hand and cut him off. "Please, Severus, I suggest you do cooperate with them. Things have changed radically since this morning, and I no longer wield the influence that I used to." "But," said Snape, before he was cut off again. "No, Severus, I cannot help you anymore." At Snape's angry look, he added, "It's not that I don't wish to, but that I truly cannot. I was, however, assured that if you cooperate it will be given serious consideration towards your disposition. Snape stared at Dumbledore for a moment, who lowered his own occlumency shields just enough to show the conversation with Governor General Bones. After a moment, he looked at the soldier who had spoken and said, "What do you want me to do? Please roll up your sleeves so we can confirm the presence or absence of the dark mark. After that, we'll let you know," said the soldier, whose name tag read Flynn. Severus slowly rolled up his right sleeve, showing a blank arm, before rolling up his left and revealing the dark mark. "Thank you," said Flynn. "Now that we have determined that you do indeed carry the dark mark, Severus Snape, by order of Her Majesty the Queen, you are under arrest for treason and sedition against the crown. Please hand over your wand carefully so that we may take you into custody." Snape gave Dumbledore a look of betrayal, and received a look of sadness back. He slowly pulled his wand and handed it to the soldier, as two others came up to him and secured his hands behind his back. "Severus," said Dumbledore, "I'm sorry. I had no choice in the matter. This was the only way I could ensure your life would be spared. Please, I beg you to cooperate with them. They are in charge of dealing with Voldemort now." Snape searched Dumbledore's face for deception, but was unable to find any. He knew it was still possible he had been betrayed by the headmaster, but slowly understood that he felt like this was the only option. He looked back at the soldier to whom he had given his wand and reiterated, "What do you want me to do?" Flynn waited until he was fully secured before answering, "You will be taken to a secure facility where you will be thoroughly interrogated under Veritaserum about your role regarding the so-called Dark Lord. Assuming your answers check out, you will be given an opportunity to cooperate in assisting with eliminating the threat to Great Britain. Once the threat has been dealt with, you will be tried for any and all charges that are determined to be appropriate, taking into consideration the level of assistance and cooperation you provide. You should probably be aware that if you do not cooperate and are found guilty of treason, the penalty is death by hanging." Snape looked sharply at Dumbledore, who nodded sadly. He held Dumbledore's gaze for a moment before looking back at the soldier and said, "If cooperation means the destruction of the Dark Lord, then I will happily do whatever is necessary to do so." "Thank you, Mr. Snape," said Flynn, "I hope you do." Turning to Dumbledore he said, "Headmaster, thank you for your cooperation. I will remind you that you are to remain on the school grounds until such time as Her Majesty comes to speak with you personally, and that you are to cooperate with all of the soldiers who will be staying here to ensure your compliance. If you need to contact Her Majesty before she contacts you, you may do so either through them or preferably through Governor General Bones. Do you understand your instructions?" "Yes, Lieutenant, I understand," said Dumbledore, sounding rather tired. "Good. Please find temporary quarters for them while they are here, and others will be sent to relieve them in a day or two." Turning to Snape, he said, "Come, Mr. Snape, the clock is ticking." Taking Snape's arm, he led him out of the headmaster's office, escorted by one of the other soldiers who had been carrying a rifle. They walked out of the castle and to the edge of the wards before portkeying away. Yesterday morning, even before the Ministry of Magic officially opened for business at 9 a.m., an extraordinary series of events took place in Courtroom 10, located deep in the bowels of the Ministry. While we have been unable to obtain many details from first-hand sources other than the press release printed below, we do know that it all began at 8 a.m. with the unprecedented trial of Harry Potter for violating the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, held before the entire Wizengamot, something which has never been done before. What followed can only be described as having turned magical Britain on its head. Rather than attempt to explain everything that has happened, we are simply printing the press release provided by Governor General Amelia Bones, the woman who is now in charge of affairs at the Ministry of Magic. Analysis and more information will follow in the coming days as we obtain it. Ministry of Magic Press Release. Office of Governor General Amelia Bones. This morning, as a result of actions taken by former Minister of Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge in an attempt to violate the rights of a citizen of magical Britain, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II ordered that the Wizarding Charter of Great Britain be revoked. As a result, Her Majesty has retaken control of magical Britain and made a number of changes to the way we are governed, with more changes to come. Before I detail the changes that have already happened and are expected to happen in the future, I want to reassure the people of magical Britain that for the most part day-to-day life will not be changing anytime soon, if at all. First, the day-to-day management of magical Britain will remain the purview of the Ministry of Magic, and that citizens of magical Britain will continue to live, work and play as they have. Should anything change, it will be announced publicly, like this press release, and if at all possible in advance to provide ample time for everyone to be notified. If advance notice is not possible, like with today's changes, there will be a grace period for minor infractions of at least 1 week to allow people to learn of the changes and adjust accordingly. Until further notice, all ministry-related activities will continue with business as usual except as listed below. Second, while Her Majesty is very displeased with the way the Ministry of Magic has been operating, she wishes to assure the people of magical Britain that she considers them to be her subjects just as much as the people of non-magical Britain, and that her goal in taking control of the ministry is to ensure that all of her subjects enjoy the same safety and freedom regardless of whether they are magical or not. While there will be changes to ensure that equal rights are granted to all of the citizens of her realms, she does not intend to make changes simply for the sake of change, and where possible will take into account the wishes of the people before doing so. And lastly, while Her Majesty is not a witch or even a squib, she has no intention of eliminating the statute of secrecy now or for the foreseeable future. While she wishes to encourage better relations between magical and non-magical Britain, she understands the need for caution and slow, deliberate action in doing so. This also means that she will not tolerate any reckless or abusive behavior towards non-magical Britain, and that penalties for violating the rules for interacting with non-magicals will be strictly enforced going forward. As to the changes, the following events occurred earlier today in Courtroom 10, and as a result of those events the following changes have happened. 1. The Wizarding Charter of Great Britain has been revoked. As a result, magical Britain is now beholden to Her Majesty the Queen, within the limits of certain non-magical documents such as the Magna Carta which were in effect at the time the Wizarding Charter was first ratified in 1613. Therefore, until such time as a new charter is issued, Her Majesty holds near absolute authority over the citizens of magical Britain. 2. Harry James Potter has been cleared of all charges. 3. Sirius Orion Black has been cleared of all charges relating to the deaths of James and Lily Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and 12 Muggles. Additionally, as it has been determined that he never received a trial before being placed in Azkaban prison, he has been cleared of the charge of escape as he should not have been held there in the first place. He has been found guilty of being an unregistered animagus, been credited for the time he already spent in Azkaban, and is required to register with the ministry within the next 30 days. Compensation for his unjust imprisonment will be determined at a later date. 4. The former Minister of Magic, Cornelius Oswald Fudge has been fired by Her Majesty and arrested pending trial on multiple charges to be determined later, but including malfeasance in public office. Mr. Fudge was also relieved of his position as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot at the same time, a position he had just recently taken over after removing Albus Dumbledore. 5. Former Senior Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic Dolores Jane Umbridge has been arrested after attempting to assassinate Her Majesty the Queen, an action that resulted in the loss of her magic for violating the Oath of Magical Fealty, which she bound herself to as part of her oath of office to the Ministry of Magic. Due to the loss of her magic, she is considered to have been found guilty of treason against the Crown, and has been taken away to face the Queen's justice. Per British law, Madame Umbridge faces execution by hanging should Her Majesty choose not to invoke the royal prerogative of mercy. For now, Her Majesty has decided to determine Madame Umbridge's exact punishment at a later time. 6. All 50 members of the Wizengamot were charged with treason against the Crown, and judged by their own magic as to whether they had violated the Oath of Magical Fealty, which is also part of the Wizengamot Oath, while performing their duties. Of the 50 members, 28 of them lost their magic, and were deemed to have been found guilty for the same reason as Madame Umbridge. The remaining 22 were found not guilty, and additionally received a blanket pardon for any actions they had taken prior to being judged. 27 of the 28 members of the Wizengamot who lost their magic are being held at Her Majesty's pleasure. Having been found guilty of treason, they also faced the possibility of execution by hanging. However, Her Majesty immediately invoked the royal prerogative of mercy for them, commuting their sentence to imprisonment until she chooses to have them released. Unfortunately, William McLagan, aged 114, perished after the loss of his magic due to old age. Her Majesty and the Ministry would like to express their condolences to the family of Mr. McLagan on his passing. While Her Majesty was most displeased with the members of the Wizengamot who lost their magic, his death was an unexpected consequence of his actions and not Her Majesty's intent. 7. Until such time as additional members of the Wizengamot can be appointed, it will serve as an advisory body bearing witness to the changes mandated by Her Majesty and providing non-binding input as to how to best implement those changes. 8. Following the firing of former Minister Fudge and the removal of over half of the Wizengamot, Her Majesty requested that I, and eventually all of the department heads, take an oath to demonstrate our loyalty to the Crown and the principles of the Wizarding Charter. Anyone refusing to take the oath was taken into custody and will be charged with treason against the Crown. They will receive a fair trial once the reorganization of the ministry is complete, and will be punished appropriately should they be found guilty. The text of the oath is as follows. I, name, swear on my magic that while employed by the Ministry of Magic I did not, knowingly and indifferently, act against the principles of the Wizarding Charter. After giving my oath, Her Majesty then appointed me, Amelia Susan Bones, as Governor-General of the Magical Kingdom of Great Britain. While my position is similar to that of the Minister of Magic, I am duty-bound to report to Her Majesty and act on her behalf rather than holding a position of ultimate authority. Additionally, I will be working with Her Majesty's Chief Wizard, Mr. Charles Adlington, to bring about the changes that Her Majesty requires that we make. 9. As part of the changes to be made, Mr. Percy Weasley was appointed as Solicitor General of the Magical Kingdom of Great Britain after he took the same oath that I did. His task is to compile a list of all the laws of both magical and non-magical Britain and provide a report on how they differ and how best to reconcile them. Based on his report, I will be working with the Wizengamot to update the laws of magical Britain to meet Her Majesty's requirements while also meeting the needs of the people. Also, as a result of today's changes and until such time as things settle down, additional security measures will be employed at the Ministry of Magic and are applicable to everyone, employees and visitors alike. Due to their sensitive nature, the exact measures in use will not be disclosed at this time. However, I would like to assure everyone that they will be minimally invasive and are designed purely to minimize the risk to everyone from potentially subversive elements within magical Britain. It is my hope that these measures can be reduced or eliminated quickly as everyone becomes accustomed to the new paradigm. I know that this is a massive change, and that change can be difficult, but I firmly believe that Her Majesty wishes to find ways for us to coexist peacefully by embracing the things we have in common rather than assailing our differences. I also invite you all to peacefully communicate any and all concerns you have regarding this transition so that they can be addressed appropriately. To that end, I will be setting up an OWL post address tomorrow for Ministry Transition Inquiries, and we will compile the questions and publish answers via press release on a bi-weekly basis, if not more frequently. Additionally, the entire list of questions and answers will be available at the Ministry on request in person. Thank you for your patience and willingness to work with me and the rest of the restructured Ministry of Magic to make magical Britain a better place for everyone. Signed, Amelia Susan Bones, Governor-General of Her Majesty's Magical Kingdom of Great Britain. As you can see, there have been many changes in one day, and many questions raised as well. How did the Queen get involved, and who was it that actually revoked the charter on her behalf? Who were the members of the Wizengamot who lost their magic? Why was Sirius Black involved, and how was he sent to Azkaban without a trial? What's going to happen next? We at the Daily Prophet will be working tirelessly to answer those questions and more starting even before this issue goes to press, and will continue to cover this story for as long as it takes to get answers. Who is Queen Elizabeth II? A Biography of the Muggle Queen, page 8. What is the Wizarding Charter, and how does its revocation affect me? Details p.3. Biographies of Harry Potter, Sirius Black, Amelia Bones, Percy Weasley, Cornelius Fudge and Dolores Umbridge starting on p.11. Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as the Dark Lord Voldemort, was not happy. Even without knowing the details behind this morning's Prophet article, it was clear that there was a new player in the battle for control of the Ministry. And knowing nothing of them, he had no idea how this would affect his attempts to take over now that he had a body to work with. He'd already summoned his various spies, and was waiting to see who responded. He was just starting to get impatient when the wards indicated the arrival of one of his Death Eaters. After a minute, Severus Snape entered and bowed, heeing the hem of his robes. "What news do you bring, Severus? There is clearly more going on than what was listed in this morning's prophet." "Of course, my lord," Snape replied, keeping his tone even. "I do not know all of the facts, just what I was able to get from Dumbledore." "Do not give me excuses, Severus," said Voldemort, his tone turning dangerous. "My apologies, my lord," said Snape, "but it appears that Dumbledore has been pushed to the side, and has little to no influence with the Muggle Queen. When I left Hogwarts, he had been placed under house arrest under armed guard, with orders to not contact anyone outside of the castle." Voldemort stared at Snape for a moment, who held the Dark Lord's gaze while letting him see the image of Dumbledore in his office with the members of the MMS holding their weapons. He nodded after a moment and said, "Continue, Severus. What else have you learned?" Severus nodded, then said, "Everyone in the Ministry is being checked for the Dark Mark, and anyone found to have one is being arrested. I was not informed by Dumbledore of who all had been found, but I know McNair was mentioned as having put up a fight before being captured. Also, in addition to the Aurors, there are currently magical soldiers defending the Ministry, at least for the next few days. I think you should probably assume that anyone else you had in the Ministry is probably compromised, if not captured." "Yes, that would probably be wise," said Voldemort. "Thank you for passing on that information, Severus," he added, drawing his wand. Crucio. He only held the spell briefly, as he couldn't really fault Snape for the information, but even unavoidable failure must be punished. When he recovered from the effects of the spell, Snape said, "Thank you, my lord. May I ask what you plan to do about this?" Voldemort stared at him again, with Snape again letting him see what he wanted. "Yes, you understand," he said. "With the Ministry in disarray, now would be a good time to attack. But as you said, they also have extra forces with which to fight back, at least for a few days. Tell me, Severus, what would you do?" Severus didn't flinch at the question, knowing that any sign of fear would be taken as possible disloyalty. After a moment, he said, "I would want to know when the soldiers were leaving, and strike shortly afterwards. The Ministry will take quite some time to get organized, but I doubt they'll be able to keep Muggle soldiers in place very long, perhaps a few days at most. If you strike shortly after they depart, you can probably take control before they can get reinforcements to return." "A sensible suggestion, Severus," said Voldemort. "Tell me, how do you suggest we learn when the soldiers will be departing if all of our spies in the Ministry are no longer reliable, and neither is Dumbledore from what you've told me?" "I do not know, my lord," said Severus, trying to hide his worry. While he had been coached on how to answer many questions when he agreed to cooperate with the military, neither he nor they had thought of this one. Voldemort considered for a moment, then nodded. "Had you been lying to me, you would have known pain. But I believe you, Severus. Never fear, I have an idea of how to get that information another way, and no, I won't tell you. Tell me, Severus, what do you think of this Muggle Queen taking over the Ministry?" "I do not know enough to form a detailed opinion, my lord, but I do know that it cannot be tolerated," said Snape. "Even if she were not a Muggle, she has held no authority over the magical world for centuries. I see no reason for her to start now. However, as a Muggle, her holding power over anyone magical is an abomination. I see this as further proof that your cause is the only way to save the magical world." Voldemort's attempt to probe Snape was much stronger this time, but again he only saw what Snape wanted him to. After a moment he nodded, letting the probe withdraw. "I do believe you are correct, Severus. I will learn when the Ministry's defenses are no longer supplemented, and then we will strike, taking our rightful place in control of magical Britain. You may go, Severus, but I expect you to contact me immediately with any new information you learn. I will summon you again when it is time to take over the Ministry." "Yes, my lord," said Snape, bowing again before withdrawing. When Snape arrived back at the gates to Hogwarts, he had been greeted by Captain Lee and two other soldiers. They had immediately taken him back to wherever he had been taken for his interrogation, where they led him into a room with nothing but a table and a few chairs. Fortunately for him, he wasn't restrained this time, and as he sat down he allowed himself to relax slightly, as the effects of his brief Cruciatus exposure began to overwhelm his tolerances. "Are you all right?" asked Captain Lee. "Do you need medical assistance?" Snape began to shake his head but thought better of it. While he certainly had felt threatened by their demeanor during his interrogation, he had otherwise been treated very well considering the reason he was taken into custody in the first place. "Perhaps," he finally answered. "Do you have anything to help with the effects of the Cruciatus curse?" Captain Lee looked at him carefully, noticing as he did the mild tremors evident in Snape's hands. "I think we can help you with that." He turned to one of the other soldiers in the room and said, "Penfold, please stop into the infirmary and ask for something to help with Cruciatus exposure that won't knock Mr. Snape for a loop. I need him coherent for the debriefing, and then he can get some sleep." Penfold saluted and said, "Yes, sir," before turning and leaving to carry out the request. Captain Lee turned back to Snape and asked, "Can I get you anything to eat or drink?" Snape thought for a moment before replying, "Just some water for now, thank you." One of the other soldiers pulled a bottle of water out of a small refrigerator in the corner and handed it to Snape. He realized he'd missed it when he first arrived, but he certainly appreciated it. As he took a drink, once he'd figured out how to open it, Captain Lee started the debriefing. "First of all," he said, "were you able to deploy the device the way we asked you to?" "I believe so," said Snape, after he swallowed. "I removed the small tabs per your instructions and several red lights started blinking. When the first one turned green and stopped blinking, I tossed it into a bush just outside the ward line. Now that I've returned, will you tell me what exactly it was?" Captain Lee nodded. "In simplest terms, it's a magic-resistant GPS locator." Snape stared at him in confusion. After a moment, he said, "Can you please repeat that in terms I would understand?" Captain Lee chuckled this time, and was joined by the other soldiers in the room. "It's an electronic device that sends out a signal and tells us where it is. Within the next half hour at most, we should have a near-exact location for your so-called Dark Lord." Now Snape looked perplexed, but magic and electronics don't mix. Just operating with it should have destroyed it. "Ordinarily, you're correct," said Captain Lee. "But we've had a number of years to figure out how to prevent that from happening. As it is, we still can't make them work together at the same time, but by isolating certain parts of it while exposed to high levels of magic, we're able to make it work again once the exposure has been reduced. That's why you had to pull those tabs to make it work. You removed the insulators preventing the circuits from closing, which essentially rendered the device inert while they were there. Once you pulled them out, everything was reconnected and the device powered on automatically." Snape raised one eyebrow and deadpanned, "Fascinating." Captain Lee gave him a look for a moment, then shrugged. "Now that I've answered your question, tell me about your meeting with Voldemort." "It went pretty much as expected, I believe," answered Snape. "I think I've convinced him to wait until he learns that you're leaving the Ministry before attacking, though I don't know how he's going to find out. He said he has a plan, but would not tell me about it. He did ask me how I would find out that information, and I honestly answered that I did not know. Fortunately for me he believed me, or I doubt I would have made it back in one piece, if at all. In any event, he seems pleased that Dumbledore has been pushed to the side, and is quite upset that his attempts to infiltrate the Ministry have been compromised. Once he learns that the Ministry is no longer defended by your soldiers, I believe he will make an attempt to take it over outright rather than via subterfuge, if only to prove that he is more powerful than a Muggle, even if she is the Queen." Captain Lee nodded, considering what was and wasn't said. "And you, Mr. Snape, what is your opinion of the Queen?" Snape considered his answer for a moment before saying, "Honestly, if she can eliminate the Dark Lord, and I can find some place to live in peace when it's over, I don't think I care one way or another. I've been trapped by the possibility of his return for nearly 14 years, and the only thing worse is that he's actually back. In any event, you've given me an option that I never expected." Captain Lee's response was interrupted by Penfold returning with a small bottle and a paper cup. "Here you go, sir," he said to Snape. "The healer said to take the potion first, then the pills. They'll work together better than either one separately, especially if you get some sleep while they work." Snape looked at the potion, recognizing it as a mild pain reliever, then drank it in one gulp. He eyed the pills carefully, but decided that his treatment had been such that the healer was probably correct. After a moment figuring out how to take them, he swallowed them as well before finishing his water. "Is there anything else you think we should know about your meeting right now?" asked Captain Lee when Snape finished taking his medicine. "I don't believe so," replied Snape, looking slightly better for the pain potion. He then yawned and said, "I think I'd like that nap now." Captain Lee nodded and stood. "I think we can find you some place to do that. You'll be confined to quarters since you're still technically a prisoner, but I think you've shown enough cooperation that we can skip the brig." "How generous," Snape deadpanned, but he stood and followed the soldier anyway. Arthur Weasley stepped into his office at the Ministry, closed the door, and sagged. As he sat down at his desk, he pulled out a small vial of headache potion and downed it in one gulp, thankful that he'd had one stashed in a drawer. As he sat back and closed his eyes, letting the potion work, he thought back on why he'd needed it in the first place. He'd barely made it out of the flow at Grimmauld Place last night before he was assaulted from all sides by people wanting to know what had happened. In addition to Molly and the kids, Remus Lupin was there hoping to hear something about Harry and Sirius. He'd had the foresight to pick up several calming drafts on the way home, but quickly realized that it wasn't enough for everyone. But it would have to do, so he'd split them in half and refused to say anything more until everyone had drunk theirs. He'd started with the good news, that Harry and Sirius had both been cleared of all charges. This had led to much relief all around, and he thought that Remus would have shed tears were it not for the potion. Unfortunately, the good mood was short-lived, as Arthur had to admit that he had no idea where Harry was, nor when he might be returning. But it was after he explained about the revocation of the Wizarding Charter, and the fact that Harry had been the one to actually do it, that the headache really started. Even under the influence of the calming draft, Molly had exploded, ranting about everything from Harry being too young to have that kind of responsibility to fear about what would happen now that the charter had been revoked. While he did feel that Harry was too young to have had such a big responsibility thrust upon him, he also recognized that Harry was no longer the little boy that Molly had first met at King's Cross 4 years earlier. Even if Harry wasn't quite an adult yet, he, and the rest of the children, if he was honest to himself, were all growing up into young men and women who had seen and dealt with things even he hadn't in some cases. It had taken nearly 10 minutes for Molly to get everything out of her system, and Arthur had simply let her do it in the hopes that she'd be a bit calmer about things once the calming draft wore off. After that he'd explained that he didn't know much more, other than that Fudge had been sacked, Amelia Bones was now Governor-General after being appointed by the Queen, and that he'd heard that she would be giving more information in a press release for the Prophet to publish in the morning. This caused Molly to start up again briefly, though at least this time it was about Fudge getting what he deserved, while Hermione spent a couple minutes discussing the ramifications of the Queen taking over to address Ron and Ginny's confusion. The twins, on the other hand, thought the chaos Harry had apparently inflicted on the Ministry was amusing, something Arthur privately appreciated. After giving everyone a chance to absorb everything and settle down, he delivered the last piece of news in the hopes that it would return some of the good cheer from earlier. "I spoke with Percy this afternoon," he said. "Is he still against Professor Dumbledore and Harry?" asked Molly. "Actually, no," he replied. "At least not the way he was before. He actually spoke up in Harry's defense when Fudge tried to convict him before he could give a defense." Everyone looked shocked. Finally, George spoke up, saying, "Percy defended Harry. Are you sure we're talking about the same person?" "I wasn't there when it happened, but both he and Dumbledore confirmed it," he answered. "He actually had to resign his position with the Ministry to do it, but he apparently made quite an impression when he did, and he's already gotten a new position working for Governor-General Bones." Molly had gasped when she heard Percy had resigned from the Ministry, but looked relieved when he announced Percy had a new job. "Do you think," she started, then paused for a moment before repeating herself. "Do you think, maybe, he might want to come home. Maybe, he replied, although I suspect he's going to want to keep living on his own since he's no longer in school. But I did invite him to come for dinner, and he said he'd tell us once he was settled into his new job. He also asked me to send his regards, and I think he honestly meant it. This seemed to shock everyone enough that he was able to redirect the conversation to dinner, and after that an early bedtime since things at the ministry were so unsettled and he expected to have a long day tomorrow. He'd managed to escape this morning without having to rehash anything from the night before, but only after promising to make a quick trip to the Leaky Cauldron and back to pick up several copies of the Prophet. Having done so, and taking a copy for himself, he'd flew to the ministry. Now, sitting at his desk and reading the front-page article on everything that had happened, he was doubly glad to have left before everyone else saw it. It had taken a dreamless sleep potion to get Mrs. Weasley to bed the night before, and now that she was no longer under its influence or that of the calming draught, she was in rare form this morning. While she hadn't exploded yet, she'd snapped at everyone already this morning, including Ron once for not eating fast enough. But nobody expected it to last. Mr. Weasley had stepped briefly from the flow, dropped a number of copies of the Prophet on the table, then quickly escaped again before he could get dragged into anything. Everyone grabbed for the paper, and for once Mrs. Weasley didn't try to stop them, as she was too engrossed in her own copy. There weren't quite enough for everyone, so Ron and Ginny shared one. Hermione wouldn't, as did the twins. At first Mrs. Weasley just grumbled and sputtered at the article, but when the twins started laughing, she turned her ire to them. "This isn't funny," she shouted, not taking her eyes off the article. "But it is," said Fred. "Very funny," replied George. They looked at the paper, then at each other, before Fred exclaimed, "Who would have thought?" "That ickle Harrykins," continued George, "could cause so much chaos all by himself." They finished together, before collapsing on the floor with laughter. While the twins were laughing, Hermione had reread the article, and started muttering about the implications of what had happened to the Wizengamot. Both Ron and Ginny were shocked at the idea of people losing their magic, and were then distracted by the twins to the point that neither of them had really gone back to reading. Mrs. Weasley had continued to boil as she read the article, and when she finished it, combined with the twins' antics, she finally lost it completely. "I don't know how you can think this is funny," she started. "You think life is all just a joke. You have no idea what life can be like. People lost their magic over this. Somebody died, and who knows how many other people are going to be affected. For all we know your father is going to be out a job, and then where will we be? What on earth was Harry thinking going to the Queen? And why wouldn't he come talk to me or your father? Surely he knows we would have done what we could to help. Harry's just a little boy who barely knows anything about the ministry, no wonder he was worried about his trial. This must be Sirius's fault. Where else would Harry get such an idea? When I get my hands on him." By now Hermione had looked up from the paper and saw Ron staring at his mother in shock, and realized what he must be thinking. After all, it was something he said that sparked the idea, and she had been the one to help Harry understand the possibilities. They looked at each other, with wide eyes, before glancing back at Mrs. Weasley, who had moved on to ranting about how Dumbledore should have known something like this was going to happen. Ron raised an eyebrow and nodded at the door, and Hermione quickly nodded back before folding up the paper and slowly moving towards the door. Ron quietly followed, as did Ginny when she realized that they were leaving. Somehow they made it out the door before Mrs. Weasley noticed them leaving, thankful that the twins were still trying to stop laughing as they continued to read the paper. They had just started up the steps when they heard their names being shouted, and ran up to their bedroom level in the hopes that they wouldn't be followed. After a minute to catch their breath, the three of them looked at each other and all nodded at once. "Right," said Ron, "I reckon we're safe for a few, but she's going to come up eventually. Any ideas on how to keep it that way?" Hermione looked thoughtful, but Ginny answered right away. "Start cleaning. You know she'll tear into us if she thinks we're just loafing around, but if she sees us cleaning maybe it'll shock her into leaving us alone." Ron made a face, but didn't argue. "We finally finished the drawing room, and I don't fancy going back downstairs to clean, so what's left?" "There's at least one spare bedroom on the third floor," said Hermione, let's see if that needs cleaning. I think the supplies are still in the drawing room, let's grab them and head up. Putting word to deed, she did just that, enlisting Ron to carry some of the heavier buckets. Not long after Snape had been left to get some sleep, his mission was proven successful as the locator device finally checked in. Shortly after that, Captain Lee entered Major French's office with a determined look on his face. "We've got it, sir," he said after saluting. "It's approximately 25 miles northwest of Leeds, on the outskirts of Yorkshire Dales National Park. We should have a complete workup of the local area in the next 2 hours, but I suggest we contact SAS and put them on standby." "Excellent," replied the Major, motioning to a chair in front of his desk. "I take it the area is sparsely populated enough to keep it hush-hush." "It appears so," said Captain Lee, taking a seat. "We'll have to wait for the full intel brief before we can be absolutely sure. One thing's for sure, if they're operating out of the manor house that we think they are, there's quite a bit of space between it and the rest of the village. Then let's hope you're right. Now, given that it's Friday afternoon, when do you think we should try and take them down? Let's see how quickly SAS can evacuate the area, once we have the intel brief. Once we know that, I say we move within 24 hours, tops. But we might need to move sooner. I don't trust them to wait too long before making a move." Nodded the Major. "Have you had any luck getting further information from our other prisoners?" "Not much that's actually helpful. We've managed to confirm some details on the layout of the house that Snape had given us, but that's about it. Beyond that, it's mostly just been confirmation that they're all a bunch of sick animals who need to be put down for the sake of everyone else. Heck, I've got more sympathy for rabid dogs than I do for them, especially that McNair fellow." Captain Lee shook his head, continuing, "Did you know that he took his job as Ministry Executioner after Voldemort's first defeat because if he couldn't kill people at least he could kill sentient magical creatures from time to time? The man's a psychopath, and they practically encouraged it." Major French looked at his second-in-command with mild concern. He'd known the man for nearly 2 decades, and this was the first time he'd seen him this worked up. "Is holding on to the prisoners going to be a problem? For you or anyone else?" Captain Lee shook his head, and pulled himself together before answering. "No, sir, it won't. Nothing we could do to them now will be more terrifying to them or satisfying to me than watching them hang. And I've made sure that everyone else knows it too. Besides, at this point I think we're done with questioning them. They're only used now as canaries for when Voldemort summons everyone to him." The Major gave him a hard look, then nodded. "Very well, why don't you go see how that report is coming, and I'll contact my counterpart in SAS. The sooner we can move on this the better I think we'll all feel." Captain Lee stood and saluted, then headed towards the intelligence office. After he left, Major French picked up the phone and dialed a number by memory, despite not having used it for a number of years. He'd been transferred to the MMS after serving in SAS for nearly a decade, and certain things were not readily forgotten. Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, sat in her study going over reports between tea time and dinner when there was a knock on the door. Pushing the button to indicate they should enter, she was not surprised to see a military courier walk in behind her steward. He stopped and gave a bow, then held up an envelope and said, "Major French sends his compliments, Your Majesty." The Queen nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, Sergeant, please bring it here." "Yes, ma'am," he said, approaching her desk and handing her the envelope. He then stepped back. "Thank you," she repeated, before looking back at the report she had been reading. Recognizing the dismissal, the sergeant gave another bow and left, followed by the steward who closed the door behind himself. Once she was alone, she put the report down and opened the message from Major French. The 13th of August 1995, 1600 hours. Your Majesty, we have located the terrorists' base of operations in a small village in North Yorkshire, and will be evacuating the residents with the assistance of 23 SAS-R. Once that is complete we will wait for the leader to summon his forces and strike once they arrive. No further details will be volunteered to maintain operational security. If you wish to learn more, I can provide a detailed briefing at your convenience. Signed, Richard French, Commander, MMS. After reading the note twice to commit it to memory, she put it into the secure shredder to be burned later. As much as she wished to know more, she knew there was no reason for it yet, and understood the reason for the Major's lack of details. In any event, it sounded like they had things under control for the moment, so she would wait. If there was no new information tomorrow, she'd request a briefing. Amelia Bones sat in her new office, reviewing everything that had happened over the past 12 hours. It had been an exhausting day, her first full day in charge of the ministry and all of Magical Britain, come to think of it, but it had been a good one. For starters, while they were a little understaffed due to having certain people arrested or refusing to come in, it was mostly business as usual for the ministry. Additionally, while there had certainly been a fair share of complaints about the news released this morning, she'd also heard that there had been roughly an equal number of comments supporting the new regime, including a few from unexpected places. For one, several of the pureblood-owned businesses on Diagon Alley felt that bringing in more Muggleborns and their families would only increase their business, and didn't care what their customers' blood status was. She smiled as she considered that attitude. If more people could start thinking like that, then they'd have won a major battle for the hearts and minds of the population. She'd also received a terse message from the goblins, stating that they were aware of the changes in Magical Britain and were monitoring the situation. She wasn't sure if this was a good thing or a bad thing, but she'd sent back a message that for the time being she hoped to maintain the status quo with regards to them, and would request a meeting to discuss any possible changes before doing anything on a non-emergency basis. Hopefully that would at least avoid any unnecessary difficulties with them. She was interrupted by a knock on the door frame and looked up to see Barnabas Cuff, the editor of the Prophet, standing in her door, stealthily being covered by the 2 oars on her protective detail. "I've brought you an advance copy of tomorrow's Prophet, so you can see that we've printed your release correctly," he said. "Thank you," she said, standing and holding out her hand. He brought the paper over to her and said, "I'd stay, but we're running the presses at full capacity, and I need to get back and help. If you see any problems, just show up and yell at me." Not waiting for a response, he turned and left. She shook her head, knowing that he wouldn't be running the presses like that if he wasn't certain she would approve of the article. Nodding to the oars stationed outside her door, she sat down and began to read the paper. Daily Prophet. Saturday the 14th of August 1995. WHO returns. Ministry investigating. Barnabas Cuff, editor. Immediately following yesterday's shakeup at the ministry, rumors started flying that you-know-who, or he who must not be named, had somehow returned. While we were not able to independently verify the truth of this on our own, we were able to obtain a statement from the ministry confirming the truth of these rumors. We present the statement below, unedited, at the request of Governor General Bones. Caution. While we at the Prophet would not normally do so, the ministry has chosen to use you-know-who's full name, and thus we have printed it here. Ministry of Magic Press Release. Office of Governor General Amelia Bones. As part of the events surrounding the changes in the ministry yesterday, we have determined conclusively that the so-called Dark Lord, Voldemort, who was banished nearly 14 years ago by Harry Potter, has returned to Magical Britain. While we are still investigating the situation, one of the things we do know is that the Dark Mark is once again visible on those he has marked. The so-called Dark Lord and his marked followers have been declared enemy combatants by Her Majesty the Queen, and anyone found in possession of the Dark Mark will be detained for questioning. While I'm sure we all remember the damage that was wrought by Voldemort and his followers the last time he was active, his greatest weapon is secrecy and the fear it generates. Therefore we intend to make public as much information as we can without compromising any actions the ministry is taking against him. While there is still much that we do not know at this time, here are the facts that we do know. 1. The Voldemort returned to Britain on the night of June 24 and kidnapped Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory during the third task of the Triwizard Tournament. Cedric Diggory was killed by Voldemort, and Harry Potter was injured but ultimately able to escape and return with Cedric's body. 2. At the time of his return, Voldemort called his followers, the Death Eaters, to him, and approximately 20 to 30 of them responded. We are working hard to try and identify those people who have returned to the Dark Lord's service so that they can be detained. 3. Death Eaters are marked on their forearm with Voldemort's symbol, the Dark Mark. There is no known way of hiding the mark, other than wearing clothing over it. Anyone in possession of this mark is to be considered armed and dangerous, and should be reported to the Ministry of Magic immediately. 4. Yesterday, as part of the security measures taken at the Ministry, everyone was checked for the dark mark, regardless of their reason for being there. As a result, several people were found to be in possession of the dark mark and have been taken into custody for further questioning. Additionally, anyone entering the Ministry of Magic will be required to show their forearms before being admitted. This requirement will remain in place until such time as the threat of Voldemort and his followers has been lifted. I know that many of you still have concerns about the changes happening in magical Britain, and I share at least some of those concerns. Once again, I invite everyone to send those questions to Ministry Transition Inquiries, so that we can publicly address as many of your concerns as possible. I also want to express my thanks to all of the Ministry workers who came to work today and did their jobs to the best of their ability, continuing to serve the people of magical Britain. Thank you again for your patience and willingness to work with me and the rest of the restructured Ministry of Magic to make magical Britain a better place for everyone. Signed, Amelia Susan Bones, Governor-General of Her Majesty's Magical Kingdom of Great Britain. While we at the Prophet still have many questions, especially about you-know-who and what the Ministry is doing about him, we recognize that the current situation is rapidly changing, and that any operations against he who must not be named need to remain secret for the immediate future. We will continue to investigate the situation and provide as much information as we can as we obtain it. History of You-Know-Who's First Reign of Terror, page .4. List of known and accused Death Eaters, page .13. She put down the paper and nodded, thankful that she didn't have to do anything about the article. She was surprised that they would be printing a list of accused Death Eaters, given how all of those who were not convicted kept protesting their innocence with lots of gold, but she figured it wasn't a bad idea. If nothing else, people might be more careful around those who had bribed their way to freedom last time. She still had a lot of things on her plate, including figuring out what changes she could make to the laws right away, or at least how to enforce them differently, and what would have to wait for Percy Weasley's report. She'd gotten a brief note from him earlier that afternoon indicating that even the Ministry's own records were a mess, and that he didn't know if it was even possible to compile a complete list of the current laws from them. She'd sent a copy of it off to Gawain Robards, the new head Auror, asking him to provide both Percy and herself with a complete list of the laws and enforcement guidelines that the Auror department used in the hopes that it would be a good starting point. She knew it wouldn't be available until tomorrow at the earliest, and that she should probably go home and get some sleep, but she felt like she needed to get at least something more done before she did. Looking out her office door at her protective detail, she called out, "Archer, Greenwood, I want your opinion on something." The two Aurors came to her door, half looking in while keeping an eye out in the other direction at the same time. "Yes, Governor General," asked Greenwood. "I want your honest opinions here," said Madam Bones. "No repercussions, no consequences, no BS. Just a straight honest answer, got it?" "Yes, ma'am," replied Archer, as Greenwood nodded his head. "What's your opinion of werewolves? Not specific individuals, but as a whole." Archer raised an eyebrow, while Greenwood looked pensive. After a moment, Archer responded, "As a whole, I guess they're okay most of the time. As long as they're contained when they transform. They tend to be a bit grouchy most of the time, but I suppose I can't blame them for that." "Why? What about you, Greenwood?" asked Madam Bones. Greenwood looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, "Personally, I don't really like them, but I have to admit that's because of a couple of specific individuals. As a whole, I guess I agree with Sean. As long as they keep themselves secured during the full moon, they're probably no worse than anyone else." "I too would like to know why you're asking us." Madam Bones nodded. "Because we've got a woman downstairs who's a longtime Ministry employee, with an otherwise exemplary record, who it turns out is a werewolf and has been for the past 3 years. And while I know what the former Ministry rules were about that, I'm trying to figure out how I can treat her fairly without causing the public to panic. Besides, I suspect that long-term Her Majesty is going to want to treat their condition as a disease and not just a dark curse, and this is a good place to start." Greenwood didn't look happy, but Archer nodded. "I can see that. he said. As long as they're properly isolated during their transformation, there's no reason why they can't be productive members of society. That's not to say that they'd all want to be, but that's their choice. Exactly, replied Madam Bones, looking at Greenwood. The Auror closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I don't like it, he said, opening his eyes, but I can see your point. You realize that something like this isn't going to sit well with a lot of people. Madam Bones nodded. Yes, but at the same time maybe we can do something to give the werewolves incentive to behave. Like making the wolfsbane potion available at low cost or safe houses where they can be secured during their transformation in exchange for giving them more rights. If we make it easy enough for them to be safe, then we can also have harsher penalties for those who won't take advantage of it. Would that make you feel better? Greenwood nodded, and Archer smiled. I think that would be very fair, and I can think of at least a couple of werewolves who would probably take you up on it in a heartbeat, he said. Both Madam Bones and Greenwood shot him curious looks, and he added, I've run into a few of them over the years, and even become friendly with a couple. Like I said, they're grouchier than most, but otherwise decent people. Madam Bones smiled. That settles it for me, she declared. Please send someone to fetch Miss Wetherill from the holding cells and bring her up here. I'd like to get her thoughts on the matter before I make a final decision. If she asks what's going on, you can let her know that I'm trying to resolve her case in a manner that's satisfactory to everyone, herself included. I'll take care of it, said Archer, who turned to leave. I'll either be back shortly, or my replacement will. Thank you, said Madam Bones. After a few seconds she turned to Auror Greenwood and asked, Want to talk about it? Greenwood looked surprised, then shook his head. Not much to talk about, he said. My best friend was attacked by a werewolf the summer before Hogwarts. Even if he could have attended, he didn't survive the first transformation. They never found the culprit either. I'm sorry, said Madam Bones. And I agree that anyone who would do that intentionally needs to be put down. But if they're trying to behave, I think we should give them a chance and help them out. I can't say I like it, but you're the boss, he replied. As long as I don't have to be friends with them, I'll live. Madam Bones nodded her head sadly. That's really all I can ask for. Greenwood turned to leave, as Archer came back and said, Robards was still at his desk, and said he'd go get her himself as soon as he finished something for you. He said it shouldn't be more than about 10 minutes, which I figured was all right. Thanks, that gives me time to go to the loo and make some tea, she replied, and standing up exited her office, Archer and Greenwood shadowing her at a polite distance. Paperwork, thought Sirius Black, be it wizard or muggle, is a real pain. He'd just spent nearly 6 hours working with Harry, 2 members of the Crown Wizard's office, and a muggle solicitor sorting out what would be needed to formally adopt Harry in the muggle world. Not muggle, he corrected himself, non-magical. That's going to take a lot of getting used to, but looking at it from Her Majesty's point of view I can see why she doesn't like the term. They'd had lunch with the Queen and her husband, Prince Philip, and the discussion had been rather eye-opening. The prince was just as quick as Her Majesty, if not more so, and certainly didn't beat around the bush. Tell me again why you wizards look down upon those of us who aren't magical. He'd asked. After all, there are so many more of us that even if we were lesser people than you, statistically we still have a greater chance of producing great things than you do. And he was right, Sirius admitted to himself, as much as he hated it. Even growing up rejecting his family's pure-blooded nonsense he'd still allowed himself to believe that non-magicals were somehow lesser beings, who would never amount to much in the world. Knowing what he did now, it didn't make sense even back then, and he certainly didn't believe it anymore. Heck, he was starting to believe that it was wizards who were the lesser beings, at least when it came to society and ingenuity. It was during lunch that Her Majesty had mentioned her dislike of the term, muggle, and that she intended to have it removed from the official terminology used by the ministry and press, even if she couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't be used in private contexts, like other derogatory terms used by intolerant people to label nearly every ethnic group out there. Sirius wasn't sure how quick or successful she would be, but he knew better than to tell her that she couldn't do it. Looking back at the binder of paperwork, he shook his head in disbelief. Based on everything he had here, it might take longer to get his own life in order for the adoption than it was for Her Majesty, through Governor-General Bones, to get magical Britain straightened out. Even if he could get all the paperwork pushed through quickly, he was still going to have to establish a stable residency in the non-magical world, something that could only be done in real time. The thought of living full-time in the non-magical world was both intriguing and terrifying for Sirius, having grown up as a pureblood living entirely within the magical world. Still, if that's what it took to formally adopt Harry, he figured it would be a worthwhile learning experience. Besides, once he had a place of his own, he could probably convince Moony to share it with him, at least until his situation got better. He knew his friend had trouble keeping a job with his furry little problem, and that his living arrangements were never the best. The only problem with this whole situation was that it meant he couldn't formally adopt Harry for at least a year, possibly longer, depending on how everything went. While it might be possible for Her Majesty to push things through faster, Sirius had decided that he wasn't going to ask for any preferential treatment, since that sort of thing is what had led to much of the current situation in the first place. Fortunately, a temporary solution had been suggested by the solicitor. Harry was petitioning to become a ward of the court, who could then assign Sirius to be Harry's immediate guardian. It wasn't perfect, since anything regarding Harry would still have to be approved by the court first, but after some discussion everyone felt that it could be worked around easily enough to ensure both Harry and Sirius were treated properly. Looking over at Harry, who was also just finishing putting his own binder of paperwork together, he smiled and said, "As much as I'm glad we're doing this, I'm even happier knowing that adopting you magically will be so much easier." Looking first at his own binder, then at Sirius's, Harry laughed and said, "I would hope so. I'm not sure anything could be more complicated or tedious than what we've spent most of the day doing." This drew chuckles from both the Crown Wizards and the solicitor, who stood and extended his hand to Sirius. "Mr. Black," he said, "I know this is all rather complicated and confusing for you, but I assure you that it could be much worse. Still, I think once you've gotten yourself established properly there shouldn't be any major hurdles to finalizing the adoption." "Thank you," said Sirius, standing and shaking the man's hand. "I appreciate you putting up with all my questions, seeing as how I know nearly nothing about the non-magical world." The solicitor shook his head. "Actually, I get most of the same questions from everyone I work with on adoptions, magical or not," he said. "Unless you work with them regularly like I do, very few people know much about the ins and outs of adoption law. Even most solicitors don't get into the details like I do, so you're in good company." Sirius smiled slightly, and said, "I guess that makes me feel better. Is there anything else I need to know before I start the process of getting my life in order?" "I don't think so, at least not until you've established residency and the like," replied the solicitor. "How about you, Harry, do you have any more questions for me?" Harry shook his head. "No, sir," he answered, "I think if you told me anything more right now my head would explode." Turning to Sirius he added, "I don't know how you're still functioning. I barely have to do anything compared to you, and I'm still feeling a little overwhelmed." Sirius smiled at Harry and said, "I guess it's just a matter of wanting it bad enough that I'm not going to let anything stop me. I'm finally free after 14 years, and the only thing I know for sure that I want right now is to make sure the two of us can be a proper family. If that means suffering through all this paperwork, then that's what I'll do." Harry's eyes shone as he looked at Sirius, then engulfed him in a hug. "Thanks, Sirius," he said quietly, "I don't think I can say how much that means to me." Sirius patted Harry on the head and said, "I know, pup. Me too." The solicitor smiled at the two of them and cleared his throat. "If that's all, I believe I'll be going now. As much as I am more than willing to do Her Majesty a favor on short notice, it is getting late and my wife will be waiting for me to have dinner. If you need further assistance, my contact information is in both of your binders. Also, Mr. Black, I'll have someone in Her Majesty's service forward my bill to you, since you don't currently have a viable billing address." "Of course," said Sirius as Harry released him, "I'll make sure to give you my address once I have one." "Thank you again, and good evening." The solicitor nodded, then looked to one of the Crown Wizards who said, "I'll see you out, sir," before leading him out the door. Harry and Sirius sat down, gave a sigh, and then looked at each other, saying, "Now what?" In unison. They stared at each other blankly for a few seconds, before Sirius started laughing, causing Harry to lose it as well. Even the remaining Crown Wizard found it funny, and joined them for a moment before everyone recovered. "If I may make a suggestion," said the Crown Wizard, "why don't you return to your rooms to drop off your things and freshen up, and then we can head down to the cafeteria for dinner. Her Majesty is busy this evening, and I figure you'd rather not just sit around your rooms on your own." Harry nodded at Sirius, who nodded back. "Sounds like a plan. Shall we?" He picked up his binder and stood, as Harry did the same, before the three of them exited the room to return to their rooms. On Saturday, Magical Britain was either extremely busy, or did very little, depending on who you were. While most of the people outside the Ministry stayed inside their homes, trying to figure out how to react to the news that Voldemort was back, the activity level in the Ministry actually increased, as plans were set in motion and information that had been gathered over the past couple days was assessed and acted upon. Amelia Bones was probably the busiest person of all, going nearly non-stop for the entire day. For starters, Captain Lee made an unannounced visit first thing in the morning to discuss the plan for attacking Voldemort. Once he had departed, she put together some notes for a press release to be issued that afternoon, but held off issuing it as she hoped to include her other business for the day in it as well. After that, she had met with Scrimgeour to discuss her proposed new werewolf rules, as well as her decision regarding Miss Wetherell. That had resulted in a rather heated argument about the pros and cons of letting werewolves mingle with normal society, which she had only won after she pointed out the fact that Miss Wetherell had already been doing so safely for nearly 3 years, and was only discovered because of the intense security sweep initiated by Her Majesty after the charter was revoked. Once Scrimgeour was at least willing to give her ideas a chance, she had then presented them to Mr. Halford, asking for the Crown's opinion on the matter. After looking it over, he had given it his provisional blessing, although he felt that it needed to be sent up the chain for further review. Given that it was still just her preliminary idea, she wasn't worried about possible changes. Right now she just wanted to have something in place as a framework for giving a few volunteers a chance to test the waters. It was at that point, shortly before lunch, that she presented her ideas to the remainder of the Wizengamot, who had been tasked with advising her with regards to any changes that needed to be made in the immediate term. That had taken most of the afternoon, to the point where she was afraid she would miss the deadline for getting the press release in the morning paper. That would be a rather big problem, since part of the announcement was that the Ministry would be completely closed tomorrow for a final security sweep before the MMS handed things back to the Aurors. Fortunately for her, the Wizengamot had finally agreed to her idea of a pilot program, with the understanding that nothing permanent would be enacted until the results of that program were analyzed. Thus, it was nearly 5 o'clock Saturday evening before she finished the day's press release, and sent it off to all departments along with a copy to be published in the Prophet. "I wonder if this is going to cause more or less of an outcry than today's release," she thought. "What are people more afraid of? Voldemort being out there, somewhere, or werewolves being allowed in their midst?" She didn't have long to wait to find out, as Barnabas Cuff appeared at her office less than 20 minutes after she sent him the release. "Amelia, are you insane?" he had practically shouted at her as he came around the corner, only stopping when her Auror guards put their wands under his chin. "That's Governor General Bones," she replied, "at least while we're on the record." Seeing Cuff settle down, she waved off the Aurors and continued, "Have a seat, Barney, and we can talk off the record if you'd like." Cuff bristled at the nickname he knew that she knew he hated, but sat down calmly and merely grumbled, "It's Barnabas, Amelia. Now, off the record, are you insane? Letting werewolves run around in public? Are you trying to start a riot?" Amelia stared at him for a moment, then laughed. "Oh, you nearly had me there, Barnabas," she said after a moment. "If I know you, you probably think this will give you something to sell papers with for at least a few weeks, if not longer. Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong." Cuff glared at her for a moment, then sighed. "Well, no, you're not wrong, but I still think you're going to cause a panic if you go through with this." "Worse than Voldemort being back?" she asked. Before he could answer, she continued, Think about it. I'm not suggesting we just let werewolves run wild in the streets, nor am I making this a universal change right now. I'm just announcing a pilot program and asking for volunteers, to give everyone a chance to see what does and doesn't work while keeping the numbers limited to a handful. But if it works, and we can get all the werewolves to participate, we could potentially reduce the number of werewolf attacks here in Britain to nothing. Heck, within a few generations we could completely eliminate lycanthropy altogether. Cuff stared at her, his eyes going wide. You're serious about that, aren't you? He said. You think we can eliminate lycanthropy altogether? What if a werewolf doesn't want to cooperate? This is off the record, right? At Cuff's nod, she went on. Assuming the trial run works, I intend to make the final program mandatory, with stiff penalties for non-compliance. If a werewolf intentionally infects someone else, they'll be given a significant prison term before they get one last chance to comply with the program. If they do it again, I think they should be put down like the rabid dog they are. Cuff sat there digesting her words, not expecting the final piece. Finally he nodded slowly, before responding, that's quite a plan. Do you really think the werewolves will go for it? I think most of them will, Amelia replied. The one thing that werewolves want more than anything else is to be accepted, whether it's by their pack or by society. This gives them that, and even protects them from being discriminated against, and the only thing they really need to give up is their anonymity. And even that can be limited to those involved with the registration program. I'm not expecting them to all sign up overnight, but if we can demonstrate that it works, and give them time to get used to the idea, I think the vast majority of them will go for it. And the more werewolves who are under control using this program, the more resources it will free up to deal with the few remaining rogues who don't cooperate. You've really thought this through, haven't you? He asked. What brought this on? Someone we detained in the security sweep turned out to be a previously undiscovered werewolf, and before you ask I won't tell you who they are, she said, giving him a hard look. What I will say is that they have been a productive employee of the ministry for almost 3 years since being bitten, and if it hadn't been for the intense scrutiny we put everyone under on Thursday they probably wouldn't have been discovered even then. And if one werewolf can safely be a part of society, why can't more? Besides, despite being called a curse, lycanthropy acts more like a disease, and I know for a fact that denying people's rights due to a medical condition isn't going to survive Her Majesty's scrutiny. Cuff thought about everything she had said for a few minutes, and found he had to agree with her assessment of what was likely to happen. Okay, I can see that something's going to change, whether anyone likes it or not. Is there anything I can do to help that won't hurt my bottom line? Amelia grinned, thinking that the prophet might as well be named the prophet instead. Just stick to the truth, and don't try to sensationalize it. Go ahead and do your research on lycanthropy and werewolves, and anything else relating to them that you like. Just make sure you double-check your facts before you go to print. I'm not telling you to only print favorable stories, just make sure that if you print something you can back it up, and you'll be okay. In other words, nothing that could get us sued under the new libel laws you threatened me with yesterday, said Cuff. I get it, he sighed, as Amelia smiled and nodded. You've given me a lot to think about, and certainly some good angles for investigative reports if nothing else. Who knows, maybe I can get Rita to do a straightforward, honest piece if it's interesting enough to her. He shook his head, grimacing slightly. Anyway, I've got a paper to print, and I'm sure you've got plenty to do yourself. Good evening, Governor General. Good evening, Mr. Cuff, Amelia replied, nodding as he left her office. She considered their conversation and decided that she would have to give him something to run with if he actually followed up and made good on his offer to help. Changing the law was one thing, but changing the hearts and minds was another, and good press, especially if it was theoretically independent from the ministry's own propaganda, would go a long way towards making it happen. She considered working on her draft legislation some more, but decided it was better to prepare for tomorrow's activity. Despite technically being an excuse to keep people out of the ministry, she intended to do just what she'd announced, and do a top-to-bottom sweep of the entire building looking for anything out of place. Taking a ministry memo sheet, she scribbled a quick note to Scrimgeour before folding it up and sending it winging away to him. It was time to start putting plans in motion. Saturday had also been busy for the MMS, as they prepared for their assault on Voldemort's base of operations. There had been 3 groups, working in parallel, each with their own equally important task. The first had been taken on by Major French personally, as his prior service in the SAS gave him both insight and credibility in dealing with them to prepare for the evacuation of Little Hangleton early the next morning. He was initially alarmed when a couple of his former comrades had commented on his disappearing on a magical mystery tour, but quickly realized that they meant it in the mundane sense of the term, and not the very real nature of his current posting. It had taken the better part of the morning to go over everything, but when he was finished he felt confident that once the SAS had evacuated everyone, Little Hangleton would be as devoid of life as the graveyard they'd located just outside the Riddle Manor. There had been a little grumbling by some of the men about playing second fiddle to an unknown military unit, but once the major informed everyone that the entire operation, including his presence at the briefing, was covered under the Official Secrets Act, nobody dared question him further. The second task, which took most of the day and would continue up until the operation commenced, was taking the various pieces of intelligence they had on both the area and the people involved, and putting together the plan for maximizing damage to the enemy while minimizing casualties. By the time they broke for dinner they felt they had a very good plan, but understood that once things started happening there was no way to guarantee that it would actually work. As Helmuth von Moltke was often paraphrased, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. It was the third task that was both the most difficult on its participants, and the one that held the greatest risk. After re-interrogating the Death Eaters in custody again, other than Snape, there was the question of whether or not they could be used in any way to assist the operation. While Snape had been cooperative from the start and had by now convinced them that he truly wanted to see Voldemort taken down, the other 3 prisoners were true believers and held no remorse for anything they had done. However, as the interrogations wound down, one of the Death Eaters began to crack slightly. Not that she felt remorse for her victims, but instead was concerned about how her execution would affect her daughter, who was only 16. After some discussion with both the mission planning team, as well as the Crown Wizards, it was decided to offer her a chance to help in exchange for a chance to spare her life. "Madam Edgecombe," said Captain Lee, as he entered the room where she was being interrogated. "I have a one-time offer for you that may spare your life. It's only good until I leave this room. Are you interested?" Madam Edgecombe looked at him warily, then at her interrogators. Looking back at Captain Lee she said, "What's the offer?" "At some point in the near future, we wish to send a message to the so-called Dark Lord, and we want it to be hand-delivered. Naturally we cannot do so ourselves, but as one of his marked followers you would be able to do so." "And he'd kill me on the spot for helping you," spat Madam Edgecombe. "That would be a risk, yes," said Captain Lee. "But think of it this way. If you don't help us, you will be hung. If you do help us, there's a chance you'll survive. Isn't a small chance better than none?" Madam Edgecombe glared at him, then sighed. "What exactly would I have to do to survive? First of all, if you agree to help you'll have to be obliviated so you can't reveal anything we don't want you to. When the time comes, you'll be allowed to respond to Voldemort's summons carrying a letter for him. After that, you just need to keep your head down and surrender without a fight when ordered to." "How do I know you won't take advantage of my obliviation and just hang me anyway?" she asked. "If you take the deal, we'll put it in writing before anything else happens," said Captain Lee. "We'll even provide you with a solicitor so you know it's legitimate." She thought for a minute, then nodded. "I'll do it, but on 2 conditions." Captain Lee started to say something, but she continued on before he could get a word in. "1. I want a portkey out rather than having to wait for you to arrive. Otherwise my chances are no better than without helping you." "I'll look into the possibility," said Captain Lee, "but no promises." "And 2. Said Madam Edgecombe, "I want to be able to see my daughter regularly while I'm in prison." "And no portkey, no deal." "As I said, I'll look into the portkey," he replied. "As for your daughter visiting, she'll be allowed to visit per normal prison regulations, assuming she wants to. I can't force her to visit you." Madam Edgecombe considered his words before nodding. "Get me the portkey and a solicitor to look over the details, and you've got a deal." I'll get back to you in the next day or so, said Captain Lee. Turning to her interrogators he added, I'm done, and I don't think we need anything more from her, so please return her to her cell. Yes, sir, they replied, and began releasing Madame Edgecombe from her confinement as Captain Lee turned and left. Shortly after 2 o'clock Sunday morning, the residents of the village of Little Hangleton were roused from their slumber to uniformed soldiers knocking on their doors. It took a little over 2 hours to get everyone evacuated, but by 4:30 a.m. the only people left in the vicinity of Little Hangleton were a few SAS observers, 2 MMS surveillance teams watching the old Riddle house, and the residents of said house. The residents of Little Hangleton, once they got over being uprooted in the middle of the night and taken by fairly uncomfortable lorry to a nearby military base, were given cots to sleep on until morning. At 7 a.m., they were invited to enjoy a hot breakfast while they waited to be given more information about what was happening, which further appeased their discommodiousness. Shortly after 8 a.m., with most people awake and fed, the base commander arrived with a SAS major to address the group. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please, said the base commander. Once he had most of the attention on him, he continued, I hope you have found your accommodations acceptable for the time being, and once the briefing is over if there are any special requests I will do my best to fulfill them. But first, this is Major Niblock, who will provide some additional information about why you were evacuated from your homes and when you can expect to return to them. Major, he gestured to the major, then stepped back. Major Niblock stepped forward, surveyed the crowd, then began. This morning, you were all evacuated from your homes because of a credible report of a national security threat located nearby. Due to the seriousness of the threat, along with the very high credibility of the report, it was decided to evacuate you, the residents of Little Hangleton, prior to taking any action to further investigate and if necessary neutralize the threat. While I cannot provide any more details as to the exact nature of the threat, I can tell you that we believe it to be located just outside of the village, rather than inside the village proper, and that the evacuation is purely precautionary. While we are not expecting any damage to your homes or businesses, the Home Secretary was unwilling to risk the lives of British citizens should the threat prove to be real and greater than expected. When can we go home? Shouted a man from the crowd. I cannot tell you exactly when you will be allowed back, replied the major, both for operational security reasons and because I honestly don't know exactly when the situation will be deemed safe. Also, for similar security reasons, you will not be allowed to leave the base or communicate with anyone until such time as you are allowed to return home. I do know that you will be allowed back just as soon as the threat is either determined to be a false alarm, or if confirmed just as soon as it has been neutralized and the area cleared of any potential danger. I was authorized to give you a best guess of no more than 72 hours, but that's not guaranteed. 3 days, shouted someone else, what about my job? You can't just keep us cooped up in here, shouted another. Her Majesty's government is prepared to compensate each and every individual here with £50 per day for the inconvenience, plus any documented losses you can present to us after you are allowed to return home, said the major. That includes lost wages, average daily business revenue for those of you who own businesses in town, and any other expenses incurred as a direct result of your evacuation. Additionally, anyone who is unable to report to work because of this situation should come speak to me where we're finished, and Her Majesty's government will make sure that your employer is aware that your absence is to be excused without repercussion beyond the loss of wages. And again, if you can document those lost wages they will be reimbursed when this is over. Are there any more questions? Are we going to be stuck inside here until we go home? The base commander stepped forward and said, I'll answer that one. Later today, once we get some organizing done, we will arrange for groups to be allowed outside on the base under supervision. While I'm sure this is less than what you'd all like, we do need to maintain a certain level of security, both in regards to the current operation as well as the simple fact that this is an active military base. What about the kids? Where can they play? Asked a woman holding a toddler. We do have a playground on the base for resident children, and we'll make sure that your kids get to play there too. I'm also working on organizing a base tour for those who are interested, so that you can see at least a little of what goes on here under normal conditions. I'm sorry that I can't provide more, but again security dictates that things are kept relatively quiet until the situation is resolved. Anything else? There were some murmurs and grumbles, but nobody spoke up any further. Very well, said the commander. The major and I will be over at that table. He pointed to a long table near the door they'd come in, and anyone who needs anything is welcome to come and speak to us. We are in the process of setting up shower facilities for everyone, and should have that completed by lunchtime. Lunch will be served here the same way as breakfast. I'm working on something special for dinner, and I don't want to spoil the surprise. I want to say again how much both Her Majesty's government and I appreciate your cooperation in this matter, and if you have any questions or needs please let us know right away. Thank you. The base commander looked around one last time, then nodded to the major and the two of them went over to the table that they'd indicated earlier. After a minute many of the adults started gravitating towards them, forming an impromptu queue as they approached. It would be over an hour later before the queue was empty, and while nobody was really happy about the situation, they at least felt better for being listened to. Peter Pettigrew, better known as Wormtail, scuttled along the wall down an empty corridor in the Ministry of Magic, wishing for not the first time that there were more shadows to hide in. His mission was simple: infiltrate the ministry, find out when the Muggle soldiers were leaving, and return to the Dark Lord with that information or die trying. Well, that last bit wasn't officially part of his mission, but the implication was clear. If he returned without the information, the Dark Lord would most assuredly kill him for failing, and if he didn't return at all, the Dark Lord would hunt him down and kill him if he wasn't dead already. He actually thought he preferred the idea of being found and killed by the Muggles to that of dying at the Dark Lord's hand. It would most likely be less painful, and almost certainly less humiliating. Still, he was too much of a coward to simply reveal himself and let them arrest him, and so he continued to prowl the ministry hoping to hear something he could take back to his master without reprisal. Not that he expected to learn much at the present hour, being nearly 5 in the morning, but there was no point in leaving the ministry before he had something to report and he didn't dare sleep for fear of being caught. Hearing footsteps approaching, he ducked into the alcove of a closed doorway, where he could hopefully hide in the slight shadow it cast. He still hadn't heard anything more concrete than, soon, and couldn't risk being seen even if he wasn't recognized. What he was unaware of was the fact that his presence in the ministry had been known since he arrived the day before, though it had only been recently that his identity had been confirmed when someone spotted him visually. Thus he had no reason to suspect that anything he heard was not the truth. "I can't wait to go home on Monday," said one of the two soldiers who came down the hall. "Doing patrol duty is bad enough, but getting stuck with the graveyard shift is the worst." "You don't have to tell me twice," replied his partner. "I still don't see why we're even patrolling these corridors overnight. It's not like there's anyone here who hasn't been thoroughly screened at the security checkpoint." They moved past the doorway where Wormtail crouched, seemingly unaware of his presence. Wormtail didn't dare move, despite having finally heard what he'd come to find out. Said the first soldier, "what can you do? Orders are orders. Still, it'll be nice to stand down and get some R&R Monday night." "True that," said the second, as they reached the end of the corridor and turned left down the next one. The second they were out of sight, Wormtail streaked back the way they had come from, heading for the lifts to get him out of there. As he did so, he failed to notice one of the soldiers sticking a head back around the corner, watching him go for a second before pulling back out of sight. It only took a few minutes for Wormtail to escape the ministry, using the employee flow to escape into Muggle London, where he changed back to his human form before apparating himself back to the Dark Lord's lair. "Do y'all think he bought it?" whispered the soldier who hadn't looked around the corner after a minute. "Hook, line and sinker," whispered his partner, who then signaled to continue their patrol. It wouldn't do to drop appearances until Pettigrew was out of the building, just in case he actually noticed something was amiss. Less than 15 minutes later they were called back to their command post, located just outside the former minister's office. "The wards tripped 5 minutes ago, and our spotters confirmed it," said the watch commander. "Pettigrew has left the building, and did so shortly after you spotted him. Good work you two. Now go get your things ready to pull out once the orders arrive in the morning." The two soldiers saluted, then left to follow their orders. They'd be leaving soon, but rest would have to wait. The MMS surveillance team watching the south side of the Riddle House spotted Pettigrew's arrival back in Little Hangleton, confirming that he had returned to his master with the information that had been fed to him. Not that he had any idea they were there. He was just glad to have escaped the ministry, knowing that if he was caught there he was as good as dead. Of course, he might be dead anyway, but he hoped that the Dark Lord would be kind to him when he brought his information. Pettigrew entered the Dark Lord's throne room with trepidation, though he did his best not to show it. As always, the Dark Lord sat there impassively, waiting for Wormtail as though he had nothing else to do. "Ah, Wormtail," said Voldemort as Pettigrew knelt and bowed before him. "I was beginning to wonder if you had decided to try and flee from my service." "No, master," groveled Pettigrew, "I would never do that. You know I am only loyal to you." "I can smell your lie, Wormtail, but I will let it go until I hear what you have to say. Now, tell me what you have learned, and why it took so long to return." "Why yes, my lord," said Pettigrew, "you told me not to return until I had learned the information you wanted. I was unable to do so until just now, and I returned with it right away. The Muggles patrolling the Ministry are much less talkative than the usual wizards." "You try my patience, Wormtail," intoned Voldemort dangerously. Sorry, my lord." "Tomorrow," said Pettigrew, "that is Monday morning, they plan to hand over control to the Aurors and withdraw. The Ministry will be closed today so they can do some sort of final security check before then." "And how did you learn of this if the Muggles have been so quiet about things?" Two soldiers were complaining to each other about having to patrol in the middle of the night, and one of them said they were happy to be going home Monday. Voldemort thought for a moment, then nodded. "You have done well, Wormtail, and shall be rewarded." Pettigrew looked up at Voldemort with hope in his eyes just in time to hear "Crucio," before his world exploded in pain and he curled up on the ground. Voldemort held the curse just a little bit longer than strictly necessary, before releasing Pettigrew and saying, "Go, Wormtail, get out of my sight until I summon you again. I must think about this news." After a moment, Pettigrew was able to pick himself up and bowed, saying, "Yes, my lord," before withdrawing to the safety of his room. When Amelia Bones arrived at her office at 8 o'clock Sunday morning, she was surprised to see that it was already occupied. While the guard stationed outside the office let her know her visitor had been cleared, her apprehension level wasn't appreciably reduced when she realized who it was that was waiting for her. "Amelia, we have a problem," he said, as he stood and motioned for her to close the door. "You're not helping any, Croaker," she replied, as she nodded to her escorts and they stepped out and closed the door. "I'd tell you I was sorry," Croaker said, as he pulled his wand and started casting privacy spells. "But you aren't," interjected Amelia, "you never are." Acknowledging the truth of her statement, he finished casting his spells and waited for her to sit before retaking his seat. "From what I understand, the Muggle forces are planning on attacking Voldemort sometime in the next day or two, is that correct?" Amelia gave him a hard look, then realized that if anyone in the Ministry could have figured out what was going on, it was him. Croaker had been the head unspeakable since before she had started in the Ministry, and his reputation preceded him. "I can't give you any details, but that's a reasonable assumption," she said after a moment. "In that case," said Croaker, his face turning deadly serious, "we need to find Mr. Potter right away and find out what this says." He held up a silvery box, roughly 6 inches on a side, then opened it to show her what was inside. "A prophecy orb? What does that have to do with Mr. Potter?" asked Amelia, as she suddenly felt fear in the pit of her stomach. "After the events of this past Thursday, I've been working to ensure that anything in the Department of Mysteries that might be important to Voldemort has been secured. Yesterday, I came across this. The tag reads, SPT-PWBD, Dark Lord and Harry Potter." Amelia sat back in her chair and blew out a long breath. "You're right, we do need to know what that says right away. I don't have direct access to Mr. Potter, but I believe I know who does. Wait here, I'll send a message and hopefully get them here shortly." At Croaker's nod she stood and waited for him to take down the privacy wards, then stepped out to speak to her Auror guards. She needed to get a message to Mr. Adlington right away. 20 minutes later, Charles Adlington was sitting in the Governor General's office nursing a headache. He had little experience with prophecies, but most of what he knew was that they never worked out exactly the way you expected them to.
After hearing that only Harry Potter or Voldemort would be able to activate the prophecy orb, he'd rubbed his temples and said, "Hasn't enough been put on that boy's shoulders already?" Which had gotten a sympathetic nod from Madam Bones but a snort from Croaker.
Tell me, Mr. Adlington, did it occur to you that all of those things might be the result of the prophecy, and not the other way around? I suspect that once we know what this says we'll have a better idea of how to take some of that weight off of his shoulders, even if we have to pile more on to begin with. The chief wizard frowned, then considered that for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. I need to speak to Sir Harry before we do anything more, and I suspect Her Majesty will also want to be involved. After all, anything that prevents her from exercising her rightful rule will be of utmost concern to her. Now it was Croaker's turn to be reluctant, but after a moment he nodded. Now was not the time to maintain secrecy for form's sake, even if it was a very old habit. Either they can come here, or I can bring the orb to them. But I suggest we do this as quickly as possible in case it affects other plans. The chief wizard turned to Amelia with a concerned look, but before he could ask she simply said, "Croaker has more connections than anyone else in the ministry, except perhaps Dumbledore before he was removed. I don't know how much he knows and how much is just guesses, but he won't say anything to anyone, that's just his way. I suspect agreeing to reveal as much as he has already was not easy for him."
Croaker gave another nod of acknowledgement, and the chief wizard relaxed slightly. "Give me an hour to figure out who needs to go where, and either we'll come here or send word of how to come to us." "I will remain here waiting," said Croaker, who took down the privacy wards then relaxed into his chair. Amelia gave him a look, which he ignored, before giving up and nodding. She said, stressing the word, "will be here waiting." The chief wizard gave a brief chuckle, then left to return to the palace.
The Queen was not pleased to have her morning disrupted, but fortunately being Sunday she was able to make excuses and change her plans. Although skeptical at the concept of prophecy, she understood that there was power in belief, and that at the very least it needed to be investigated. Not wanting to cause any undue delays, she summoned not only Harry and Sirius, but also Major French and Captain Lee, then sent the chief wizard to retrieve Croaker and the prophecy.
Major French had been unable to break away from his SAS liaison duties and get to the palace quickly, but Captain Lee arrived outside the Queen's study just as Harry and Sirius did. "What happened?" he asked, slightly out of breath. "We don't know," replied Sirius, with Harry nodding. "We just got told to show up right away and here we are."
A moment later they were admitted to the Queen's study, where she sat behind her desk looking pensive. Once introductions and pleasantries had been exchanged and the steward departed, she motioned them to sit. Once they were all seated, she asked, "Can any of you tell me anything about prophecy? It appears that there is one that could impact our plans."
Captain Lee shook his head, and Harry replied, "Isn't divination a rather woolly subject?" But Sirius looked stricken and whispered, "Is that what they were guarding? Merlin, how could I have forgotten about that?" They all looked at him, but it was Harry who spoke first. "What is it, Sirius? What did you forget?" "The prophecy," he said quietly. "I had forgotten that it was a prophecy that prompted your parents into hiding. That's why Voldemort was targeting your family, and so they hid behind the Fidelius charm." Sirius slumped in his chair. "I'm sorry, Harry, I had totally forgotten about it." Harry gave his godfather a hug and said, "That's okay, Sirius, you've had more important things on your mind. Now, what did it say?"
"That's just it, I don't think I ever knew. They just told me that it existed and was why they needed to go into hiding, but not any of the details. Probably so that nobody could get it out of me if I was captured." "A wise precaution," said Captain Lee. He then turned to the Queen and added, "If the so-called Dark Lord believes in this prophecy, that at least makes it tactically relevant. Hopefully it will work in our favor, but until we know the details there's no telling what impact it will have."
"I agree," she said, "which is why I have sent Charles to retrieve a Mr. Croaker to bring it here where we can all listen to it and decide what to do."
At the mention of Croaker's name, Sirius blanched and asked, "Croaker?"
"I believe that was the name Charles gave me. Is there something I should know about him?"
"I've only heard rumors, ma'am, but if they're true he's the head unspeakable." At her questioning look, he added, "Officially they're in charge of magical research for the ministry, but nobody who's not one of them actually knows what they really do, and there's a lot of rumors about what that could be." Everything from mad experimentation to being elite hit wizards, but nobody's ever been able to get them to confirm or deny any of them.
Hence the name, Unspeakable, said the Queen, grinning slightly. Perhaps they are the magical equivalent of Michigan 5 or Michigan 6. Captain Lee nodded and added, while I don't have any more information than Mr. Black, I would certainly agree that they probably fill at least some of the same roles. Then let us hope that he has some useful information for us when he arrives, said the Queen, something they all agreed with.
10 minutes later, there was a small commotion outside the door. Captain Lee drew his wand, but before he could investigate it the Queen's phone lit up. She pressed the button, and the chief wizard stepped in. My apologies, Your Majesty, there was a minor disagreement about who would be permitted in your presence. Governor General Bones insisted on accompanying Mr. Croker, and her protective escorts are reluctant to leave her unattended.
An admirable sentiment, but while I feel comfortable with the Governor General's presence, I would prefer my own security to hers. Of course, ma'am, replied the chief wizard. Governor General Bones understands as well, and is currently making the situation clear to her escorts. Do you wish to have any additional security present before I bring in Mr. Croker and Governor General Bones?
The Queen looked at Captain Lee, who shook his head. I do not believe that additional personnel are needed, he said. With your permission, I'll keep my wand drawn and my service weapon ready.
Permission granted, said the Queen, and Captain Lee stepped to the side and took up a defensive position. Turning back to her chief wizard, she said, Please show Governor General Bones and Mr. Croker in. Nodding, the chief wizard went back to the door and stepped out for a moment before returning followed by Madame Bones and Croker, both of whom had apparently changed into more mundane clothing. Your Majesty, said the chief wizard, Governor General Amelia Bones of the Magical Kingdom of Great Britain, and Mr. Saul Croker, head Unspeakable. Both Madame Bones and Croker bowed and said, Your Majesty. Thank you for coming. This is Sir Harry Potter and Mr. Sirius Black, she said pointing to them, and Captain Lee of the Magical Military Squad. Now, please take a seat, said the Queen, not taking her eyes off Croker. After they were seated, she hardened her gaze at the Unspeakable and said pointedly, Mr. Croker, our time is limited, so please share with us everything you know about this prophecy.
Croker gulped as he felt the force of will behind her statement, and nodded in acknowledgement. Deciding that Muggle or not, this was one person he had no desire to cross, he opened the box he had been carrying. Your Majesty, this is a prophecy orb. They are created magically whenever a true prophecy is given within the magical kingdom of Great Britain, and contain a complete copy of said prophecy. Each orb is automatically identified by the initials of the seer who gave the prophecy and the person or persons to whom the prophecy was given, as well as anyone named in the prophecy. Once the orb is created, the keeper of the Hall of Prophecies is notified, who will listen to the prophecy to attempt to determine who the prophecy is about. Depending on the exact wording, the people the prophecy is about may be unknown at the time the prophecy is spoken, or the prophecy may have the ability to refer to more than one person. In those cases, the best guess is made about who the prophecy is about and catalogued as well. Other than the keeper, who is magically sworn to secrecy, the prophecy orb is protected so that only the subjects of the prophecy may take it to be listened to. This prophecy, Your Majesty, was identified as SPT to APWBD, Dark Lord and Harry Potter.
Harry gasped, as did Madame Bones, but Sirius let out a growl until Harry put a hand on his shoulder. What is it, Sirius? Asked Harry.
APWBD, said Sirius. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Whatever this prophecy says, it was made to Dumbledore. I take it he never told you about it. No, he didn't, replied Harry. So I guess we'd better hear it so we know what's going on.
Croker nodded and held out the box to Harry. Try to take the orb, he said. If it feels wrong, let go right away, and we'll know it's not actually about you. Harry stood and went over to the box, then picked up the orb with both hands. It felt slightly warm to the touch, but otherwise there was no reaction. Well, I guess that proves it's about me, he said, not sounding happy as he returned to his seat. Now, to play it, Croker started to say, before he stopped. I'm sorry, you'll need your wand to play it, but I'm guessing it was confiscated before you entered. He looked towards the Queen and asked, would it be possible for Mr. Potter to have his wand? The Queen grinned at him and replied, there's no need, Mr. Croaker. Sir Harry is permitted to carry his wand in our presence. We won't have one of our personal knights going unarmed." For the first time in many years, Saul Croaker was at a loss for words, as he watched Sir Harry James Potter produce his wand and show it to the head unspeakable.
Shaking his head slightly, he pulled himself together and instructed Harry how to play the recording in the orb. Hold the orb out in one hand, and tap the top of the orb with your wand. When you do that, the speaker will be projected above the orb and speak the prophecy. If you want to pause it, tap the orb while the recording is playing, and tap it again to resume. If you want to hear it again, just tap the orb again once it's finished.
Harry nodded, then held out the prophecy orb in his wand. Just before he tapped the orb, he looked to Sirius, who nodded and gave him a wan smile. Summoning his Gryffindor courage, he tapped the orb, all the while dreading what he might hear. A pearly white figure with hugely magnified eyes rose into the air and began to speak.
"The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will know power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the word of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies."
Harry let out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding, while Sirius carefully engulfed him in a hug. "You okay, pup?" he asked. Harry considered the question, then shook his head. "No, I'm not," he said. "Why is it always me that has to take care of things?" he asked plaintively.
Sirius started to say, "I don't know," but Croaker interrupted him. "I'm not sure that's the only possible interpretation, Mr. Potter. Would you please play the prophecy again? I'd like to verify that I've transcribed it properly, and then I'll give you my opinion." Sirius gave Harry another hug, then encouraged him to play it again. He did so, and saw Croaker make a few more notes and then nod to himself when it finished.
"If I may, Mr. Potter, I believe I understand what you're concerned about, and may have a possible solution," said Croaker. At Harry's nod to continue, he said, "First off, I believe you're concerned about the part that says, neither can live while the other survives, correct?"
Getting another nod, he continued, "I think that you probably already knew that part, even if you didn't realize it was part of a prophecy. Voldemort will not rest until he has killed you, whether it's because you were the only one to have defeated him before, or because he somehow knows at least part of the prophecy. And as long as he's trying to kill you, you cannot live your life as you see fit. Thus, the only possible solution is that one of you dies, and you are wondering how you can be the one who doesn't, given who you are and who he is, yes?"
Harry nodded. "How am I, a barely 5th-year student, supposed to kill Voldemort?" The Queen echoed Harry and said, "Yes, Mr. Croaker, how can you propose that a 15-year-old boy kill anyone, let alone the so-called Dark Lord?" "He doesn't have to," said Croaker, and even Madam Bones looked at him funny. Shrugging inwardly, he said, "Let's look at the first part of that same sentence. It says that, either must die at the word of the other. Not the hand, not the wand, not any physical act, but the word. And he tried to kill me by casting a spell, which involves saying words," interjected Harry, getting upset.
"That's true," said Croaker, as Sirius tried to calm Harry down, "and had he succeeded, I suspect that the prophecy would have been fulfilled.
However, due to something that I suspect your mother did, the spell failed to kill you, and ultimately he was the one who was affected.
I believe that the power of the prophecy is how he survived in the first place.
Not because of anything he did himself, but because his original defeat was at the hands of Lily Potter and not the words of her son. Otherwise the orb would no longer be active, as the prophecy would have already been fulfilled. Still, I believe that there's another possible way to fulfill the prophecy without having to face him directly. I believe that if Voldemort were to die because you told someone to kill him, that would also satisfy the prophecy. If you were to give the word, so to speak." Harry looked at Croaker in disbelief. "So while I don't have to kill Voldemort myself, I have to tell someone to kill him?" Harry hid his face in his hands as he said, "That's not really making me feel much better." Sirius hugged Harry as the others looked on in awkward silence for a moment. Finally, the Queen spoke up and said, "Mr. Croaker, are you certain that this prophecy is true? Does it require that Sir Harry be the one to kill the so-called Dark Lord?"
Croaker shrugged. "Nothing is certain with prophecy, ma'am. Only in hindsight can one ever truly know what a prophecy meant. However, based on what has happened previously, plus the fact that I suspect that Voldemort believes it to be true, makes me believe that until Mr. Potter's words lead directly to his death, Voldemort will not be permanently defeated. Quote.
The Queen studied Croaker's face for a moment, then turned to Harry. Sir Harry, please look at us. Harry lifted his head out of his hands and looked at the Queen, a few tears visible on his cheeks. We cannot and will not ask you to do this. We have already placed too much of a burden on you than is reasonable, and find ourselves unwilling to do so again. However, should you choose to accept this burden, we will provide our full support both to see your task accomplished and to assist you with dealing with the aftermath. Harry looked at the Queen with mixed emotions. While he was grateful for her support, he couldn't believe that she was giving him permission to order someone killed. Finally he looked at Croaker and asked, "How am I supposed to tell someone to kill someone else?" Croaker had no answer, but Captain Lee spoke up. It's never easy to give an order like that, son. It shouldn't be. Taking someone's life is not something you can undo, and should never be done without careful thought if possible. But look at the alternative. How many people will die if Voldemort isn't put down? Heck, if I understand the prophecy, until you fulfill it, you're never going to be certain he's not going to come back and try to kill you. I know this isn't an easy choice to make, but it seems to me that even if it's preemptive, you'd still be acting in self-defense. While you should always look for other ways to resolve the situation, sometimes there's no other way to protect yourself and those you care about. Sir Harry, you are the one who must live with your decision, and so we leave it up to you. Would you perhaps like a few minutes to think things over? Asked the Queen. Harry thought for a minute and nodded. Yes, Your Majesty, thank you. Turning to Sirius, he asked, will you come with me? Of course, Sirius replied. Anywhere, anytime. Thanks, said Harry, and the two of them excused themselves to return to his room to talk privately. While Harry and Sirius were out of the room, Madame Bones brought up her ideas for dealing with Britain's werewolves to get the Queen's opinion. After having the issue explained, along with the proposed solution, the Queen turned to Croaker and asked his opinion. Personally, I think it's a great idea, he said, much to everyone's surprise. But I'm probably not a good gauge of public opinion.
And why not? Asked the Queen. Because I know more about werewolves than most people alive, let alone British wizards.
As an unspeakable, I've both studied lycanthropy a bit myself and seen the results of other unspeakables research. People fear what they don't know, and while I have a healthy respect for the potential danger they pose, I don't fear them in general. The Governor-General's proposal, at least for those werewolves that went along with it, would go a long way towards removing that danger. As long as they're contained while under the influence of the moon, there's no reason not to treat them as people the rest of the time. The Queen nodded. While she hadn't been expecting that response, she thought it was well reasoned. And what do you suggest we do about the werewolves who don't agree to cooperate? How do you prevent them from causing trouble? Croaker looked the Queen straight in the eye and said, you treat them the same as a vicious dog that can't be tamed and put them down. Both Madame Bones and the Chief Wizard gasped, while Captain Lee just nodded and the Queen raised an eyebrow. Werewolves are just like any other wild animal outside of the fact that they can infect others. As long as they behave and leave humans alone, they can live as they like. But if they become a threat to society, there's no choice but to euthanize them. It's really not that much different from the choice Mr. Potter is having to make if you think about it. The Queen nodded slowly, as did Madame Bones and the Chief Wizard after a moment. Thank you for your frank assessment, Mr. Croaker, said the Queen. Perhaps you could continue to advise Governor-General Bones as she works through this and other issues? Of course, Your Majesty, he said, and Madame Bones gave him a grateful smile. Before he could say anything else, the phone buzzed and the Queen held up a hand before letting the steward in. Harry and Sirius followed, and after bowing politely the steward excused himself. Welcome back, Sir Harry, Mr. Black, said the Queen. If anyone noticed that Harry's eyes were red, nobody commented on it. Harry appeared to pull himself together, then stepped forward with his head held high. Your Majesty, he started, with a slight catch in his voice, as difficult as it was, I've made a decision. The Queen nodded, but said nothing, so he continued. After careful consideration, it is clear that Voldemort will remain a threat to not only myself, but to all of magical Britain and even into the non-magical world until the prophecy is fulfilled. I have no delusions that I will be able to kill him myself, therefore I have no choice but to ask that you instruct your troops that he is not to be taken alive even if he attempts to surrender. Fortunately, given my experiences with him, Voldemort will never surrender, even if he attempts to flee. Harry stood at attention for several seconds more, then slumped and looked over at Croaker, saying, I hope that was enough to satisfy the prophecy. Croaker nodded and said, I hope so too, Mr. Potter. As do we, said the Queen, as Harry and Sirius sat down, hugging each other. That was a very hard and very brave thing that you did, Sir Harry, and one that we hope you never have to do again. Turning to Captain Lee, she put on her business face and said, Captain Lee, this order is off the record, as we believe it technically violates your code of conduct, but given the situation we feel it is the only option. If you wish to object to the order we ask that you do so now. Captain Lee shook his head. As long as it's what was just discussed, I have no objections nor do I believe my subordinates will either. Very well. Captain Lee, you and your team are hereby ordered to kill the so-called Dark Lord who calls himself Voldemort. Under no circumstances is he to be allowed to escape or to be left alive, even in the unlikely event that he surrenders. This order applies only to the so-called Dark Lord, and not to any of his followers. They are to be allowed to surrender and treated accordingly if they do. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am, said Captain Lee, saluting. Good. Governor General Bones, Mr. Croaker, thank you for bringing this issue to our attention so that it could be dealt with immediately. Also, we remind everyone that what was discussed here regarding Sir Harry will not leave this room, are we clear? After getting agreement from everyone, she said, in that case, we must be getting on with our day. Governor General Bones, please continue with your werewolf plans, we look forward to hearing how they work. Yes, ma'am, said Madam Bones, before they were all led out by the chief wizard. Outside the Queen's study, Sirius grabbed Madam Bones and asked worriedly, what did the Queen mean by werewolf plans? Madam Bones waved off her aura guards who were about to jump on him, then looked at Sirius and smiled, remembering that his good friend Remus Lupin was also a werewolf. Relax, Mr. Black, your friend Mr. Lupin has nothing to worry about. In fact, he might well be interested in joining the pilot program. I'm instituting a test program to grant werewolves more rights and protection from discrimination in exchange for submitting to some method of ensuring they are kept safe and away from people during the full moon. It was just announced in this morning's Prophet, and I intend to work with a small group of werewolves to develop the program and see if we can make it work. If it does, we'll look into expanding it to everyone, but not for a few years in all likelihood. Sirius considered what she'd said, then nodded. I'll let him know when I see him, assuming he hasn't heard about it already. I think he'd probably be a good person to ask about how to do that given his experiences at Hogwarts. Then I look forward to speaking with him, she said. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get back to the ministry and the things I already had planned for today. They said their goodbyes and the chief wizard escorted the ministry personnel back to his office where they could flow to the ministry. Good luck, said Sirius to Captain Lee, extending a hand. Thanks, said Captain Lee shaking it. He then held out a hand for Harry, who shook it reluctantly. For what it's worth, I think you made the right choice in there, Sir Harry. Thanks, mumbled Harry, not sure what else to say. Captain Lee nodded and excused himself to return to their base, leaving Harry and Sirius to be escorted back to their rooms. When Captain Lee returned to the MMS base, his first stop was to inform Major French of what had transpired in the meeting with the Queen. After a brief discussion, they agreed to limit the knowledge of Her Majesty's off-the-record order to just the members of the sniper teams, since once the expected shooting started the rest of the assault force would have higher priorities anyway. After that, Captain Lee called the sniper teams in to brief them on the situation. Once the three teams were gathered in a small briefing room, he cast a privacy ward and began. Gentlemen, this briefing is off the record. If any of you have any concerns about that, please speak up now. While not common, everyone present had enough experience to understand what that meant. After a moment, Lieutenant Foote raised a hand and asked, "Is there any risk of collateral damage?" Captain Lee shook his head. No more than the original mission. However, Her Majesty's order is controversial at best, and so it must remain unofficial. Getting a nod from the lieutenant, he continued. While your existing orders concerning targets taking offensive actions remain the same, Her Majesty has ordered that the so-called Dark Lord be terminated with extreme prejudice. You are to wait until the start of hostilities before doing so if possible, but in the unlikely event that he surrenders, you'll need to find a way to take him out anyway. The three sniper teams thought for a moment before nodding, with one of the spotters adding, "Good riddance to bad rubbish."
Captain Lee gave a wry grin, silently agreeing. Even without the prophecy he wouldn't have had a problem with the order. Voldemort had proven himself too dangerous, and caused too much damage already, to risk taking him alive. Thank you, gentlemen, I know I can count on you to both carry out this task and keep it quiet. Once we leave this room, this conversation never happened. Are there any questions?
This time everyone shook their heads. "Very well, dismissed," said Captain Lee, taking down the privacy ward. As they left, he mentally let out the breath he'd been virtually holding since the briefing started. That prophecy had worried him, but he knew his men would see that Sir Harry's word was carried out. Perhaps he could get Croker to verify that the prophecy had been fulfilled once the shooting stopped. After a moment's consideration, he decided to send a note to the Governor-General requesting Croker's presence during the assault as an observer. When Madame Bones arrived back at the ministry, she was pleased to see that the Aurors had started searching the building without her, but dismayed at the slow pace they were making. Croker volunteered several unspeakables to assist with the search, which she had reluctantly accepted only after getting him to promise that they wouldn't try to confiscate anything they found for the Department of Mysteries. After checking in with the various groups around the building, she joined the group that was searching the offices of the former minister and his immediate staff. She had just arrived when she heard someone shout, "Bloody hell!" and ran towards the voice, her escorts shouting after her as they followed. She arrived at former Under-Secretary Umbridge's office at the same time as several other Aurors, all of whom had their wands drawn. Fortunately, none of them had pointed them at the Governor-General, who quickly took charge of the situation and barked, "Everyone, be quiet. Parker, report." Parker, the Auror who had shouted, was standing behind Umbridge's desk holding an open quill case, looking in it with horror on his face. After a second he looked up at Madame Bones and said, "Blood quills, at least a dozen of them." Madame Bones steeled her facial expression before her anger could show. Now was not the time to react, but simply catalog and secure them so they could get through the entire ministry. Besides, it was unlikely that Umbridge would be punished any worse than she already was going to be for attempting to kill the Queen. "All right, people, show's over," she said, looking at the shocked faces of several Aurors. "As disgusted as I am at finding them in Madame Umbridge's possession, we've still got a job to do. Parker, document and secure them, and I'll add my personal seal to it. Then I'll join you and Jones to keep searching this office until we're sure there's nothing left hiding here. Everyone else get back to work."
There was a chorus of, "Yes, ma'am," from the various Aurors before they returned to their tasks. By the time they had cleared Umbridge's office nearly an hour later, they had located 3 more items that were clearly illegal, plus a couple more that would have to be tested before their exact nature and status could be determined. After personally seeing all of the confiscated items properly secured as evidence, Madame Bones returned to her office just in time for one of the Crown Wizards to arrive with a note from Captain Lee. After reading his request, she decided that in addition to Croker, she would send 2 Aurors to help identify anyone who was captured or killed, since the Death Eaters would most likely be unfamiliar to the soldiers of the MMS. The note had said that someone would be sent to collect Croker that afternoon, so she figured she could have the Aurors ready, and if there was a problem they just wouldn't go. After writing her request and giving it to the Crown Wizard, she summoned Croker and 2 of her more level-headed Aurors, Shacklebolt and Jones. While there was still a part of her that wasn't entirely comfortable with the MMS killing wizards, she couldn't argue with the long-term effectiveness of permanently taking care of the Death Eaters. Still, there were many in her department who wouldn't be able to remain passive if they were there, which limited her options. Jones was young, and so might be a little unpredictable, but had also shown a penchant for keeping her head. And Shacklebolt was both solid as a rock and serene as a moonlit pool and less angered. As long as he was warned in advance, he'd be able to keep them both under control. While she waited for them to arrive, she looked over the latest round of questions from the public. Most of them fell into 2 categories: simple, easy answers, and things that were still undefined and could not be answered yet. There were a few that didn't fit either category, and those were the ones she had chosen to look over personally. Even if she didn't have the entire answer, she needed to know what the public was thinking, and this was a good way to do so. Madam Edgecombe sat at a table, staring at the paper in front of her. It was a legal agreement eliminating the death penalty for her in exchange for what was probably a suicide mission. Yes, they would give her a portkey to escape with, but there was no guarantee it would work before the wards came down, and she might not live long enough after they did to use it. Still, it was a chance, and that was better than she had any reason to hope for 24 hours ago.
"So, Madam Edgecombe, do we have a deal?" asked Captain Lee, sitting across from her.
She looked up at the soldier, then picked up the agreement and read it one more time. It galled her that she was having to admit, at least on paper, that what she had done was wrong, but she knew enough about the legal system to know that this was the way things were done. She could still refuse to go along with it, and take her chances that she might be spared anyway, but her solicitor had made it clear that she didn't think she would be that lucky. Coming to the conclusion that she had very little choice left, she nodded, then picked up the quill and signed it before slumping in her chair. She was doomed without it, and having made the agreement, her life was forfeit if somehow the Dark Lord survived or found out. Still, it would be better to die at the hands of the Dark Lord than those of the Muggles.
"Thank you," said Captain Lee. "In a few hours, you will be given a letter to take to your so-called Dark Lord.
At some point beforehand, you will be obliviated of your knowledge of this agreement in case he tries to read your mind. You will be given a portkey that takes you directly back to your cell. Just before your departure you will be given instructions on what to do. Failure to follow instructions will result in you being treated just like any other Death Eater who doesn't surrender. Do you understand what that means?"
Madam Edgecombe nodded. "It means I probably wouldn't live to see my daughter again," she said. "I'm glad we understand each other," replied Captain Lee. "Play by the rules and I'll make sure you see her again if at all possible." Turning to the solicitor, he said, "Miss Evans, thank you again for your assistance. I'll leave you to speak with your client further if you wish, otherwise I'll escort you out." "Thank you," said the solicitor, "Miss Evans. I would like to discuss a few things with my client before I leave." "Very well," said Captain Lee as he rose. "Is it all right if the guards remain in here, or do you wish to have privacy?" Miss Evans shrugged, then looked at Madam Edgecombe who nodded. "I think we'd prefer some privacy, if you could."
Captain Lee nodded, then turned to the two guards standing near the door. "Vicent, Lloyd, please remain outside the door until Miss Evans calls for you. Madam Edgecombe is to remain here until we're ready for her. I'll have dinner sent when it's ready, as well as making sure someone comes to escort her to the loo. If you need anything, just let me know."
"Sir," they both said, saluting. Then the three of them exited the room. The two guards took up positions on either side of the door, while Captain Lee went to double-check the final preparations for the assault on Voldemort.
The briefing room at the MMS base was filled to capacity and then some. With the exception of 12 members actively engaged elsewhere, every active member of the MMS was in the room. There were 4 members who remained behind at the Ministry to provide the appearance of not having left, 4 keeping an eye on the Riddle House, and 4 others who were guarding the prisoners and would remain behind to keep an eye on them.
In addition to the members of the MMS, there were half a dozen Crown Wizards present, along with a pair of Ministry Aurors and an Unspeakable.
The latter 3 were here as observers only. They wouldn't be taking part in the operation directly, but were there to help identify the Death Eaters once the Riddle House was secured.
The Unspeakable also had another job, verifying that Voldemort was truly gone, but it wouldn't be mentioned publicly. The Crown Wizards were not expected to take part in the anticipated fight, but were tasked with getting the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards up seconds after the existing wards came down, and would help guard the perimeter afterwards. Major French and Captain Lee stood at the front of the room, where an overhead map of the Riddle House and its surroundings was projected onto a screen for all to see. While individual teams had already been briefed on their specific additional mission goals, this was the final briefing for the entire group to make sure everyone was on the same page.
"Our time is short, so let's get to this," said the Major once everyone arrived. "In less than an hour you will all be portkeying to your staging areas outside of the target's view and then taking your places. We don't know when the so-called Dark Lord will summon his followers, but we need to be ready to hit them shortly after they've arrived. Best estimate as to the numbers is somewhere between 20 and 30. Prisoners are to be taken if possible, but only if it's safe to do so and they surrender unconditionally. They get one chance to give themselves up. After that, any hostile action and I want them taken down. I want everyone coming home again, as does Her Majesty. These terrorists have a history of showing no mercy, so don't take any unnecessary chances. Understood. There was a chorus of, "Yes, sir," from the assembled soldiers, along with nods from the Crown Wizards and Unspeakable. The Aurors looked uncomfortable, but didn't say anything.
Captain Lee stepped forward and pointed to the house with a laser pointer. We only have a basic layout of the house, as our sources have only been in a small part of it.
What we do know is that our primary target is usually found in the larger room here. He pointed towards the back of the house, on the north side, which is at the end of the hallway directly opposite the front doors. We will have air assets, call sign Mystery Flight, waiting for our call with a pair of Wardbuster LGBs. Laser designation and sniper teams will be here and here. He pointed to a pair of locations just outside the south side of the wards.
You have large trees for cover, so you should be able to set up the designator without being too obvious. Your targets are low stone walls approximately 15 yards in front of the house. We want to take the wards down, but not the house itself, since that will make the task of ensuring everyone is accounted for more difficult.
Lieutenant Flynn, your team will take the western location. Your call sign is Lucifer 1. Lieutenant Whitehouse, your team will take the eastern location. Your call sign is Lucifer 2. Get set up, but don't illuminate the targets until instructed. Lieutenant Foote, your sniper team will set up on the north side of the house, with the call sign Lucifer 3, even though you won't be designating.
Once the Death Eaters arrive, we will be sending one of our captured prisoners into the house with a message telling them to exit the house and surrender, or we will be coming in. This will be delivered shortly before Mystery Flight takes down the wards. The prisoner is to be treated the same as any other Death Eater encountered at the target location. If she doesn't surrender, she is to be taken down just like any other hostile. As soon as the wards come down, the warding team is to raise the new ones. The wardstones are already in place. In these locations, he used the laser pointer to point out 6 spots around the house, and are fully charged, so you should just need to trigger the activation rune.
Teams 2 and 4 unfortunately do not have any significant cover, so you'll need to wait nearby and get into position as the wardbusters are falling. You'll have additional support when you do so from Alpha and Delta teams just in case, but once the wards are up I want you getting back under cover right away.
The Crown Wizards all nodded in agreement. While they had no objections to helping out with this mission, combat duty wasn't something they had signed up for, unlike the members of the MMS. Once the wards are up, we give everyone in the house 1 minute to exit and surrender, continued Captain Lee. After that, Bravo and Charlie teams will take point on breaching the house, with Alpha and Delta teams providing cover and perimeter control on the south side of the house, supported by Lucifer 1 and 2. Echo team will provide perimeter control on the north side, along with Lucifer 3. I will have overall command of the mission, call sign Oslon, and will be set up here. He pointed to a spot on the eastern side of the house atop a small hill. Sergeant Richards, your signal team will set up with me, and will also coordinate with Mystery Flight. Your call sign for this mission is Sergeant Pepper. This drew laughter from most of the assembled soldiers, as well as a couple of the Crown Wizards.
Or Shacklebolt, or Jones, Unspeakable Croaker, you'll be with me. While I don't expect you to take part in the assault, I would appreciate you providing support for the signal team if necessary. Also, please do not attempt to approach the house until you're given the all clear, so that there aren't any misunderstandings. Both Aurors nodded their understanding, while Croaker remained impassive. Captain Lee turned back to the entire assembly. Assuming things go as we expect, the so-called Dark Lord will summon his followers sometime after dark tonight. It could be as long as early morning, but we don't think he's patient enough to do that. Are there any questions? He had been expecting to get at least something from the Aurors, but neither one seemed eager to speak up, and everyone else already knew what was expected of them. No, very good. I want to reiterate what the Major said about coming home. I want to see each and every one of you here for the debriefing. Keep yourselves alive, keep your teammates alive, and take care of business. God save the Queen.
God save the Queen! Roared the assembled soldiers, shocking the Aurors and surprising even the Crown Wizards with its intensity, before they all stood and went to complete their final preparations for the operation. Captain Lee turned to Major French and said, "I hope to God we all come back. Nothing ever goes exactly as planned."
"I know," replied the Major, "and so do I. I need to leave shortly myself. I'll be stationed at the SAS command post on the outskirts of Little Hangleton. If things go pear-shaped, to hell with the statute of secrecy, call me and we'll be there in minutes."
"Thanks," said Captain Lee, "let's hope it doesn't come to that." "Agreed." The Major held out his hand, and Captain Lee shook it. "Good luck, my friend. Listen to your own advice and bring our boys home alive." "Yes, sir," saluted Captain Lee, then left to complete his own preparations, while the Major did the same. As the MMS covertly set up outside the Riddle House and hunkered down to wait for things to happen, inside the house Voldemort was getting impatient. He knew the transition was officially not happening until the morning, but after today's Prophet article he was concerned that he might lose the support of the werewolves if the announced trial program to make them an accepted part of society got too much support.
He'd nearly summoned his Death Eaters just as soon as he read about it, but realized that once he did he'd be committed to attacking the Ministry right away, as he would appear weak if he were to summon them just to rant about the newspaper, of all things. He'd planned on attacking in the early morning anyway, before the Muggles had officially left, just to prove that he was more powerful than they were, but with the announced security sweep having the full contingent of Aurors and the Muggle soldiers inside the Ministry, it would be foolish not to wait until at least nightfall. About 2 hours later he noticed it was dark, checked the time again, and decided he'd call his supporters a bit earlier than he had originally planned. He summoned Wormtail, and a moment later his cowardly but mostly loyal minion appeared and knelt before him. "What can I do for you, my lord?" asked Wormtail. "Give me your arm, Wormtail. It's time to teach those Muggle-loving fools in the Ministry that Lord Voldemort will not bow down to them, ever." "Why yes, Master," stuttered Wormtail as he stood and held out his left arm, trembling. Voldemort touched his finger to the dark mark as he had in the graveyard, and Wormtail gave a howl of pain just like he had back then. Voldemort released him and he stumbled back, the pain overwhelming his sense of balance for a moment. "Soon, Wormtail," said Voldemort, sounding satisfied, "very soon, indeed. We shall take over the Ministry, and should the Muggles interfere we shall deal with them too. Not that they won't feel our wrath eventually, but first we must clean up the magical world before we can deal with the Muggles properly." He sat back and waited, knowing his summons would be answered shortly. 10 minutes later his Death Eaters were assembled in front of him, all except for the 4 who had apparently been captured at the Ministry, and the one whose information he wanted the most. "Where is Severus?" he asked dangerously. The assembled Death Eaters looked around, and 1 or 2 of them began to fidget. "My lord," one of them began to say, then stopped as Voldemort turned to look at him. "Speak up already," demanded Voldemort, his wand pointed at the speaker but holding his curse for the time being. "My lord," repeated the Death Eater, "I heard he had been captured. Someone saw him taken by Muggle soldiers from the front gates of Hogwarts. I thought you had been told." "No," intoned Voldemort, "I was not. Crucio," he said offhandedly, and the Death Eater fell to the floor in agony. He held the spell for a few seconds then released it, not wanting to damage his minion's ability to fight too much, but needing to maintain discipline nonetheless. "The next time one of you hears something like this, you will inform me immediately, even if you think someone else has already done so. Or you will suffer far worse for your failure." "Why yes, my lord," gasped the Death Eater as he tried to rise from the floor. "And when was Severus captured? Do you know?" Shaking his head the Death Eater said, "A couple days ago, perhaps. I don't know for certain, as I only heard this morning." "That's why I thought you knew." Voldemort frowned. "Could Severus have already been captured when I first summoned him?" he thought. "Could he have possibly betrayed me?" He didn't know what to think, other than that he had a bad feeling all of a sudden. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of another Death Eater, though this one was not garbed in the traditional robes and mask, and so was easily identified right away. "Madam Edgecombe, how nice of you to join us," he said dangerously. Now give me one good reason not to kill you where you stand for failing to respond to my previous summons, he said, pointing his wand at her. My apologies, my lord, she said, kneeling before him and keying his robes. I was held captive under anti-apparition wards by both muggles and wizards, and was only able to respond because they sent me to deliver this. She held out an envelope without looking up, not wanting to see the death she knew was likely coming for her any second. She was surprised to feel the envelope taken from her hand instead, before Voldemort replied, "Then we shall see what they say first, and then I will deal with you." 10 minutes earlier Madame Edgecombe had been sitting in her cell, waiting for the Dark Lord to summon her. She didn't know how long she had been waiting, as her memory seemed like it was a bit of a blur. She suspected she'd been obliviated, but when she asked she got no answer at all. All she knew was that the soldiers guarding her wanted to know when she felt the summons from the Dark Mark, and so she sat there, waiting. Suddenly she hissed and grabbed her arm, before saying, "He's summoning me, now." Normally she would have told them to go to hell, but they had promised to let her go if she delivered a letter to her master, and so she did what they asked, all the while looking for a way to escape when the time came. Even if she died at the hands of her master, it was better than dying at the hands of a muggle. One of the soldiers came over to her cell, while the other kept his weapon pointed at her. She knew better than to try and take them on though. While she was happy to participate in muggle baiting raids with the Death Eaters, she knew she was no fighter, and 2-on-1 was odds she was unwilling to risk if she could avoid it. She was taken out of her cell, and into another featureless room where a third soldier was waiting. "Madame Edgecombe, this is your one and only chance to avoid the gallows," said the soldier who was waiting for her. "We will give you your wand and a letter, which you are to take to your master. If you wish to live, when the time is right simply drop your wand, get down on the ground and say, 'I surrender.' If you do that, you will be taken prisoner and your cooperation will be taken into account at your trial. Do you understand?" "Yes," she said, nodding. Not that she planned on giving up that easily, but at least it was an option she hadn't had before. He held out her wand and an envelope. "Don't think of trying anything with your wand," he said. "If you do I promise you won't survive to make it to the gallows." She shook her head and took the offered items. "I don't like the odds, so I'll behave," she said, then looked at the envelope. It was plain and unaddressed, but the intent was clear. "Can I go now?" The soldier nodded. "You may apparate out from this room. I suggest you go directly to your master, or he may not be as forgiving as we are." Madame Edgecombe gulped, not disagreeing in the slightest. Taking her wand she spun on the spot, apparating to the site of her master's call. Voldemort read the letter, not knowing if he should laugh or scream. It was addressed to him personally, and it was clear from the contents that his current location was no longer a secret. The 15th of August 1995, 2000 hours, to the so-called Dark Lord Voldemort, aka Tom Riddle. You, and your followers, have been declared enemy combatants by Her Majesty Elizabeth II, by the grace of God of the Magical Kingdom of Great Britain Queen, Defender of the Faith. The house you currently occupy is surrounded by Her Majesty's forces, and you are being given this one opportunity to surrender or you will be subjected to an armed assault. In the next couple of minutes, the wards surrounding the house you currently inhabit will be forcefully brought down. When that happens, you have exactly 1 minute to exit the house, throw down your wands and surrender. Failure to do so will subject you to potentially lethal force. Any hostile actions taken before the wards come down, or before the grace period expires, will also be met with immediate force. Again, you have 1 minute from when the wards come down. Her Majesty's magical military force. The bad feeling intensified, and he wondered for the first time if he had possibly underestimated the Muggles. Realizing that his Death Eaters were waiting on him, he decided it would look better if he laughed, so he did so, a long sinister laugh. The Death Eaters looked curious and concerned, with several of them asking, "What is it, my lord?" After a moment, Voldemort stopped laughing and said, "The Muggles wish for us to surrender. They claim to be able to take down the wards, and if we do not surrender they will attack." Voldemort's face turned hard, then furious, as he crumpled the letter in his hand. "How dare they make demands of me, Lord Voldemort? We shall show them that they made a mistake threatening me and my Death Eaters, one they shall not live to make again. All the Death Eaters except Madame Edgecombe cheered, not knowing what was heading their way from above. 15,000 feet above Yorkshire Dales National Park, Mystery Flight, a pair of RAF Tornado GR-1s circled, waiting for the call to drop their bombs. While none of the crew members were aware of the special nature of the weapons they carried, they did know that this was a very special, and very black, operation. Special and black enough that when it was over they'd probably never be able to talk about it again while they lived, even to each other. Even so, the pilots were discussing the possible nature of the mission when the radio crackled. Mystery Flight, this is Sergeant Pepper. Stand by for target designation, came the voice of their ground controller. Mystery 1 copies, replied the lead pilot. Mystery 2 copies, parroted his wingman. A few seconds later, Sergeant Pepper was heard again. Mystery Flight, targets are illuminated from the south. Request as close to simultaneous impact as possible, as timing is critical. Stand by for 30-second release countdown on my mark. There was a brief pause, followed by, mark. As the bombers lined up for their final runs, the navigators in the back seat acquired the laser designators used by the ground forces and locked the bombs on them. Mystery 1 has lock, came the voice of the lead navigator. Mystery 2 has lock, echoed the second navigator. Sergeant Pepper copies. Weapons free, said the ground controller. Coordinating their actions, the two navigators released their bombs within a half-second of each other, which was as good as they were going to get. Sergeant Pepper, bombs away. Mystery Flight returning to base, the lead pilot radioed as he turned his aircraft towards home. Copy that, Mystery Flight. Thank you, and good night. The bombers didn't stick around to see if their bombs hit. They had strict orders to leave the area as soon as they dropped their bombs, and they were following them to the letter. After all, the less they knew, the less they could accidentally reveal later on. Dropped from a height of 15,000 feet, the laser-guided 2,000-pound bombs struck the ground in front of the Riddle house like a proverbial, and literal, ton of bricks. Even without their usual high explosive contents, they plowed into the ground and threw up dirt and debris for nearly 100 yards, and leaving craters almost 10 yards in diameter. The front of the Riddle house was covered in dirt, every window was broken, and the doors were hanging askew on their hinges. But for all the physical results caused by the bombs' impact, the effects on the wards was much more devastating. Traveling at nearly 300 meters per second, the wardbusters struck the wards with the force of over 1,000 wizards all casting at the same time. While it's possible they could have survived an attack like that if they had been the best goblin wards money could buy, these were not, and thus they did not. The wards imploded spectacularly, causing a bright flash that was visible several miles away, along with a massive boom that joined with the bombs' impact and shook the house for several seconds. Major French would later report that it in fact looked and sounded like a lightning strike from where he was stationed with the SAS, but he knew for a fact that the skies in the area were clear when it happened. Inside the Riddle house, chaos reigned as most of the Death Eaters were thrown off their feet while Voldemort was nearly toppled off of his throne. Seconds later he felt new wards being raised, and the unease he had felt earlier turned into the first inklings of fear he'd felt in a very long time. Anti-apparition wards were up, and he'd be willing to bet there were anti-portkey wards up as well, trapping them in the house. He couldn't see them from inside his throne room, but he was pretty sure that the Muggles had indeed surrounded them as they'd said in the letter. So, he said, once the shaking stopped and the Death Eaters started to recover. The Muggles think they can attack us. How pitiful. He rose from his throne and said, let us go show them what real wizards are capable of doing. He hoped his bravado was enough to inspire his forces to fight, while the tightness in the pit of his stomach only got worse. If they were truly trapped, and things were as bad as he worried they might be, he would probably have to sacrifice most if not all of his minions to buy time to escape. Turning to Madame Edgecombe, he pointed his wand and said, you will lead us out of the house. If you try to run away, I'll kill you myself. Come my Death Eaters, let us deal with these Muggles and then go take care of the ministry. Pushing Madame Edgecombe ahead of him, Voldemort strode out of his throne room towards the front of the house, not waiting to see who was following him. When they reached the front hall, he took note of the poor condition of the doors and stopped. He then turned halfway back towards his followers, noting with satisfaction that they had all joined him, and commanded, "I want their leader taken alive, so that I may question him. Other than that, take no prisoners. Remember, these are Muggles, and you are pure-blooded wizards. There can be only one possible outcome of this fight. Now, kill them all." He blew the remains of the doors out with a blasting curse and strode forwards, beckoning his troops to follow him. The Death Eaters cheered, all but Madame Edgecombe, who was unceremoniously shoved out the door at the front of the charging pack. She was pushed to the side by the more swiftly moving people behind her, and was thus saved from the first volley of gunfire that cut down the leading wave of Death Eaters. As she stumbled to the ground, she had a perfect view of Voldemort as he raised his wand, said, "Avada Kedavra," and then his head exploded. Realizing this was her chance to escape, she threw her wand to the side, lay on the ground and shouted, "I surrender." This grabbed the attention of several other Death Eaters, but before they could react she disappeared with the telltale sign of a portkey activation, preventing them from doing anything to her. Seeing their lord and master cut down enraged the remaining Death Eaters. They all started sending out their strongest spells, but none more wildly than Thorfinn Roll. He ran forward towards the nearest advancing group of soldiers, firing spells so rapidly it was nearly impossible to tell where one ended and the next began. It was only a few seconds before he was cut down, but he left a wake of destruction that rallied the surviving Death Eaters briefly before they, too, were taken out by the combined gunfire of the assault teams and their sniper cover. In the end, the battle took less than 2 minutes, but for those that survived it was the longest 2 minutes of their lives. Of the Death Eaters who had answered Voldemort's summons, not including Madame Edgecombe, all but one had been cut down in the fighting. The only survivor, Peter Pettigrew, had cowardly tried to stay back and avoid the fighting, but had gotten tagged by a stray bullet in the leg. When the MMS assault team found him up against the doorway to the house a couple minutes later, he was already showing signs of shock from the blood loss. "I've got a survivor," shouted the soldier who found him, calling for one of his medical-trained colleagues. "No," grunted Peter, his breath short. "Please, don't. Just let me die, it's what I deserve." The soldier looked at him, confused, as he tried to assess the wound. "If I live, I'll just hang," gasped Peter, his voice growing hoarse. "This way is better, for everyone." As the two soldiers tried to stop the bleeding, Peter Pettigrew took his last breath. As the blackness claimed him, his last thought was of astonishment that he didn't feel afraid anymore. While things were settling down at the front of the Riddle House, the MMS teams guarding the back of the house remained alert in case anyone had remained in the house and tried to sneak out the back. They had just heard the report of Pettigrew's death from his injuries when Lieutenant Foote, one of the spotters for the sniper team known as Lucifer 3, spotted movement near the base of the house. Calling it out to the rest of his team, all three of them, 2 spotters and 1 sniper, focused on the motion. After a moment, they realized it was a dark green snake, and a rather large one at that. It appeared to be over 10 feet long, at least 10 inches thick, and certainly didn't look like anything native to the British Isles. After a moment it became clear it was attempting to flee the house stealthily, though for what reason they didn't know. Just in case, Lieutenant Foote decided to call it in. "Aslan, this is Lucifer 3. We have a very large snake exiting the house and attempting to leave the grounds. It does not appear to be native, but I don't know if it relates to the target subjects or not, although it does seem to be rather cautious." "Say again, Lucifer 3. You said a large snake," came the response. "Affirmative." He took a closer look and added, "Looks like some sort of viper or other venomous snake, but I've never seen one that big." "Wait one," came the voice of Captain Lee. Then, after a moment, sources indicate it may have been the primary target's pet. "Consider it very dangerous and take it out. Lucifer 3 copies, eliminate the snake. Out." Turning to his sniper, Lieutenant Foote said, "You heard the man, neutralize the snake." "Roger," said the sniper, who took careful aim and fired. A half-second later the snake twitched violently and then lay still. "Looks like a good shot," said Lieutenant Foote. "I'll have Echo Team confirm it once the house is secure." 15 minutes later 2 members of Echo Team put 2 more bullets in the snake from several yards away, just to be sure, but the snake didn't move, and a couple minutes later they confirmed it was indeed dead, the last casualty of the battle. Major French sat in front of Her Majesty's desk along with Charles Adlington, Sirius Black and Harry Potter early Monday morning, waiting for the Queen to finish reading the summary of the after-action report he had given her. In total, they had lost 2 men, along with a third who was severely injured and would require several months of recovery even with magical assistance. Beyond that, there had been a large number of minor injuries, but nothing that couldn't be easily healed magically or even non-magically. The Queen looked up from the report, looked at the Major, and said, 32 terrorists and 1 snake killed at the cost of 2 of our soldiers dead and 1 seriously wounded, is that correct? Harry gasped at the mention of the 2 dead soldiers, and Sirius put his arm around him while the Major ignored him and replied, yes ma'am. Plus a number of minor injuries that should be healed within the next few days. Tell me, Major, do you consider this to be an acceptable level of losses? Harry stared at the Queen in shock at the question, but the Major didn't hesitate to answer. No, ma'am, I do not. Even a single loss is more than I wanted, but there are no guarantees on the battlefield. As it was, my men did exactly what they were supposed to do to protect themselves as best they could, but 2 of them got hit by lucky shots. Or unlucky ones, he thought to himself. The first had been a stray killing curse that made it through from the initial volley after Voldemort was killed, as there had just been too many to block them all. And the second had been tagged in the neck with a cutting curse from Thorfinn Roll, just as he was taken down. Enraged as he'd been, his victim had nearly been decapitated, and had bled out before they could even try and save him. The Queen nodded, accepting the Major's unstated apology and acknowledging the realities of war. At this point Harry couldn't contain himself any longer and started crying softly. I'm sorry, he sobbed, I didn't mean for anyone to die. Sirius pulled him into a full hug, while both the Queen and Major French looked at him unsure of what to say. After a moment, Harry pulled himself together and looked at the Queen. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, this is all my fault. Before Harry could say anything more, or Sirius could tell him otherwise, the Queen said, Nonsense, Sir Harry, as she rose and came around her desk. Bending down in front of him she looked him in the eye and said, Just how, young man, is any of this your fault? Did you cause the so-called Dark Lord to try to take over the magical world? Did you cause his followers to not surrender peacefully when given a chance? The only people at fault are the so-called Dark Lord and his followers. It is unfortunate that others died to make sure we were all safe, but they knew the risks going into it and accepted them. Now it is time for you to accept that even if your actions may have set things in motion, you are not responsible for anyone's deaths. What about Voldemort? Asked Harry. I all but told you to kill him. No matter what you said, it is I who ultimately gave the order, Sir Harry. If anything, you're responsible for saving lives, by preventing Voldemort and his followers from taking any more than they already have. Do you understand? The Queen held his gaze sternly, but also with a kindness that indicated her concern for him. Harry looked at her, trying to reconcile the image of the Queen acting and sounding more like he would have expected out of Professor McGonagall, then nodded. He still didn't like that any of the soldiers died fighting Voldemort, but he could see her point. And now that he thought about it, Voldemort and his Death Eaters being dead probably had saved countless lives, both magical and otherwise, that they would have destroyed had they been able to pick up their activities. Sniffling a bit he nodded and said, I don't like it, Your Majesty, but I understand. Turning to the Major he added, and for what it's worth I'm sorry for your losses. Major French nodded, and said, Thank you, I'll pass that along. Sirius waited until the Queen had returned to her seat before asking, So where do we go from here? After answering a few more questions from Her Majesty about the operation and its aftermath, Major French was excused and the remaining wizards discussed how to handle delivering the news of Voldemort's death to the magical world. It was too late to get the story in the morning's paper, even if it was still before breakfast time. The majority of the copies would already have been printed, and people were already getting up for their day. After some discussion Sirius suggested that they simply have Mr. Adlington and Governor-General Bones give a joint press conference over the Wizarding Wireless Network, which caused the Queen to look puzzled and Mr. Adlington to look sheepish. I had forgotten that wizards had developed their own magical radio, he said, when the Queen had inquired what Sirius was talking about. Yes, that will do nicely. We can have a formal press release printed in tomorrow's paper, but this will get the message out fairly widely right away. With your permission, Your Majesty, I'll go prepare the press release and then go see Governor General Bones about making this happen. The Queen nodded, then said, Before you go, Charles, there is one other item to discuss. Now that the current crisis is over, I would like to speak to Mr. Dumbledore as quickly as possible so we can deal with that side of things as well. My schedule is full today and tomorrow, but I believe Wednesday morning is open. I would also like to address the entire staff before speaking further with the headmaster alone. Of course, ma'am, I'll see to it that everything is prepared. Is 8 o'clock too early for you? That would be acceptable, Charles, thank you. After Mr. Adlington had left, she put on her business face and addressed Harry and Sirius. Sir Harry, Mr. Black, we thank you for putting your lives on hold to assist with this matter. Please enjoy 2 more days of our hospitality while things settle down. We would like to ensure that there are no immediate problems once the so-called Dark Lord's demise is announced. Additionally, we would like to speak with Mr. Dumbledore about your situation before he has a chance to speak to you, and this will ensure that we do so. We hope this won't be too much of an inconvenience. No, Your Majesty, they both replied, before Sirius continued. You have been most kind to accommodate us for so long, and we appreciate your care in dealing with us. Thank you, and we will happily accede to your wishes. Well spoken, Mr. Black, replied the Queen, letting her face relax. Tell me, have you ever considered a career in politics? Sirius's look could best be described as, who, me? As he shook his head. No, ma'am, I haven't. But in any event, I think my career right now is going to revolve around taking care of Harry and doing whatever I need to formally adopt him. Between that and learning how to live as a free man again, I think I'll have my hands full. She hummed, then nodded. I see you're taking my previous caution seriously. Good, you do that. But if you ever change your mind, speak to Mr. Adlington's office. I'll make sure you have their contact information before you depart. Thank you, ma'am, said Sirius, not knowing what else to say. He stifled a yawn, noticing that Harry was doing the same only less successfully. I think, given the time, that perhaps we should go back to bed for a while. Is there anything else we can do for Your Majesty? No, I think we've done everything we can until the press conference and its fallout. Unfortunately, I don't have the luxury of going back to bed, but I appreciate the sentiment. Sirius opened his mouth to say something, but the Queen waved him off. Go, get some sleep, I won't hold it against you, she said with a tired smile. She pushed a button on her phone to summon a steward, and waited until Harry and Sirius had left before preparing herself for the day ahead. Amelia Bones had been annoyed to be awoken shortly before 6 in the morning by an urgent flow call, but when she learned why, the annoyance had been replaced by elation. Now, shortly before 9 o'clock on a Monday morning, she was about to give the most important press conference of her life. Thinking back on everything that had happened over the past 5 days, she was amazed at how much had been accomplished in so little time. But perhaps that was just one more thing pointing to how badly wizarding society had stagnated in Great Britain. Of course, there would be many who decried the deaths of so many prominent purebloods, but after being briefed on how things had happened, even she could see that the result could be laid squarely on the shoulders of the deceased. Still, the Aurors would be out in force for the next few days, making sure that nobody got any strange ideas about taking their anger out on anyone else. She looked up as Charles Adlington entered her office, escorted by 2 soldiers and Aurors Shacklebolt and Jones. Ready to make the big announcement, Governor General? He asked. She had attempted to argue that he should be making the announcement, or perhaps one of the members of the military, but he had successfully convinced her that more people would take it rationally if the official announcement came from her. He would be there to answer any questions she could not, or that needed further clarification, but the announcement that Voldemort was dead rested entirely on her head. Standing, she replied, "Not really, Mr. Adlington, but there's no time like the present." She allowed the Aurors to lead them out of her office and down to the atrium, where the press would be gathered along with a broadcast team from the Wizarding Wireless Network News. When they arrived, several members of the press started shouting out questions before she even reached the podium, but she just ignored them and waited until everyone quieted down. Members of the press, she began, citizens of magical Britain, and everyone who can hear my voice or read about this in the papers, I stand before you to announce that the so-called Dark Lord Voldemort is dead. There was a collective gasp at her mention of Voldemort's name, and she had to wait several seconds for everyone to recover before she could continue, repeating, again, Voldemort is dead. He, along with nearly all of his followers who had gathered in preparation for an attack on the ministry, were killed last night by forces of Her Majesty's magical military squad after refusing to surrender and attacking said forces. While it is possible that there may still be one or two of his followers at large, we believe that between the 5 people who were taken into custody before the operation, 6 of his followers who are already serving life sentences in Azkaban, and the 32 who were killed, including Voldemort, that this consists of everyone currently loyal to him. While I do not have the names of all of the people who were killed at this time, we will release them as a whole once we have confirmed all of their identities. I can tell you that every one of those killed in the operation, with the exception of Voldemort himself, had the dark mark on their person indicating that they were a dedicated follower of Voldemort and were subject to detention and prosecution by order of the Queen. I can also tell you that in response to a message sent to Voldemort and his forces ordering them to surrender or face hostile action, the entire group responded violently rather than obeying the lawful orders given to them, forcing the magical military squad to respond in kind. While we at the Ministry are saddened to hear about the loss of life of any wizards, given the threat and past actions of Voldemort and his followers, we categorically place all of the blame for that loss of life entirely on those wizards who chose to fight rather than surrendering to the rightful authorities. I would also like to remind everyone that violent acts in response to this operation will not be tolerated, and will see swift action on the part of the Aurors. Madame Bones looked around at the press, taking in the shocked looks on many of their faces, before opening up the floor. "Are there any questions?" she asked. After a moment, Barnabas Cuff raised a hand and asked, "Governor General, you said that 32 wizards were killed, including VVV you know who. How many non-wizards were killed or injured?" Madame Bones gave him a hard look, trying to determine why he was asking the question, but before she could answer Mr. Adlington stepped forward and asked, "If I may, Governor General." She nodded, and he continued, "For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Charles Adlington, Chief Wizard to Her Majesty the Queen. The losses sustained by Her Majesty's magical military squad consisted of 2 deaths, 1 serious injury, and numerous minor injuries. While those killed were both non-magical, I am unaware as to whether either of them were what you call squibs, or if they were entirely non-magical. The 1 serious injury was to a wizard. From what I understand there was significant soft tissue damage, which even the best magical healers can only do so much with. However, I have been assured he should make a complete recovery given several months of proper treatment." "Are you trying to tell me," Cuff asked in disbelief, "that the most dangerous Dark Lord this century and 31 of his followers, all very dangerous wizards themselves, were all killed with only the loss of 2 lives and 1 serious injury? How is that possible?" "Because non-magical weapons are superior," muttered one of the soldiers under his breath, earning him a glare from Madame Bones. Mr. Adlington ignored the soldier and smiled, and not a very nice smile either. "It's possible because we in the non-magical world have not been content to let things stay the same for the past 200 years or more. Had we not cared about collateral damage or being able to identify Voldemort and all of his followers, we could have easily killed them all and destroyed the house they were in without risking any of our forces, and that would have taken but a fraction of the power we could have brought to bear if needed. The non-magicals may not have the ability to use magic like we can, but they have come up with many different ways to accomplish things as well or better than we do with magic. Fortunately for everyone, those methods are not limited to just killing people, even if that was showcased by this operation. I would be happy to find someone in my office to assist you with researching what the non-magical world is truly capable of accomplishing these days should you wish it. Governor General Bones knows how to contact me should you need to." Cuff looked like he wanted to ask more questions, but was also clearly having trouble digesting the answer he'd been given. In the meantime, Rita Skeeter jumped in and asked, "You said that 5 people were taken into custody before the operation. Who were they, and what's going to happen to them? Mr. Adlington stepped back and let Madam Bones speak. They had discussed this earlier, and agreed that now was the time to officially announce the names of the Death Eaters in custody. The Death Eaters in custody, said Madam Bones, are Martha Edgecombe, Walden McNair, Lucius Malfoy, Severus Snape, and John Yaxley. The heir currently charged with treason and sedition against Her Majesty's rightful government, with the possibility of additional charges being brought once the investigation is complete. However, should they be found guilty, then barring Her Majesty exercising her royal prerogative of mercy, they face death by hanging. She was interrupted by several gasps, and at least one person shouting, "But they're purebloods," which left her shaking her head. It doesn't matter what their blood status is, they stand accused of committing serious crimes, and will receive trials based on evidence and not bribes. This holds true for each and every member of British Magical Society. It is Her Majesty's wish that everyone be treated equally based solely on the merits of their behavior, regardless of their parentage. Being a pureblood will no longer protect you from repercussion should you engage in illegal behavior towards non-magicals or wizards and witches born to non-magical parents. Likewise, any illegal behavior against purebloods will not be tolerated either, and will be punished the exact same way. Any law which says otherwise is currently suspended, and will be repealed forthwith once the Wizengamot has been reconstituted properly. Is any of that unclear? There was a general murmur of negative responses, and she was pleased to see a nod of approval from Mr. Adlington. Now, are there any more questions regarding the defeat of Voldemort? How can you be certain he's gone for good, given that he's returned once already? Asked one of the other reporters. Nobody alive was present when Voldemort was first defeated, answered Madam Bones, other than a 15-month-old Harry Potter, and as far as I am aware he doesn't know how Voldemort survived back then either. Therefore, we cannot say for certain what happened that allowed him to return. However, I am assured that his death was witnessed by multiple people, including one of the Ministry Unspeakables, and that there is no indication that he has any way of returning a second time. At this, the other of the two soldiers who had accompanied Mr. Adlington stepped forward and said, "I was there, and nobody whose head explodes like that is anything but dead. Whatever may have happened before, I don't think it happened again." This caused another pause as the press considered the implications of what the soldier had said, and Madam Bones took advantage of it to wrap things up. The Ministry will release additional information once we have it, including the names of all of the Death Eaters killed along with Voldemort. Any further questions, either for the Ministry or Mr. Adlington's office, can be sent directly to the Governor-General's office. Depending on the situation you may not get a response directly, but will have your answers published in the regular press releases we have been sending out. Thank you all for your time this morning, and try not to celebrate too hard like we all did 14 years ago. With that she turned from the podium and headed back into the Ministry, followed by Mr. Adlington, the two soldiers, and her Auror escort. Over the course of the day, the people of magical Britain celebrated to various degrees as they heard about the demise of Voldemort. While some decried the death of his followers, others were more inclined to say, "Good riddance to bad rubbish," and be glad that it was over and done with. At Grimmauld Place, Molly Weasley was both relieved to hear that Voldemort was defeated, and worried about the fact that so many purebloods had been killed by the Muggle soldiers. Not that she was particularly upset about Death Eaters being killed, but the idea of Muggles killing wizards didn't sit very well with her either. Plus, there was still no sign of Harry, and there was no telling what kind of trouble Sirius Black was getting him into. Still, the ultimate defeat of Voldemort was too momentous of an occasion to not celebrate, so she gave the kids the day off and even let the twins indulge in a few pranks, much to everyone's delight. Unlike at Grimmauld Place, the news of the Dark Lord's defeat was not taken well at Malfoy Manor, where several Death Eater families had gathered to support each other. While most were in mourning, fearing the worst given that everyone who had answered the Dark Lord's summons had supposedly perished, the actual residents of the house were in totally different moods. Narcissa Malfoy, the lady of the house, put on a stoic face in public, playing the part of the grieving wife of a soon-to-be condemned prisoner and doing her best to comfort her guests who had lost even more. But privately she was thrilled at the death of the Dark Lord, even if her husband was also caught up in the purge. Her greatest fear, one that seemed to get closer to reality every passing day, was that her son, her only child, Draco, would join the Dark Lord. Whether voluntarily or by force, she knew that he would likely not survive in the Dark Lord's service very long, as he'd inherited neither his father's cunning nor her subtlety, and would likely earn the Dark Lord's ire rather quickly. That, she knew, was something that was neither healthy nor promoted a long life expectancy. Draco, on the other hand, was furious. His entire power base, the few times he'd willingly admitted it to himself, revolved around his father's influence, money and power, and now it was all gone. Even if the ministry didn't take what was left of the Malfoy fortune away, very few people, if any, would be susceptible to its influence in the immediate future, and he himself held very little power now that his father was incarcerated. With the Dark Lord's return at the beginning of the summer, he'd had hopes that he could eventually gain his own personal power through serving the Dark Lord, but now that hope had been dashed as well. The only consolation, he thought to himself, was that the majority of his peers were in similar if not worse situations. While he doubted there was much hope, his father was still alive, while theirs were all probably dead. Not that it made much of a difference, considering his father's likely fate, but there was always a chance things would work out better than expected. He wanted to rage at the filthy muggles who had brought this upon his family, but he realized he knew next to nothing about them or how they got involved. Then he remembered the original Ministry press release, and how it all apparently started with Potter's trial. That had to be it. It was all Potter's fault. Somehow, someday, Draco was sure he'd find a way to make that Scarhead pay for ruining his dreams. Just after 8 o'clock Wednesday morning, Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth arrived via portkey at the gates of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After she recovered, she found herself once again thinking that magical transportation left much to be desired. It didn't help that there were 3 people holding her up, as being unfamiliar with portkey travel she had naturally lost her balance upon arrival. Once she was settled, she thanked her escorts and looked over the castle in the distance. To say that Hogwarts was an impressive structure would be a massive understatement. Despite having lived in castles all her life, the Queen felt herself a little envious of the people who got to spend their childhoods here. The structure was that impressive. She was interrupted from her musings by her chief wizard, who asked, "Impressive sight, isn't it?" "Yes, quite," she replied. "I was just thinking how lucky the children who get to be schooled here are to experience something like that." She looked down at the bracelet she was wearing that allowed her to see the castle. "Thank you for the bracelet, Charles. I think I would have been disappointed to have missed this." "You're welcome, ma'am, but you couldn't have entered the castle grounds without it." "I'm glad to know it's working though." "Yes, well, let's not keep our hosts waiting, shall we? We have much to discuss before returning home." "Of course, Your Majesty. Please, let me help you into the carriage for the ride up to the front door." They rode in silence, the Queen, her chief wizard, and a half-dozen members of the MMS, pulled by a carriage drawn by skeletal winged horses. When they reached the front door, they were greeted by 2 more members of the MMS, who waited until the Queen had disembarked before bowing. "Your Majesty," said the more senior of the 2, "we have done as you requested and not informed the headmaster of your arrival, though I suspect he knows anyway due to the wards. Most of the professors are in the Great Hall, having breakfast. If you'll follow me." "Lead on, Sergeant," said the Queen, following him into the castle itself. When they reached the Great Hall, 2 soldiers opened the doors and the chief wizard entered first, turning to the assembled professors and announcing the Queen. "Presenting Her Majesty Elizabeth II, by the grace of God of the Magical Kingdom of Great Britain, Queen, Defender of the Faith." Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, strode into the Great Hall like she owned it and addressed the headmaster. "Headmaster Dumbledore, when we last spoke to you we said that there were more pressing issues to deal with before we addressed your failings to our magical realm. Those issues have now been dealt with, and now the time has come to deal with you. There will be a time for you to speak in your own defense, but first you will listen. Do we make ourselves clear?" The assembled professors, especially McGonagall and Hagrid, stared at her in disbelief. Didn't she know who she was addressing, and where she was standing? McGonagall made to say something but Dumbledore stopped her as he rose to address the Queen. "No, Minerva, I will handle this," he said. Turning back to the Queen he continued, I understand, Your Majesty. However, I believe it would be best if we were to continue this conversation in a more private setting. In a moment, Headmaster, said the Queen, cutting him off. Before we do so, we wish to address several failings that are specifically related to Hogwarts, which we believe will be beneficial for all of its professors to hear and not just you. Please, be seated until we conclude this part of our discussion. Dumbledore looked like he wanted to protest, but the look on the Queen's face left no room to do so. He merely nodded and sat, getting a second set of astonished looks from the assembled professors. Headmaster, professors of Hogwarts, we stand before you not with accusations, not with rumors, but with facts. You have failed. You have failed many, if not all, of the magical youth of Great Britain, and you have done so for many, many years. When we were a young girl, we became the crown princess after our father ascended the throne following the unexpected abdication of his brother. We learned of the magical world shortly after our father's ascension, both because of the fact that we were next in line to the throne, and because there were a number of magical children who wrote us to congratulate us or otherwise correspond with a princess who was around their age. She tilted her head for a moment, looking towards the professor's table, then smiled. In fact, now that we think about it, we believe we may have even received at least one letter from one of you. Minerva McGonagall is not a very common name, nor one we are likely to forget. McGonagall's eyes went wide in amazement, and then she blushed slightly as she realized that she'd been publicly outed for writing the now Queen while she was in school. In any event, the Queen continued after a moment. After the war the magical world withdrew, and direct correspondence ceased even before we ascended the throne, other than the occasional missive sent to us by the Prime Minister regarding a conversation he'd had with his magical counterpart. But we've kept tabs on things through the Crown Wizard's office, mostly hearing about how those who were not born to magical parents were ostracized from society once they left school, something that continues to this day. And that is why we say you have failed. 50 years ago, the greatest confrontation in human history came to an end, and with it the idea of racial purity was dealt a fatal blow. Granted, it is an ongoing process that continues even now, and with varying degrees of success, but we are trying to improve things for everyone wherever we can, regardless of the circumstances of their birth. You, on the other hand, have done nothing to end the bigotry aimed at denigrating and pushing out those who were born to non-magical parents. Absolutely nothing. Dumbledore made to say something, but the Queen ignored him and kept going. From what we have learned, Hogwarts is separated into 4 houses, each of which instill and reinforce their own core set of values into their members. These houses are supposed to represent the innate strengths of their members, with children being placed into the house that will best foster those strengths and help them reach their potential. Yet one of these houses is nearly, if not completely, closed to not only those who were born to non-magical parents, but even most of those who were born to only one magical parent as well. And this house, which implicitly if not explicitly excludes those born of non-magical parents, also looks down upon them and works to ensure that their opportunities post-Hogwarts are limited as much as possible. Tell us, Headmaster Dumbledore, are we wrong? We would very much like to hear your answer to that. Dumbledore opened his mouth to respond, only to shut it yet again, this time of his own volition. He had no response, at least none that would answer the question based on what she had said. He had tried to ensure that the Muggleborn were given equal opportunities while in Hogwarts, and to stem the worst of the bigotry in the school, but the problems persisted. Finally, he answered the only way he could, saying, "No, Your Majesty, I cannot disagree with your statements. Perhaps some of the details, but unfortunately not the conclusions." The Queen held his gaze for a moment, before slowly looking at all of the professors in attendance. None of them looked happy, though some looked more thoughtful than others. "Do you want to know why you have failed, Headmaster?" Getting a weak nod, she continued, "It is because you failed to address the cause. While we are sure you've tried to address at least some of the symptoms of the problem, you can't cure a disease by just treating the symptoms. That changes today, right now in fact. Tell us, Headmaster, how many other teachers and staff members are missing from breakfast today?" She nodded at the 2 empty seats on one side of the table. Dumbledore glanced at where she was looking, then answered, "Professor Trelawney, the divination teacher, rarely dines with us, and I have not yet found a replacement for Professor Snape, who taught potions. Also, Professor Binns, who is a ghost, does not leave his classroom. Other than that, Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, is on vacation, as is Mr. Filch, the caretaker. So, said the Queen, if we are counting correctly, you have a total of 15 adult wizards and one ghost in charge of several hundred magical children, living here without any direct parental supervision for nearly 10 months out of the year. Is that correct? Dumbledore didn't like where this was heading, but he had to try and defend the way things had been done. Actually, Your Majesty, there are quite a number of ghosts in the castle, as well as all of the portraits that hang on the walls. They do their best to keep an eye out for trouble, and inform myself or one of the other professors in the event of a problem. And can ghosts and portraits do anything other than report that there's trouble? Dumbledore shook his head, knowing he had lost this round. No wonder you've not been able to do anything. We are astonished that you managed to maintain any level of control over the students, having to watch them with so little help. That is something that will have to change, and soon. The Queen surveyed the professors again, before adding, while we do not expect that things will be able to be changed in time for this school year, we can assure you that this will be the last year that any of you teach under the current structure. Whether or not you remain here teaching at all will depend on your willingness to work with those appointed to reform the system into something that meets both the needs of magical Britain and the requirements of the Department of Education. But, Your Majesty, Hogwarts doesn't have the funding to increase its teaching staff. Exclaimed Dumbledore. The British Ministry of Magic is not what you have dealt with before. Educating our magical youth properly, she said, emphasizing the word, properly, is one of its most important responsibilities. While we insist that the laws be changed to ensure equal opportunity to all of our magical subjects, it is only by changing the attitudes of our magical children that the attitudes of the society as a whole will be changed. Thus it is here that those changes must begin, and so it is here that we will have to invest in the future we wish to achieve. The Queen was pleased to see that at least a couple of the professors, including McGonagall, were nodding at this last part. Now, Headmaster, we believe we have much more to discuss that does not involve Hogwarts or the rest of the professors. Let us find a quiet room to continue this discussion ourselves and let everyone else get on with their day. At least one of the professors looked a little disappointed that the rest of the conversation would be private, but nobody said anything as Dumbledore rose and excused himself, leading them out of the great hall and towards his office. Turning a corner as they neared the headmaster's office, the Queen stopped short as two ghosts floated across the hall chatting with each other. While she had been informed of the likelihood of encountering ghosts in Hogwarts, it was still a disconcerting experience to say the least. This was made even more so when the ghost stopped and turned to look at the new arrivals, then immediately bent one knee and bowed to the Queen. Your Majesty, welcome to Hogwarts, said one of the ghosts, a tall gentleman in a great ruffed shirt. You honor us with your presence. After a second the Queen recovered her aplomb, and replied, Thank you, good sir. Unfortunately, we have much to do and must be on our way. Of course, Your Majesty, replied the ghost, bowing again, before he and his companion stood, and floated the rest of the way across the hall and through the wall. The Queen took a few seconds to collect herself, then turned to Dumbledore who looked slightly pensive. Let us continue on, Headmaster. While I do not believe my health will suffer any for that encounter, I believe it would be best to avoid any more for now. Dumbledore couldn't help but give a small smile, then nodded and led them on to his office. He wasn't sure whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, but he knew that all the ghosts would know about Her Majesty's presence very quickly, and at least some of them would likely wish to see her for themselves. Mostly he worried about Peeves, and what that troublemaker was likely to do to a muggle in the castle, queen or not. When they reached his office, Dumbledore conjured comfortable chairs for the Queen and her chief wizard before taking his own behind his desk. As he sat, he couldn't shake the feeling that despite being the one sitting behind the desk, he was the one who was getting called on the carpet, as it were. Mr. Dumbledore, the Queen said, reinforcing his feeling, as we said before, the more pressing issues from earlier have been dealt with. Namely, as you may have already heard, the so-called Dark Lord Voldemort is dead, along with his followers. Dumbledore shook his head, sadly. I was very dismayed to hear about the loss of so many wizards' lives, Your Majesty. I'm sure that at least some of them would have changed their ways if only they were given another chance. You are being naive, Mr. Dumbledore, and that's being generous, retorted the Queen. Before the assault began, they were hand-delivered a message giving them an opportunity to surrender. In response, each and every one of those wizards who were killed chose to attack the soldiers rather than doing so. Had they surrendered instead, they would have been treated reasonably and received fair trials after being thoroughly investigated. Regardless of their reasons for not surrendering, they made the choice to not follow directions, and thus it is on their head that the consequences of those actions rest. Is that clear? Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. But I'm afraid that this may not be the last we see of Voldemort. He was said to have been defeated once before, and yet he returned. Oh, he's not coming back, said one of the soldiers, laughing. Nobody survives a headshot like that. That's enough, Sergeant, said the Queen reproachfully. Turning back to Dumbledore, she continued, but he is essentially correct. Unless there's something you haven't told us that would allow him to do it again. Dumbledore fidgeted in his seat, causing the Queen's countenance to grow stormy. Mr. Dumbledore, you will tell us what you know right now, or we shall have you arrested for treason and treated the same as the criminals who were arrested at the Ministry. Speak. Dumbledore looked shocked, but hesitated to answer. Seeing his reluctance to cooperate, the Queen turned to the soldier who had spoken earlier. Sergeant, please take Mr. Dumbledore into custody and take him to your holding facility. We want him interrogated thoroughly until you know everything he is unwilling to tell us. Dumbledore blanched and quickly said, That won't be necessary, Your Majesty, I'll tell you what you want to know. The Queen held up a hand to the soldier, stopping his advance, then motioned to Dumbledore to continue. 15 years ago, he said, a prophecy was made foretelling the birth of the one who would defeat Voldemort. I believe that Harry Potter is the boy whose birth was prophesied, and more importantly that he is the only one who can defeat Voldemort. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.